This is Steve Schultz. He is a televangelist and the owner of the Elijah List Facebook page. It's got like 400,000 subbies on it or something like that. He has a lot of really high-profile people on there, like a lot of really famous televangelists. People that work closely with Kenneth Copeland, for example, probably the most famous televangelist of our time. You know, you got Hank Kunneman, you got Johnny Enlow, lots of Q people. He's even had Michael Flynn on, he's had Eric Trump on his show, really high-profile people on this dude's channel. So, I wanted to go through some of the predictions, or they're not really predictions, some of the prophecies that were laid down by televangelists on this guy's Facebook page over the past year. Because now that 2023 is rolled around, some of those prophets are now considered false prophets, as it turns out. Many of these people claimed that Trump is going to be reinstated by 2023, among other unabashed lies. So I figured we'd listen to Steve Schultz's response to that criticism. And then we're going to take a look at a couple of the blatant lies told on his channel. Check this out. Early January 2023, this is how Steve Schultz reacts to the criticism.
Most of you, many of you would say, okay, then Steve, what's the conclusion of the matter? The conclusion of the matter is we just weighed this thing out. We gave you proofs and shocking things that you'd forgotten had been said, things that you didn't even know had been said, laws that you didn't know that took place, things about the commander-in-chief. We've given those to you.
Commander-in-chief, of course, being Donald Trump in his mind. He's a true Trumper.
We've given those to you. You've weighed, and I guarantee you that there's people out there that 100% are at peace with this. They go, okay.
This dude even sounds like Trump. What the fuck?
And he really is our president. We don't quite yet know why we don't see him. But Kat Kerr just said weeks ago that the news is going to even announce it. That he's.
They think Trump is currently the president. No joke. This is how they get around it. So he's criticized for saying Trump will be president in the next year. Before 2023 rolls around, Trump will be president. And here is his answer to that criticism. Trump is president, secretly. He can't come out and just tell us that he's really the president and he's pulling the levers from behind the scenes. But he is. Just trust us.
But Kat Kerr just said weeks ago that the news is going to even announce it, that he's the president.
Kat Kerr is another televangelist.
So, it's a couple weeks into 2023. It hasn't happened yet.
I don't know what to do.
A few weeks ago.
I'm a little bit too weak to really want to go into ruins. Ruins is a little bit ass with what I have right now.
Correct. It was a blatant, flat-out lie. They claimed Trump would be president before 2023.
I guess
January 1st.
I would. I guess I just do quests.
Prophecy. Now, I vividly remember what the Bible has to say about false prophets. Deuteronomy 18:23, my favorite Bible verse. I like it the most because it disproves Jehovah's Witnesses' theology. It shows me that I have nothing to worry about. Let's just go to Deuteronomy 18, just the whole chapter, and just kind of take a quick gander through. Deuteronomy 18, let's look at verse 19. I myself will call to account anyone who does not listen to my words that the prophet speaks in my name. But a prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, is to be put to death. That's pretty specific. And here's my favorite verse, verse 22. If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken. That prophet has spoken presumptuously, so do not be alarmed. Don't be afraid of him. Don't even pay attention to him. That's the point of the verse. If somebody claims to be a prophet and the thing that they speak doesn't come to pass, it means they lied. It means they didn't get that message from God. It means they aren't even speaking to God. That verse gave me a lot of comfort when I left Jehovah's Witnesses religion, because the governing body claims to receive prophecy from God. Unfortunately for them, the prophecies that they claim to have received from God fail time and time again. And as the Bible says, there's no reason to be alarmed. So here we sit listening to more prophets lie to our faces, claiming that they hear God's voice when they do not. Keep listening to what he has to say here. Keep listening to his flimsy justification for the lies that he just told in the name of God.
And someone said, well, then someone has to decide, was it correct or was it not correct? No. Some will think it is and will love this explanation. Others of you will say, I don't see it, Steve. I know you're trying hard, but I don't see it.
Look, I'm not advocating for the death penalty for this. I don't believe any of this stuff anyways. But nobody should be saying,
Steve, I know you're trying hard, but I don't see it.
Nobody should be saying that. At the very least, you should be completely excised from the Christian community for claiming to hear God's voice when you did not. The Bible specifically tells us what's supposed to happen in this situation. If somebody speaks in his name something that he has not commanded, they are to be put to death. That's what it says. Now, I don't stand for that, but at the very least, you should be removed from the community entirely. Nobody should respect you as a religious figure in any way after this.
You're trying hard, but I don't see it. All right, everyone just reached their own conclusion. We weighed it carefully. It says let 2 or 3 prophets speak and let the others weigh carefully on what they said. All right, we just weighed it. Now you're on your own. You can believe the way you believe it. It's okay. There's not a right or wrong. My piece is that this was a real, live, accurate encounter, and that except for the detail of when do we see him physically in the White House.
Yeah, the entire thing is completely made up, and it's absolutely absurd to me that this guy is still respected as a religious figure to any degree. The Bible specifically prescribes the death penalty for this stuff. Again, I don't stand for that. I completely disagree with that. But it's inarguable at this point that he lied, that these people were wrong. So let's listen to some of these instances of people being completely wrong, about them blatantly lying to your face as a man of God and pretending to hear God's voice when they didn't. This is Johnny Enlow, Pastor Johnny Enlow, July 25th, 2022. Listen to this one.
I'm just going to say some things again, and controversial until we show the proof, but we'll tell you that, the Supreme Court of Heaven already decertified the 2020 election.
Oh, that's good.
That happened.
Supreme
the
Court
day
of Heaven.
The thievery. That happened November 3rd and November 4th.
Heaven has like a court system set up exactly the same way the U.S. does? I mean, this is news to me. Why would heaven need a court system? I thought God was like the ultimate judge, isn't he? Can't he just like decide things on a whim instantly? He doesn't need a court system to make these decisions. Can't he just snap his fingers and make things happen the way he wants it to happen? Like, that in itself seems like a small thing, but what a truly astonishingly bizarre claim to make. That heaven has a Supreme Court where things are adjudicated. Really?
November 3rd and November 4th. It was decertified in heaven. And so the Supreme Court of Heaven decertified. So just let that resonate with you. Now, the Supreme Court of the United States somehow freed up from some constraints of blackmail or whatever, either late June or early July. They also
Supreme Court of Heaven's gonna come for your booty, dude.
The 2020 election.
Now, that's the rumor I've been hearing. And
Oh
are you
my
stating
God.
that? Are you coming out and stating that they did?
I'm stating it. I'm stating
Wow.
it.
He's claiming to have received divine revelation from God himself, telling him that the Supreme Court of the United States decertified Joe Biden's election and certified Donald Trump as the real president. Dead serious. You cannot make this stuff up. Well, you can make this stuff up. I guess that's what got us in this situation.
And,
Wow.
and you're going to see that, and they didn't just decertify it, but in that decertification there is a certifying of President Trump.
Right, because you got to take that extra step. There is no decertification process. Doesn't work that way in our judicial system or in our electoral system or whatever. There's no decertification. So getting over that hump alone would be like its own thing. But he's saying not only did they decertify something that doesn't exist, but they also certified Donald Trump. An additional step. Just everything about this is absurd. And it's all based on the lie that he heard God's voice.
Again, just so you make it clear, the spiritual and the natural, I have been saying all along when people say, when's Trump coming back? I was like, he's never left. He has never been out of his position as supreme governmental leader on the planet. He has
on the planet, not of the United States, of planet Earth. That's very different. Donald Trump is the supreme governmental leader of planet Earth. Does it get more absurd than this? And what's more, Johnny Enlow can't possibly, he just painted himself into a corner where he is incapable of criticizing Joe Biden for absolutely anything now. Because everything is being run by Trump, right? The military's being run by Trump, the economy's being run by Trump, everything. That means everything down to inflation and the withdrawal from Afghanistan and how trans issues are being handled, literally everything is being done by Donald Trump. It's being decided by him in Johnny Enlow's mind. But would you be surprised to find out that this guy is still criticizing Joe Biden as though he were the president anyways? His beliefs are not internally consistent. Nothing about his belief system is internally consistent.
Like
Nothing
every
about his
religion.
beliefs, but he espouses this stuff as though it's fact anyway.
There isn't a religion that makes sense. This is not new information.
governmental leader on the planet.
Religions are always stupid.
There's some other ones working closely with him, but he is number one, has been number one, and he's
Your mom number one.
been that for years.
Can I state it another way? When prophets were saying
Okay, I
that
didn't
we're
expect
gonna
a joke like that
he
from
was
him.
gonna Win by a landslide.
Ooh, yeah. That didn't really work out super well for them, did it? Oops.
And there was going to be a red wave, and he was going to win by a landslide in 2020. Are you stating that he not only won by a landslide, he never left office? Having won, he's now starting his other
Oh, please say yes. Please, I'm begging you.
term, if you would put it that way.
Yes, of course.
He won by a landslide. 2018 was a landslide. The midterms as well. It was another theft, another fraudulent election. Again, prophets paid the price for saying there's a red wave in 2018. That'll be proven too. The proof of that will come back. So
Great. Any moment, right? Come on, let's have it.
all of those who attacked the prophets for not getting it right on the 2018 red wave, just remember who you were and who you attacked, and be prepared to, just do the correct, right thing and say you're sorry.
Sure, will do, Buckaroo. I'm on it. I'll be prepared to say I'm sorry the moment it's proven wrong. He says the proof is coming. I'm waiting. Been waiting for, let's see, 9, 20, yeah.
5 years?
3 years. 3 years, I guess. Hell, 2018, I guess I've been waiting for proof
Yeah.
since then. So,
2018, 5 years.
7, 8, 9, 10 years. I mean, how long do I have to wait for proof? Any minute now, right?
At
It's
least
coming any
2000.
second. Here's another example of a
No,
guy
you gotta wait for at
who
least 2,000 years, dude.
prophesied, lied, bald face lied to our faces, and claimed that God told him that Trump is going to be
Oh, God.
reinstated as president
No!
before 2023. If you're unfamiliar with this guy, his name is Manuel Johnson. He is a character. Again, he appeared on the Elijah List, Facebook page or whatever. Let me just give you an idea of who he is in case you forgot, because it's been a while since I covered him. He's actually in my channel trailer. This clip is. This is from early August 2021. Check this out. He's talking about Jesus telling him to buy a BMW motorcycle.
I was going
What?
down from the mountain, just in awe of what just happened to me. And the voice comes.
Receiving divine prophecy from God sounds like coming down from a mountain. Like Moses. Didn't Moses come down from a mountain and hear God's voice? Wow.
He says, "My son,
This is getting real.
go get our bike." He said,
Our bike.
Go get our bike, not your bike. 'Cause this is not. So it wasn't just about me.
Because Jesus likes motorcycles, right?
He says, "Go get our bike."
He's crying and everything because Jesus told him to buy a new BMW motorcycle. Does it get more absurd than this? For what it's worth, this guy also ran a crypto scam on his people, so I guess it does get a little more absurd. Which is more absurd, a crypto scam?
To next level,
Talk your
1407.
listeners into
Wow!
believing that
I did
Jesus
it.
told you personally to go buy a new BMW motorcycle. How about this one? This could be more absurd than both. Late November 2021, the guy comes out here with a prophecy from God. Listen to this.
Into this, went through this portal, and I'm watching, and I see a lot of movements. It was a beautiful day, a lot of movements. Nobody was wearing a mask. Glory to God.
He's describing the year 2022. God took him through a portal, like a time portal, and allowed him to see into the future. And when he arrived, nobody was wearing masks.
It was a thing of the past. The mask, the virus is going bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I didn't know what year it was, so I saw a gentleman pass by me. And as he was passing by me, I'd asked him, I said, "Sir, what year is this?" And he looked at me crazy. He thought I looked like, I think he thought I was drunk. And I said, "Sir, please tell me what year is this?" And he looked at me and he says, "Where have you been?" I said, "Please tell me, what year is this?" He goes, "Man, it's 2022. Don't you know? It's 2022. And I go, "Wow." And then he started to walk away. And I asked him again. I know I was prompted by the Holy Spirit to do this. I said, "Sir, who is the president? Who is the president?" And he said, "Don't you know?" I said, "I don't. Please tell me, who is the president?"
Yo, mom.
He told me, he said, "It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is our president." And saints, get ready. I don't care how it looks now. Donald Trump is our next president. He will get a second term. So the way it looks, it may look like that he's not winning. It may look like all this stuff, but God has plans for our president. He will be in the, you will see him being inaugurated a second time, our president. And they're going to show that picture.
In 2022, this is going to happen. This isn't something that's going to happen in the distant future. This isn't going to happen when he wins a second term in 2024. No, he said 2022. God took him through a time portal, and he asked somebody, what year is it? 2022. Well, we're now in 2023, and Trump is not and hasn't been the president. He flat out, blatantly lied to your face.
Of course he has.
And claimed he heard the voice of God when he did not. And what's more, he did it on this poor fool's Facebook page, claiming to be a prophet. These people have no shame. How is it that there are still gullible suckers out there who believe the nonsense these people spread? Again, you know who else has been on this guy's Facebook page? Eric Trump. There are a ton of prophets. Kenneth Copeland, supposed prophets, not actual prophets, obviously. False prophets, probably more accurate. I'm comfortable calling them false prophets now. I don't think Kenneth Copeland's been on his Facebook page, actually. Maybe. But a lot of Kenneth Copeland's friends. Hank Kunneman, Amanda Grace, Andrew Womack, Lance Walnut's been on here, I think. Kat Kerr, Manuel Johnson, Johnny Enlow. I mean, these are people that congressmen listen to. These are people that congressmen call and talk to on a regular basis. Johnny Enlow is invited, up on stage to pray over congressional candidates last term, the 2022 elections leading up to them. These are not nobodies, but they are false prophets, and I'm comfortable saying that unequivocally at this point. Let me know what you think about it in the comments, and let me know if you want to see more stuff like this.
Hey everyone, this is going to be a pretty different video from what I normally post. If you're from the Flat Earth realm, you know what this is about. If you're
Oh
one of my
no,
regular
not
viewers,
again.
I'll
No,
fill
no,
you in
no.
as quickly as possible. Last week I posted a video about how we know the Earth isn't flat. This was really just to reinforce and contextualize some lessons from earlier in my astronomy playlist.
This video is just haunting me. Fuck that stupid YouTube algorithm. I know who Professor Dave is. I don't need to see the same video of him 27 times. Thank you very much.
Hello, all you lovely people out there. Make sure to share the stream on your social medias, especially MySpace, because that's really popular.
We're living on a disk, floating through space. A tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity what Black Adam did to Sabak. Tell him the man in black said. Screw the haters. That movie fucking slaps. Hashtag fire James Gunn, because he's a moron. I mean, with what he's done, I wouldn't be surprised if he came out and said the Earth is flat. The guy's fucking, yeah, let's do Smallville again. No. Everyone knows at this point that Superman is fucking powerful. We don't need to learn about how he grew up and dealing with his powers. We just want to see him beat the shit out of Darkseid. Stop it. Hey, rant, yay. How you doing, guys? Thank you for joining once again for another dive into the deep den of stupidity that we call the Tartaria Cosmology Discord server. This is episode 9, which I'm pretty sure makes this a franchise. Oh, come on, spoilers. Black Adam kills Sabak. You know that happens. Not really a spoiler, come on. So yeah, anyway, I'm going back into the Discord server tonight to do what, you know, I like to do, but I'm not going to go in there and present evidence tonight because I'm fucking sick of doing that. I just go to flat earthers and I answer questions about the globe based on their lack of understanding of basic physics. So I've asked them to present evidence, or well, I did before the show on Monday got cancelled because, you know, my heart tried to, you know, fail on me. And talking about my heart, what's with this lack of faith in the poll, guys? Will this finally make FTFE's heart explode? 55% of you have said yes. That's how little faith you have in me. Yeah, so no, let's go and do it. It's always fun. There's some characters over there. Apparently they've got a mod from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server over there called Helio Skeptic. Maybe he wants to have a chat with me. But let's go and join in the fun.
I mean, the air pressure is relative to sea level. Now, when you move up in the atmosphere, the pressure, air
decreases
pressure
slowly.
decreases. And now, when on land, if you go out into the ocean, you go under the ocean, it
Under the ocean.
decreases much more rapidly as a person that breathes air, but it's essentially the same. But we're creatures that live on Earth, but creatures that live in the ocean, it's the same for them.
Yeah. So
what are we talking about here then, guys?
We're talking about the Earth.
We're talking about why does the pressure goes down when we go up in altitude?
Hey, can we?
Because God meant it that way.
Oh, hold on, guys. No, that's not an answer. I rebuke that answer. Welcome to the
It's already starting.
Thank you, Mike.
Jesus.
I hope you heard me, and I hope you're feeling better, bro.
Yeah, I am.
They're already going
I'm
crazy.
still a little weak, not completely.
I mean, they are 24/7, but jeez.
I'm mostly better, and thanks. There was a lot of well wishes from this server, and I did appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys too. Yeah.
Hey, just because we're on different sides don't mean we don't have a love of humanity.
No. Yeah. So, yeah, I did appreciate it. I got a lot of individual DMs from a lot of the flat earthers here. Shane passed on a message from Demok, which oh no, that wasn't Shane. Sorry, that was MC Toon passed on a message from Demok saying
Demok hates me at the moment.
Oh, he's a big teddy bear.
Yeah. Demok comes to MC Toon and said, "Oh, can you tell FTFE I wish him well?" And I was like, "What? Demok said that? Okay, thank you." You know?
Did he swear while he said it?
Possibly, but MC Toon didn't put. You know, he just said the nice bits.
If I say a swear word, I'm a bad guy.
No, I'm sure D-Mock said, I hope he fucking gets better, man. That's fucked up.
May I just finish this conversation, and then I will mute forever if you want.
No. I think this topic
where's the dome then? If pressure goes up...
You didn't hear the no, probably, I'm guessing.
Stop.
He just said, hold on.
Him there.
See, I'm the bad guy. But this motherfucker, after all of that conversation, said, "Where's the dome?" What the fuck are we supposed to do with that nonsense?
Well, I mean, it is.
Answer the question, maybe.
Listen, or Alibaba or whatever. Not all
because I'm
flat
all baby,
earthers.
whatever that means.
Not all flat earthers believe in the globe. Stop reading that shit they say we are on Google and come in here and talk to people and ask them what they actually believe before you assume you know what we think. Please.
So is there a dome or not?
Did you mean dome or globe?
Yeah, I heard globe, but I think it was.
Yeah, I think you meant
do you pay attention? I answered that at the premise of my statement. Not all flat earthers believe in the dome, and no, I'm not a dome earther.
Okay, so what's above then? What is keeping the air pressure then? If you said that you need a container for that, where is that container? Where's the lid?
Oh God! Here we go, round.
So, what is the?
It is a good question. So, nobody has evidence of. So we don't really have evidence of a dome, but the criteria or what we experience requires containment.
Yeah, but where is it? Why does every container require a lid?
Does he not listen?
I mean, this is typically the time where we give FTFE the floor and the Glovers kind of take a backseat, dude.
That is correct. I will mute. I'm sorry. I'll mute.
Nobody's got evidence of a globe, or a dome.
Stop saying globe, dude. It's so confusing. None of us believe in a globe.
You invited me in here and say, "Hey, do I want to talk to FTFE?"
Yeah,
are you here? Are you here, Charles?
Craig.
Where the fuck?
It's Craig.
Craig. I knew it started with a C.
Yes, that's me.
As if I give a shit about.
He's a skeptic.
Oh Lord.
How you doing?
Okay.
The skeptic spends most of his time over at 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm fully banned from there, so it's nice to talk to someone from there.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'll come over here. Well, and anyway, do what
Secret delivery, value of money.
Well, excuse me. The question that was being posed as I came in here is quite an interesting one. Is what causes the pressure gradient?
Bridge.
What is the physical mechanism making that happen?
Claiming a stay.
All right. So the question initially, what causes?
Okay, there's
in the
3.
general idea. How about you answer the question first? What is the cause of the pressure gradient in the globe idea?
Gravity.
How about you answer that?
Gravity, a force that is proportional to the product of two or
Talk
more
to the
masses,
guy near
and
the
inversely
principal's
proportional to the square root of the
portal.
between them. Creates an attractive force between all masses, and the air is made of mass that is attracted to the ground. And the fact that the further away you get, the lower the gravitational force that's created is why there's a pressure gradient. It's very easy to understand. If there's something pulling down, it makes a gradient of pressure.
So, down, what do you mean by down?
If we're talking about the globe, towards the center of the Earth.
Oh, toward the center of what Earth? Like in the...
Of the globe Earth.
Of the globe Earth. The essential globe Earth that we've all been taught, as young children. The solar system. Right.
Yeah, the Earth, the thing here that I'm holding in my hand, obviously much bigger. Down is towards the center of it. Up is away from the center of it. That's the way to define up and down. So that's why the fact that there is a pressure gradient that that gets lower as you move away from the center of the Earth shows that there is an acceleration being applied that's creating a force. That's the explanation for it.
So the density of the masses of the gases determines the layers of where you would experience the it's like when you go climb Mount Everest, you can't breathe anymore because there's less oxygen.
Well, there's less air in general, but the mixture of gases is the same at the summit of Everest as it is at the base of Everest. The only difference is that there's a much lower pressure. In fact, there's a much lower pressure, so much so that there's a greater difference in pressure between the base and the summit of Everest than there is the summit of Everest and what we consider the edge of space.
Because gravity determines that.
Yes. Gravity is
wow,
what gives
man.
a vector to the masses.
We need to find out who this gravity guy is. I have no idea.
I've got him on speed dial, actually.
You do?
Yeah, he goes by Fred in general.
Can you share that with everyone?
Sandwich. No, he said not to share his number. But no, gravity is just an empirical thing that exists in the universe. We can measure it, we can test it, we can predict with it. It's involved in.
Who's the we? You're gonna have to start sharing the we.
Well,
people
me specifically, as an ex-Royal Navy submariner, I used gravity to make sure that the submarine didn't crash into underwater mountains. That's quite a good way of showing that gravity works. Got a good friend of mine.
Underwater mountains.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Mountains underwater is quite self-explanatory, really.
Right, because we know what sea level is. Underwater mountains are land under sea, and then mountains above sea are mountains.
Yeah, that's
okay. Then what the fuck are you talking about?
Underwater mountains.
Big ass mountains of rock under the ground, under the sea. The submarine has no other way of seeing.
God.
Under the sea.
Jesus Christ,
Gravity
he's never heard of underwater
isn't,
mountains.
Correct on the universal scale at all. Though.
Hey, Gamma, you're not allowed to be involved in this conversation until you admit you're wrong.
It was off by 99%.
Yeah, Gamma, sorry, you're not allowed to be involved in this conversation until you admit you're wrong about the things
I'm
that
gonna
you lied to
defer
me.
if that's with
So that's how this is going with it. Gamma, sorry, you are not allowed to be involved in this conversation until you admit you're wrong about length contraction, etc., and admit you lied about your X-ray. So, unless you're willing to do that, just stay muted. Thank you very much.
Who says he's wrong?
1933.
Excuse me, Gamma. I've told you you're not involved in this conversation unless you admit you are wrong about the things that we've been talking about and that you.
Fuck!
If
Stop
you
it!
cannot do that, I expect you to stay muted. Thank you very much.
We need to get you one of the I don't want to talk to Witsit hats, huh, Craig? I didn't know that was a
No,
stipulation.
I'm absolutely willing to talk to him once he mans up and admits that he's wrong. But until then, he can stay muted whilst I'm here. He's not allowed to talk.
Just let it be though. It's hilarious.
Gamma, excuse me, Gamma, you're not allowed to talk.
Am I scary?
No, no one's scary, but Gamma doesn't get to talk until he displays some intellectual honesty.
Dave sells merch that says, I don't want to
Excuse me, Gamma, you're not allowed to talk. Which part of that don't you understand? Right, I'm going to make it clear. I am invited here. This is the panel that I am having. Gamma, you are not allowed to be a part of it until you admit you are wrong and that you lied. If you can't do those things, then you will stay muted. Is that clear?
Well, Craig, it's you versus the whole. It's you versus the server, and
yeah,
you know, this is part of the server. I didn't know that you were disqualifying people.
No, until he displays intellectual honesty, he is not allowed to be involved in a conversation with me. It's simple as that.
Really?
Yeah. So Gamma, you will stay muted. You will stay muted until I receive an email with those things. Okay. Right. I'm currently having a conversation with this other guy.
He's disqualified.
Yeah. I am saying right now that Gamma is not allowed to talk to me until he admits he is wrong.
Until you are honest, intellectually honest.
No, I've been intellectually honest. That's fine. I've been intellectually honest. That's absolutely fine. This is
FTFE. Why are you afraid to
Look
talk
in
to
general chat.
No one's afraid to talk to him. But right now, I am talking to this gentleman. So if we can go back to me talking to Helio Skeptic, jumping in, that'd be fantastic. Where do we get to Helio Skeptic?
Like he's gonna, so he's got me muted.
Gamma,
I'm sure, for his live
shush
stream.
now, please?
So it doesn't.
No,
matter,
I don't
right?
have you
Like,
muted. Everyone can hear you. Stop lying like you do all the time. I
I
told
just
you
said
you
I'm
are
sure.
not
I
allowed
said I
to be
didn't know.
involved.
Where do
in
I
this
go?
conversation.
Back.
Get that from your head.
You're not calling him a liar.
No need to
You're a
get.
liar.
Oh.
No, he
Honestly,
literally lied.
honestly,
So
if
he's
I was
not
a
allowed to be
Glover,
involved in this conversation.
I would be
Simple as that.
terrified of Witsit.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
anyway,
let's go, Dean.
Helio
Let's go,
Skeptic,
Dean.
where do we get to?
Okay, real quick, this goes for everybody in the room. If someone's already talking, don't speak, please. That's it.
Thank you. Helio Skeptic, where do we get to, bud?
Yeah, no.
Gleam was saying.
I don't even
no,
want to
I'm
talk
talking
to
to Helio
you.
Skeptic right now. Can
think
the
you're
others
a piece
keep
of
shut?
shit, and I
Thank
don't
you.
want to talk to you.
Okay, then you can leave. That's fine.
Well, then fuck you.
Bye then.
Anyway,
Okay.
I mean, thanks Shane for inviting me, but I'm just
I didn't-
Well, I was
I
having a
didn't think you would
conversation with
last
you,
very
and other
long,
people
to be
decided to butt
honest.
in.
1933 discovered that the relativistic.
Gamma, you're not
prediction
allowed
of
to talk.
distribution of
I've said you're not allowed to be part of this conversation. Which get that through your thick head. Well, once you admit you are wrong and that you lied to me, you get to be involved in a conversation with me.
Well, hold
Until
on,
then,
Craig. What do you think he lied to you about specifically?
He
first
lied
of
to
all?
me about the expert that he said agreeing with him. Specifically, the
J.
expert
Ace.
did not agree with him. Yes.
The J Ace person. So we're lying
Yes.
about J Ace. Now J Ace was here with a lot of witnesses saying stuff that I heard Witsit say to you, and then denying it when he talked to you in your DMs, which is what I called him out about. I was like, J Ace, why do you say different things depending on who you're talking to?
He hasn't said different things until he specifically.
And then J.H. said, well,
But anyway,
J.H.
Gamma
said, well,
is
I
not
just
allowed
say
to be
to
involved in a
appease
conversation
Witsit.
until he admits he lied and that he is wrong. Simple
I
as
didn't
that.
lie. J.H. said
Yes,
that
you
he
did
just
lie.
said things. Well, then why are you afraid to let me say something? So
Because
J.H.
I've
said-
told you, Gam, that you don't understand words. You are not allowed to be involved in a conversation until you admit you're wrong and that you lied.
But J.H.
Simple as
actually
that.
ended up admitting that he just
It's
said
like
things
telling a grown man he's grounded.
basically said that he just said certain things to appease Witsit, right? Like, so basically he was saying that he agreed with me and I didn't lie, but that he didn't really mean it. That's what he said. So
No,
and
he
then
didn't say that at all. He specifically said that he never agreed with you about length contractions.
We
and stuff,
read it,
so.
Craig. Stop
Well,
lying.
yeah, we have the screenshot, right?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
have
and
it.
where he specifically said that he
Hey,
you
can we get this guy in here?
sometimes agrees. Yeah, you can get Jason in here. Jason
Yeah,
is welcome
yeah.
to come in and defend his position.
Someone goes
yeah,
at him.
you know,
Yeah, he can talk to me.
Yeah.
If Witsit isn't allowed to talk, what's up?
yeah. So like J.H. did objectively in an entire room of people say, yeah, what Witsit's saying is correct, and he actually corrected Zanuck and other Glovers, saying that he agreed with me when I defined and explained length contraction from a relativistic heliocentric perspective. Like that's objectively what happened.
No, he wouldn't have, because what you say about that is wrong. Simple as that.
Only if you strawman me, which you've been doing
No, I
for
don't
weeks.
ever strawman you.
Yeah. So when I
No,
say
I don't strawman you. In fact, I could steel man your position right now. It's fine.
I don't know how you guys say relative to the observer, and then you don't realize it's only relative to the observer.
Like, so you will, if you were attempting to stillman me right now,
okay,
you will
so
100% strawman me, right? Because what
No,
you
I
would
wouldn't.
say is, you would say that I claim there's an absolute and that you suffer from contraction just on the Earth by itself, when I clearly state, no, according to relativity, all motion's relative. You can't claim anything's even in motion unless you compare it to a different reference frame, because all motion's relative. Length contraction is relative to motion, which means in order to claim length contraction and relativity, you have to claim two different reference frames in relation to one another.
Yeah, I've never said that.
Yeah, you have. You've objectively said that I claim that just
No,
on
I've
the Earth
never
isn't-
said that.
Yes, you have. You said
No.
that I claim as it.
No, I've never said
Is
that.
it-
You want to lie? That's fine. You're good at that.
Okay, so what I was explaining, and that Jace agreed with, of course, was that
Get Jace
that
in here, right? You don't get to claim what Jace said unless Jace gets in here. I've got the screenshot from him that says that
You
he
don't
did
either.
not agree with you. Simple as that. All right? You
You
don't
don't
get
either.
to put words in his mouth.
Well, I didn't lie. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
you did lie.
And-
He literally told me that you lied.
Let's get his ass in here.
Hearsay lying now.
Yeah, seriously lying. Like, he misrepresents what I said to Jace, and then Jace goes on to try to appease
I didn't say anything
FTFE.
to Jace, so you just lied
Yeah,
again.
you did.
No, I did not. Jace contacted me, actually.
He's got a javelin, a shield, a sword. He's got all kinds of shit, that white knight.
Yeah,
Yeah, so anyway,
Jace contacted
dude,
me.
listen, I don't lie.
I didn't
I don't
contact
lie.
Jace. Jace contacted me, explaining how you lied.
Cool.
So
Cool. Listen carefully, okay? I don't
No,
lie.
I don't want to listen.
And
You're fine.
listen carefully. In the screenshots you
No,
have, he
it's
says,
fine.
"I agree with Witsit sometimes just to move the conversation on."
Yeah, but
That's
then
what
he
he says
specifically
in
said
his
he's never
own
agreed with you about
screenshot.
length contraction.
Hey, listen,
yeah.
guys. How about we cover this he said, she said bullshit when that dude gets here?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
there you
thing.
go.
This is
I'm
what
agreeable
Gamma
with
does.
that.
Gamma comes in and just tries to throw work.
We're not in high
instead of
school.
having a conversation because that's what Gamma likes to do.
Want to step forward?
So
Does somebody want to step forward or glean? Maybe.
Talk about the Earth.
Like the flat Earth. Okay with that?
So, like I was saying, when I came here today, it was specifically for flat earthers to present me evidence that the Earth is flat. So, do any of the flat earthers here have specific evidence that shows that the Earth is flat that we can discuss?
He's scared of Gleam.
Yes. Again,
No,
I came here
no, it's
specifically
okay.
for this. You can ask Shane because this is what was agreed for the show that was supposed to be on Monday before I had to go to hospital. That the reason I am here today, specifically, is for flat earthers to give me evidence that the Earth is flat that we can discuss. So, again, do any of the flat earthers in this room have evidence specifically that shows the Earth is flat? Or non-moving?
I
That
know
would be
about that,
fantastic.
and I didn't tell anyone else about that. Sorry, kind of dropped the ball.
Ah, well, yeah.
will
I
say
did.
though-
I did say it myself in the previous stream here. The next time I come, that is what I, and everyone was like, okay, that'll be the plan for next time. So, yeah, I'm assuming as there is a bunch of flat earthers here, that some of you would have evidence specifically for flat Earth that we can discuss.
Nope,
Can I just make us?
What if they have evidence against the globe? Is that permissible?
No.
I would like evidence for the
he's
flat
asking for the
Earth.
Earth.
Yeah, I would
Can I
like
just make a
evidence
statement though,
specifically
Craig?
for the flat Earth. You
Can I
can
make
say
a
whatever you
statement?
like then, yes.
I'm gonna bow out. I'm gonna bow out because you're asking that specific question. You know, I've not got that evidence. But I will say that you did invite me to a debate meet. On
Yeah,
Monday.
not specific for this one. If you want a one-on-one, we can absolutely arrange that. All right. Sound good?
So I've wasted my time. So I've wasted my time.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't
No, it's
specifically
okay,
invite
it's
you here
okay.
for this one, but I 100% Glee,
it's okay.
I would
I'll
like
bow
to.
out. I'll bow out.
But how about before you bow out, we agree that we arrange a one-on-one?
On your channel.
Well, in this format with Shane hosting it here and I stream it.
We'll
you can stream whatever you
discuss
like.
something. Let's say I'm not going to commit to that because we've already had 3 debates, Craig. It's like
Well, we've never really had like a proper 1v1 about the specifics after I've spent months studying it specifically, and I would like to pick up that conversation with you. And like I said, it doesn't have to be specific on my channel. We do it in this format with Shane hosting it here, even with other people in the room. But if you would like to, but today, the reason I'm here today is specifically because I would like to talk about evidence that flat earthers present. So,
Cool. No, I've got no problem with that, and I don't wanna start bringing in something completely different to that. No problems.
All plane survey data ever.
Incorrect.
Hold on, I have a question. For, before we get started, so you want us to help you reverse the burden of proof?
No, I'm asking you to present me evidence that the Earth is flat. That is it.
Right. So that the Earth itself does so. If anyone wants to go check that, so now it's those claiming against the flat Earth reality that have the burden of proof. You can ask us all day, but we just go out and just take a fucking measurement of any part of the world. We can do that for you.
Yeah.
We've done it.
Again, do you have evidence of the Earth being flat, or are you just going to say things?
Plane survey measurements. He just said that we can make measurements.
Yeah, plane survey measurements don't show that the Earth is flat.
They literally do.
Geodetic
Don't they?
measurements around the world show that the Earth
That's
is
just
flat.
because
There's lots of them all of the time.
I've
The fact that plumb bobs diverge as proven
Red herring
recently
fallacy.
shows that, you know,
That's just because you say so, kiddo. I mean, come on.
yeah, no fallacies were put there with Gamma.
That's a red herring fallacy. So if
No,
I
it's
say
not a
plane
red herring
survey
fallacy at all,
data-
Gamma, it's not red herring fallacy at all. If I say that plumb bobs diverge, that is evidence that there is not
But
measurements
they
that show
don't
the Earth is
actually
flat. Not a red
until
herring
you
fallacy.
add in
Do not do that
correction.
fucking nonsense. Again,
So
is there
when I
any
say-
specific
Well,
evidence with
And-
data to
listen,
back it up
the
that any
truth
flat
is-
earther here can present instead of just
They
saying
only-
things?
FTFE,
They
when
only-
you say that proves that there's no
They
flat
only
Earth,
diverge when you add corrections for globe mass.
No, they
I'm
literally
tired of- I'm
diverge.
tired of hearing that crap.
Wait,
No,
how
they
else
don't
are we gonna
reality.
Yeah,
tell
they
you about it,
literally do.
How else
It's
are we
been
gonna
measured.
tell you about
But
it if we don't use our words?
once again,
Well,
is there
well,
anybody
actually-
here that has specific evidence for the flat
You-
Earth that we can
Sphericity
discuss?
has never been
How else
measured.
are we gonna present it
It's
to you if we
only
don't use
ever
our
been
words?
calculated.
The real question
How-
is there any evidence that
No,
will
hold
ever
on.
be sufficient enough for
Listen,
Pilot
he's
Earth
being,
to accept?
listen, he's being obtuse, guys. Hang on. How are we going to present it to you unless we use our words, sir?
Without just saying things, I would like, instead of just saying something like, oh,
I don't
well,
understand.
measurements are
You
flat,
have to
present
say
the
things
measurements
to
to
say
me.
it.
You would like me to explain the answer, then you need to shut the fuck up.
How do I use my words without saying shit, sir? Or
Maybe
vice
listen
versa?
to what I'm going to say as a response, and you will hear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Okay, tell me
Instead
how
of...
to tell you
No,
about
no,
the
no, you're
virus
still
is
talking,
possible
you're still
with
talking.
my
It's
words.
very hard for me to respond when you won't shut the fuck up.
dude, toxicity level.
You're allowed
Yeah,
to
yeah.
speak.
The fact that people watch
So,
you and cheer you on is hilarious.
Go ahead.
Be quiet, Gamma.
You're allowed to speak.
Yeah, so
You're
do you,
allowed
do you want me to respond, or are you just going to keep talking?
You're the one that just keeps
Right,
talking.
Gamma, shh, I'm talking to this person.
Let's go.
It's really weird that he calls him a gamma while he perceives to be a gamma.
Well,
No,
he's just
Witz
tired
is
of Witz at
literally
that point,
a
right?
Gamma. So
Fine.
no,
that's the
he
thing.
literally isn't.
I don't
Yeah,
care
no,
how
he is
effeminate
the
the program
Gamma
is.
of the Gamma.
I don't care
Anyway,
how effeminate you are.
so
How do we know that you're coming here in good faith, sir?
I'm here to look at evidence for the flat Earth and discuss it.
Okay,
That's
so
it.
plane surveys are basically needed for proper economical and accurate planning of all engineering
Can I
projects.
see
and their
data
practical
that
significance.
backs up your claim?
Yeah, I'm trying to say it, and you keep interrupting like an
No,
incessant
no,
child.
not saying things. Please present the data.
Okay, sure. All engineering projects use plane survey data. If you don't know
No,
that,
you're just
maybe you
saying
should
things.
not
Please
channel-
present the
hey,
data.
maybe you shouldn't
So we
title
cite
the
the
name of your
corpus of-
channel.
You're just
Plane
saying
survey.
things. You're making claims. Now present the evidence to back up your claim.
Well, you
Okay,
denying.
so I'll just link all kinds of plane surveys.
I'll cite this
Your
horse.
plane surveys
Yeah.
do not determine the
The
curvature of the Earth.
corpus of planar survey data. There's
Planar
the
surveys do
citation.
not
Dude.
determine the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, and this is why I explained it's a red herring.
That's
fallacy.
right. No,
Right,
no,
because-
you're right. It doesn't.
No.
It doesn't.
But
detect
geodetic surveys
curvature.
do,
So you
quite
have to-
easily.
You have to correct for that, and there's equations that you have to use to do that.
So, like, whenever he asked for evidence of flat, and then we bring up plane surveys, his response was geodetic surveying, which is a textbook red herring fallacy. He
Not
asked
a
for
red herring
measurements of
fallacy.
flat.
He
He
debunks
asked for
you.
measurements of
Stop
flat.
going
Can you
about
stop
fallacies, Gamma,
interrupting?
and just present evidence.
So he asked for measurements of flat, and
Show
when we
me the
start to bring
data.
them, he says,
Show me the data,
that's
Gamma.
not that's not measurement
Gamma,
of curve.
show me the data. Where's the data? Show me the actual data.
Go
Put it
away.
up. Go on.
You
So-
always
so
just say wrong. That's
Can you
all
calm
he
down,
says.
please?
What,
like, when you
show
ask
me,
for
show
measurements
me the data, Gamma. Don't keep
To
talking.
find
Just show
curvature,
me the
you have to
data.
correct for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a data
Add
man,
in
so I've just
curve
posted it in general.
God,
It's
looks like the
uh,
worst person ever.
it's Scotland's plane surveying. It's
Yes, again, planar surveying does not determine the sphericity of the
You don't
Earth.
want to listen all that for your audience.
Yeah, it's not
You really don't.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
he doesn't
there's-
want anyone
so
to hear us
presenting
talk this
data-
out, right? I guess. So
Presenting
whenever you ask
data,
us for
wait,
evidence,
I'm talking right now. I'm talking right now.
He's going to imply it
I'm talking right
references the
now.
data.
Yeah,
When
so
you start, literally that shit don't bug me. I don't care. I'll just keep on talking. You're just going to imply that it references the data it doesn't reference when we use known locations and known landmarks.
Okay, so every single planar surveying references a geoid. Simple as
No.
that.
So
yes.
No.
Yeah,
No,
they
so
all
this is
reference
the
a
point.
geoid.
So we use plane survey data where we assume that the Earth is flat.
And what are they referenced to?
And can you please stop interrupting every time?
Answer the question.
Ask
What are they
for
referenced to?
evidence can you please stop interrupting? You asked.
Answer the question. What are they referenced to?
Can you please stop?
Answer the question. What are they referenced to?
I wonder if your channel thinks you're not afraid to debate.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question, but you're afraid to answer.
Well, you
What are
wouldn't.
they
You wouldn't
referenced to?
constantly interrupt. You wouldn't have
I'm
to
asking you a
constantly shut
question,
down.
but you're afraid to answer. What are they referenced
No,
to?
I'm trying to make the same sentence.
No, it's a simple question. What are they referenced to? No, they're referenced to a
Like
geoid.
at my location, it's City Hall. Everything's in reference to City Hall in
No,
distance.
they will literally say the
No,
the
yeah,
reference
I
of
know.
what it's to,
I
and
know
it's
my
to a
township
geoid.
standard.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Look in the chat there. They've done a plane survey, and it's just a very small area, but it's linked to plane tables.
Yeah,
and it's
but
all
actually planar surveying, when you do it over
if I'm
areas,
surveying your
have a
land,
reference to a
the
geoid.
known landmark is your home, your house.
Can I just say this statement? Maybe like okay, so you asked for
So you want to
evidence
answer,
that the Earth. Stop, man! You asked for evidence that the Earth is flat, and then I brought up plane survey data because that's actual measurements on the Earth that the Earth is
Yeah.
flat, and then your
And I
response
debunked that
was
already.
your response was those don't show the curvature, those don't show the sphericity. That's not geodetic
Yes, Gamma.
surveying. Like
Yeah,
that is
Gamma, that's
such
right.
a remedial.
You want to talk like that? That's fine, Gamma. You can now shut up and let me respond. Planar surveying does not determine the sphericity of the Earth. It does not take that into account. They are referenced to something.
Point.
They
Yeah,
are
so,
referenced. So you don't get to complain about me interrupting when you do it just as much, Gamma. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah.
So whenever you ask
again,
us for-
I'm still talking, Gamma. Thank you. So when you actually have any plane surveyor, they will show what they're referenced to. They have a number like WGS47 or something, and that is what they're referenced to, and that usually shows a geoid. Well, will always.
That's
show a
just
geoid.
not
the
true.
references are to a geoid.
Okay,
That's just not true.
So whenever you ask for physical measurements of the Earth being flat, we show you that we make plane survey data measurements, and your response is those plane survey measurements don't show sphericity.
They're
Don't
not.
have
They're
to
not
do with
supposed
sphericity.
to show severity. They are not They're not designed to do that. That is not what they show. You could not use planar surveying to determine if the surface of the Earth is spherical because that's not what it is for.
But you
Okay,
said
so
that
what you're
every
saying is the
measurement
Earth is a sphere, but that for 100
Like-
square
yeah,
miles,
like
we can
geodetic
measure the
surveying
sphere.
shows,
Can you
yes.
please stop interrupting?
No,
So
I
what you're
won't.
saying
You
is
can
that the Earth is a sphere, just to clarify for the room here, you're saying the Earth is a sphere, but we can use plane survey measurements up to 100 square miles, and even though the Earth's a sphere, we can treat it like it's flat to measure for those distances.
Okay, so again, plane surveying is not measuring the Earth like geodetic. It is for.
You can't answer the
small
question.
build-
Can't
I
answer the
literally just answered the question. If you want to shut up,
You didn't.
Gamma, maybe you get there.
You literally didn't.
Well, maybe if you not interrupted, like the Gamma that you are, then you would have heard the answer. But no, you're too scared to actually hear the answer.
So
aren't
are you
Gamma?
claiming that the Earth is a sphere, but when we do plane survey measurement, like this is crazy. I even think
Gamma,
it's
Gamma, shut the fuck
Yeah.
up. No one's freaking out here apart from you, Gamma.
Listen, dude. Yeah, chill out with the game
it's
and
fine.
shit.
No, I won't.
try
He is
that
Gamma.
friendly.
He spent his
Friendly.
entire YouTube career calling people Gamma, so now I will only ever refer to him as Gamma.
I thought it was just that one guy on the street that one time. No, it's everyone. It could be
Define
everyone.
Gamma, SPFE.
Oh, he doesn't know.
What was that
But,
last
like,
one?
What's a gamma?
It's what Wits it is.
Nobody gives a shit, to
Nope.
be honest.
You're not getting off the hook. What is it?
It's what Wits it is.
Explain it.
Google
Wits
it.
is.
quick, and-
Yeah,
read it.
it's what Witsit calls everyone all the time, and it's what I'm calling Witsit.
Define
Simple
it.
as that.
Define it. Define
I
it.
don't want to.
Oh, good. Do it.
Well, I know you are, but what am I? How about that? If everybody wants to be child.
Well, no, you missed the entire point. Witsit spent his entire YouTube career calling people Gamma, so that's now the only thing I will call him. Simple as that.
Let's just move on.
Did your parents ever tell you
The
too
Lorentz
long
factor,
don't
by
make
the
a
way.
right?
Yeah, it is. It's the Lorentz factor, which is hilarious and ironic. But so, like, what I'm trying to point out is I gave you an alley-oop, right? Because the globe Earth's position, objectively, the globe Earth's position is, yeah, we can use plane survey up to 100 square miles. But the Earth is actually a sphere. It can just be treated as locally flat up to that distance because it's not enough of a change to really matter for our measurements. So we can measure the Earth as if it's flat or up to 100 square miles for engineering projects, even though it's actually a sphere. That is your actual position.
No.
Yes.
Plane
Okay, so when I'm
surveying-
reading it off the government's website, that the actual surveys that the governments do, they're lying about what they do.
No, I'm just saying that that's not my position, and you're not using my words. That might be what that says, but you want to use my words. But
That's what the globe model's position has to be,
yeah,
though.
And as I've said many times, plane surveying is not what you use to determine if the Earth is a sphere. You use large-scale measurements. No, I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Gamma. I'm still talking. When you do large-scale measurements, you find out that there is spherical excess, and that's not just calculated in. It's what you find when you actually do the measurements.
He asked us to determine that the Earth was flat, to show us how we determine the Earth is flat, and then when we show him some of the evidence, his response is, that doesn't determine the Earth is a sphere.
Because it's not designed to determine if the Earth is a sphere. That's not what planar surveying is for. That's what geodetic surveying is for.
Right, you said, is there anyone who has flat Earth evidence? Witsit threw out planar surveying. We
Which
went into
isn't flat
planar
Earth
surveying,
evidence, yeah.
which shows that it measures flat up to 100 miles, and you're saying it doesn't prove the curve. That's what Witsit keeps saying. It's just
Holy
like talking
shit.
past each other at this point.
Stupidest response
And
I've
it's the
ever
thing,
heard.
putting out planar surveying is not evidence that the Earth is flat, because that's not
Well,
what
it's
it's
not
like.
evidence
You
that it's a
couldn't
sphere, is it?
No, but geodetic surveying is.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't use planar surveying as evidence because it's reference to something else.
Yeah, but
In the
would.
case of planar surveying, it's reference to a geoid. But
Well, this is
geodetic
reality, right?
surveying,
So when we go-
and once again,
Yeah,
you
well, that's-
interrupt Gamma.
that's
So
not always
geodetic
true.
surveying, large-scale measurements across entire continents show that the Earth is curved. So when I asked for evidence of the Earth being flat, planar surveying is not that because it couldn't determine it either way.
Okay, so we don't make measurements across the entire Earth ever, even with geodetic
I never said
surveying.
that. I
Nor
said
do we do
continent.
entire continents. That's the stupidest comment I've heard all day, other than the one you
the,
said before that. So
The
yes,
fact that they
calm
did it
down,
across
buddy,
entire
calm down, buddy,
continents
calm
very
down.
much disagrees with you.
I'm down.
They actually take planar survey and add in spherical math.
That's
No, they
right.
don't. That's
That's
incorrect.
Yeah, actually, yes, they do.
No,
You
what
use
they
it-
find is that they do the measurements and they find triangles that
you
have
use the
angles
same
greater than
equations when
180.
you say that plums deviate or verticals deviate. You use the same equations. I don't think you're experiencing surveys, sir.
If you actually looked at the data, the reciprocal zenith angles
what's
that
the
they say
equation?
they measure doesn't ever match the
you don't
globe
even-
prediction. So
Okay.
I bet
So,
you don't even know what the
again,
equations
so
I'm talking about.
When I ask for evidence of the Earth being flat, it would be something like if we did a geodetic survey and we found no spherical excess, that would be evidence that the Earth was flat, right? But that's not what we find. When we do geodetic surveying, we find that there is spherical excess. It's not added in, it's not calculated, it's just there. You find that the angles of the triangles are all greater than 180, which could only be possible on a curved surface. It's
well,
as simple
that's
as
your
that.
that's your claim of exclusivity. We know your script. It's like a 100 IQ script. You know, everyone can repeat it. But the
All right,
truth
Gamma,
is
whatever.
that stop interrupting, please. So the truth
No,
is
Gamma.
that when we look, stop interrupting.
No,
so when we
Gamma.
look at the geodetic surveying, right? In reality, if you're claiming that they veer off of the vertical plumb lines because the Earth is sphering, meaning or is a sphere, that means that the Earth is physically curving, and then the plumb line's curving back with the Earth physically, and that's why it's over 180 degrees. But it doesn't ever actually match the globe prediction.
Yeah,
It moves around. The reciprocal zenith angles change throughout the day and the day to day. They constantly
you got any
change, which
evidence
shows.
of
Yeah. All of the measurements ever, even when I debated main surveyor, the geodetic
one.
surveyor, who admitted that they change.
Present it then.
Okay, so you're saying geodetic surveying proves there's a globe, but in reality they change. And what they do is they try to find out an average of the reciprocal zenith angles, and then they compare it to the geoid model to try to get it close enough. So what it boils down to is the globe claims, oh well, yeah, it
That
doesn't
is not
actually
how
perfectly
geodetic
match.
surveying is done in the
Doesn't
slightest.
actually perfectly match the globe prediction, but it would
Geodetic
be
surveying
perfectly
matches it
parallel.
perfectly. You can add up all the data
You're-
points that are received on.
I think you're afraid to let it be heard because you're a bot.
Yeah, whatever, Gamma.
You're a bot. So
Yeah,
like,
okay, whatever you say, Gamma.
okay. So the truth is that when we do real life engineering projects, right, up to 100 square miles, we use plane survey data. That's like how we have real life practical use case. Okay. So that is physical empirical evidence.
I have no idea what this person is saying. His microphone is terrible.
Sounds like you're in your car underwater, man.
That is physical empirical evidence, right, that the Earth is in fact a plane because we measure it to be a plane and we use those
It's
baselines
assumed,
to
not
build things in the real world.
So in planar, you make the assumption that there is a flat plane. You don't measure it flat. That's not. Maybe you don't know what planar surveying is, but geodetic surveying, which is what you do across entire continents. Even if you say you don't, I could literally present the measurements across entire continents.
Do it.
Let me get it up from Tomb.net.
Yeah, what they do is they do like 100 miles or 200 miles at a time. They don't do an entire continent. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard because it's an optical measurement, so it's actually not a physical measurement.
Of course,
it's optical reciprocal
You do the
zenith
entire
angles.
continent bit by bit. That's how you do measurements.
Okay, so we do the entire continent bit by bit with plane survey data. Then we take that plane
And when you
survey
take
data.
up the entire, when you add all the data together for the entire continent, you find that it is spherical.
No, only whenever you then do an additional type of surveying called geodetic surveying. So you take the plane survey
geodetic
data.
surveying. That's what I'm saying.
Take the plane
when you
survey
do
data.
geodetic
Then
surveying, you find that it is spherical.
Oh my God.
Because
You
there
take the
is
plane-
spherical excess.
you take the plane survey data, then you put
No,
it
you
together.
don't take the plane survey data.
Yes,
That's
you do.
Not how
That's how
geodetic
you.
surveying works.
Yes.
Geodetic
you-
surveying
you-
is done differently.
I have no idea what I'm supposed
How
to
do you
do.
think those spherical triangles get access without spherical math? In
Say that
planar
again?
math, there will be. Well, spherical access is
Sorry,
where the
I didn't
triangles
hear
are.
what you said. That's why I asked you to say it again. I apologize.
I was trying to when you interrupted me. So
No,
spherical
I
access.
generally didn't hear what you said, so I just wanted to.
I'm gonna mute you, dude. One more time and I'll mute
Does
you.
it
I'm
show
not
purpose too? So annoying.
I was being serious. I'm sorry. I didn't.
No,
hear
you
what
weren't.
said,
You
so-
do it every single time.
No, I was being serious with Mike. I didn't hear what you said. I wanted to hear what
Dude.
you said.
And then
His audio is actually
Can
super
you hear me now?
That's the funny part.
Yeah, so it's when everyone else talks, it's you go quiet, Mike. That's the problem. When someone else talks, it's like it cancels you out, and that's why I didn't hear what you said. I was being genuine with that. I didn't hear what you said, so I wanted you to.
We all
repeat
heard it. We all heard it.
Well, I didn't. That's why I'm asking him to say it again. I'm being serious.
Hey, guys, relax. I didn't even hear it either.
Yeah.
Like, I'm genuinely just asking him to repeat what he said because I didn't hear it.
Spherical access is only observed when you make that triangle into a spherical triangle. In planar survey, it's not a spherical triangle; it's just a triangle. The access is the fact that you assume it's a sphere, you add spherical math, and then you have access. Because this is a curved triangle on trying to project a flat surface.
No, you measure a triangle and then you
Talk to the guy in blue armor near the shop.
measure that triangle.
Hey, dude, are you kidding me? This
up to more than
this
180, and that's what spherical
is not near the shops. Are you kidding me?
Without correction.
Holy crap!
Right?
I know,
When
but
you
it's
measure
not
that
true in
triangle,
reality. You have to use corrective equations.
no, there's no corrective equations. All you do
There
is you
is.
measure the triangle, and then you see what the angles in that triangle add up to. If it is more than 180, then that is spherical excess, and that's what you find on large-scale measurements. There is always spherical excess, and the only way that can be the case is if we're on a spherical surface.
That's your claim.
It's not a claim, it's a fact. The only way you can have spherical excess in massive measurements of triangles is if they're on a spherical surface.
That's incorrect. So, because what we see is if it was actually a physical effect, meaning that the Earth is physically curving, so we get the spherical excess, then it would be consistent every single time we take the measurement. It would be the same, and it would be specific to the radius and the distance away. Every single time it would be exact because it's a physical effect. It's not what the measurements show, though. It's an optical observation, and it fluctuates. That's what we actually see. So what the globe then claims is, well, yeah, it fluctuates and we have atmospheric optical effects, but it would be perfectly parallel if the Earth was flat. Thanks for playing.
That's an excellent point.
Okay, so the fact that it's optical is something they take into account. They understand how to account for refractive stuff, but it's not flat. When they measure it, they find that there is spherical excess. And the fact that when you get all the data points that the spherical excess is slightly different, that's because of the elevation points of the data. When you take the triangles aren't going to be exactly in line. So, but when you add up the actual all the data points together, it shows you what the spherical curvature of the Earth is. It matches the
fuck.
Okay, real quick, and that's because you say so, right? We're supposed to just
No,
take your word.
I could show you the data points.
Because you're lying.
You just go to mctune.net. Let me just get it up.
No, what she'll do is
Seriously, one at a time. I cannot hear what this guy's saying.
Okay, you'll show it to us in our live stream right now. You'll do it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get it up. Give me a sec. That's what she said.
Yeah. So this is the truth, though. Okay, so it actually fluctuates. He tried to just say the reason it fluctuates is because of elevation. No, if you keep the same elevation and the same relative positions, the observations change. The observations change from the same elevations and the same distances and the same location point. They change throughout the day, and they change day to day. What they do is they take an average, or they take all the reciprocals and entangles and then get a weighted mean, and then they go take it and compare it to the WGS84 model or whatever model GOA model they're using, and they try to get within 90% accuracy. Okay, it doesn't consistently match the globe prediction. It's just the talking point that the bots have.
And if
okay,
they
when they actually take,
hold on.
Well, let me respond to that.
Better.
Yeah, let me respond to that. Right, instead of more people piling on. When they actually take barometric pressure readings and stuff to do the correct measurements on the day, they always get exactly the same. And I can present those data points as well, because it's been done many times throughout history. And it's true that they would, in general, get averages over a bunch of days, because that's how you would do the best way. But when the averages all add up to matching the curvature of the Earth, then that's evidence that the Earth is curved. The only way that geodetic surveying being evidence for the Earth being flat is if you never, ever, ever got spherical excess on the triangles.
This mission, I don't know why, but it reminds me of Digimon World 1. Like that sound effect and just the way they're talking just reminds me of Digimon World 1.
The only way it could happen is if it was a globe. You just keep saying that. It's actually an optical effect that fluctuates. You take a weighted mean, and then you try to get it to match the globe. It almost never matches the globe, so then you have to add in standard refraction, and you have to find the difference between the globe prediction and the average, and then make it work. And then you get within 80 to 90% accuracy is considered success. This is what actually happens in the real world. You guys just make stuff up on the internet.
No, we don't just make stuff up on the internet. We actually talk to surveyors and get evidence from them and look at the data points from multiple surveys all around the world that all match up to the same thing.
Really? Okay, drop someone in modern times, drop a geodetic surveyor in modern times that you quote-unquote talked to and got the data from that has spherical excess measurements. Drop it.
Lost Bridge claiming
a
stake.
They were able to appropriately accommodate for refraction, right? And they know exactly what it's doing. Why would they need to take an average? Why would it be different ever? Why would it match?
Why obfuscate that? What geodetic surveyor did you talk to? Which geodetic surveyor?
I just said it. Did you not hear me? I said Jesse Kozlowski.
You mean the guy that I debated?
Yeah.
Jesse,
the guy that admitted what I just said is correct.
He's not even
the guy that you
he's
are.
Not even a civil engineer. He's not a geodetic surveyor.
That guy made me a flat earther.
And he's not misquoting. Go look at the debate.
Yeah, I've watched the entire debate.
Yeah, like funny story on that, Craig. Like I put that debate on my channel, and that's how Penguin found us in this Discord, because he watched Witsit debate that main surveyor and said this is ridiculous, and I was a flat earther. So I just
he also didn't understand it. That's fine.
He's not even a civil engineer, let alone a geodetic surveyor.
I never said he was a civil engineer.
What? He just doesn't ever listen. It's like an NPC.
No, I just responded to what he said. Gamma, what are you on about? He literally just said he's not even a civil engineer, and I said I never said.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
And my question was,
I'm
you
sorry,
threw
those were the
his
words that
name
came
out
out of his mouth.
in response. And my question was, your answer was in response to name that geodetic surveyor that you talked.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to let you obfuscate that.
That you like George Michael.
But he's not.
He claims he talks to tons of geodetic surveyors that give him specific data of spherical excess, but in reality, every time you ask them for the data, they show you something from the 1800s. They don't have any. They don't talk to people now that are geodetic surveyors that show them spherical excess measurement. It's all assumed calculative in a program now, so that's how you know they're lying. All they do is lie.
You keep saying it's assumed, but it's really not. It's actually measured.
No, it's actually a program now. In modern times, we use a program, and they use satellites allegedly. So
that's
you can
one of the
claim
ways. One of the ways of doing it.
No, it's the only way in modern times.
It's one of the ways of doing it, Gamma.
And drop the evidence of modern geodetic surveying, taking physical measurements of spherical access, please.
I'll have to get them. It's all in my
You
emails.
better
It's just angles, isn't it? FTFE, all you're measuring is an angle, correct? In your spherical axis.
All you're measuring is an
Angles?
angle in the spherical excess. You're measuring triangles and then
Angles?
seeing what angles add up to. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So your measurement is of angles. Now, Whitsitt clearly gave you two variables in your measurement, the alleged measurement, right? Like the curvature and refraction, right? Can you isolate either or?
Yeah, you can easily determine the refractive conditions by taking barometric pressure and temperature readings.
So you're going to throw all these 1894 measurements out then because they didn't account for refraction at all.
Well, they did averages based on what they knew the refractive conditions were.
No, they didn't even account for refractive conditions. You're just lying.
No,
Should we try not to step on each other?
Well, is that
one at a
It's
time?
it's really yeah. It's many people talking at the same time. It's hard to respond to all of you.
Well, you just got called out for lying, actually. You said that
didn't
they
get called out for lying.
You said that, quote unquote, they took averages because they knew what the refractive index was. When in reality, according to your own paradigm, actually, in modern times, they've come up with an entire new refractive index for the globe. They've come up with terrestrial refraction recently, and it was not even in existence in 1894. They didn't account for refraction at all in these measurements. You made that up.
No, refraction's accounted for.
Okay, cite where in the paper it accounts for refraction.
You can go to the papers yourself on mctoon.net. They're all there.
No.
There's tons.
I already have. It doesn't have anything to do with refraction.
Can I address this point real quick?
Okay, go on then.
Yeah, in the measurement, you're not accounting for anything. You're just measuring an angle. Now, after measuring the angle, calculate some refraction. That didn't answer my question. I asked you. You isolate the variables, these two variables. Can you isolate one in your measurement of an angle?
Can you isolate refraction and curvature in the measurement of an angle?
Yes. That's the question.
In what way?
Exactly. I mean, that's your claim. You're saying we're accounting for it within my measurement.
Yeah, because if we know what the refractive conditions are, then we can do the calculation to show what the light is happening. Is what is happening to light traveling through a medium.
So it's optical. It optically changes. So it's not a physical change. It optically changes.
Well, yeah, there is no physical changes to the measurement each day. There's not going to be physical. Things aren't going to be physically different each day, are they?
So how do you know it's a physical effect then?
I've never said it was a physical effect.
Yeah, you're claiming that the Earth is physically curving.
Because we could measure it as physically curving.
You just admitted the measurements are optical.
Yep.
And that they fluctuate optically.
Yeah, and then we know why they fluctuate optically because of refraction, which we can isolate.
They didn't even account for refraction back then. They're not done in modern times. You guys just say that and then invoke a paper from 1800s.
And even if you could account for them now, why would they ever be different from the globe model?
And how come they never match the globe model?
Sorry, one question at a time. What was that? How would they be different from the globe model, did you say?
Yeah, why wouldn't they always match what you would expect if we were on a globe, if you could account for refraction appropriately?
They do. They do. If you account for refraction, they always match what is on the globe.
but they don't even exist in modern times. Like, they say this, but they don't have any modern spherical excess measurements accounting for refraction and showing the data points that make the refraction explain the observation. They just baselessly lie.
So I've got the paper up right now. So what one's this?
1894.
Please tell me it's from 1894.
Or at least the transcontinental triangulation of American arc of the parallel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that on page 58, it actually says we introduce a radius.
Yeah. This must be embarrassing.
Nice.
No, I'm just getting my information up because my internet's been quite slow, so you just bear with me.
Dude, Gleam just cited a specific page.
It was
Gleam's a
on
beast.
Neptunes. If you have a look, I'll post it again in the chat. It literally says for all that part of the triangulation which lies east of the Rocky Mountain and which traverses the plains of gentle slopes. Blah 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 blah. The spherical excess epsilon given in seconds is given by a squared b squared sin over c squared 2r squared sin over I, where a, b, c refer to sides including the angle of a plane triangle whose angles of those corresponding to a small spherical triangle after each has been diminished by a third epsilon. When greater precision is required for the larger triangles which stretch across the peaks of the valleys, we introduce the radius of an osculating sphere, referring to the center of the triangle. Basically using the maths to push out the center of the triangle.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes, showing that it matches the predictions, that's what it's saying. But I want to go back to what Whitsitt was saying right there.
It's a calculation before anything's done. That's making the baseline. That's step one. Literally.
Yeah, you obviously you need a baseline to reference your measurements to, but then you get the spherical excess. But I just want to go back to the many times that Whitsitt called me a liar, saying that they never took refraction into account. Because if you go to the transcontinental triangulation of the American arc with the parallel and type in refraction when you control F, actually comes up 72
Bro, he
times.
just tap danced right around that one, didn't he? Holy shit.
I'm still talking right now. You actually find it talks about refraction 72 times, atmospheric refraction, the variation of the coefficient of refraction, determination of the coefficient of refraction. Mentions the fact that they took refraction into account many, many times. So Gamma,
well, specifically how they account for it.
Gamma, do not call me a liar when they specifically talk about it several times. No, you told me that they don't mention refraction in there, but it's mentioned 72 times.
I didn't say mention. What I said was
they take it into account because it's there.
No, what I said was that in your own little religious
backpedal, go on.
No, I'm going to repeat what I said.
Yeah,
so
you're
what I said was, make sure you censor me so that the religious zealots that watch your channel
I'm not
can
censoring you.
believe
I am
that you
pointing out that
crushed
you are
me.
backpedaling.
Okay, so what I actually said was that in your own little paradigm, you guys have come up with a terrestrial refraction average that didn't even exist at that time. Okay, they didn't have specific corrections based on the data they measured in the Atmos and show how much refraction's there with a specific refractive index and then compare it to the actual measurements. That's not what happened. If you're claiming that is what happened, show the refractive corrections and the index detailed in the paper.
Persistent lateral refraction was to share in producing the above result, following the methods outlined at the beginning of this paper and using the adjustment to go to base net, etc., etc., explaining maths there about how they take the coefficient of refraction into account. That's just up to 10 of the 72 mentions of refraction in this paper with Gamma. Should we go to the next one? Let's see what it says there. Oh, that's a whole list of the talks about hourly values of the coefficient of refraction, determination of the coefficient of refraction. Oh, let's go 12, 13, 14, that's all in the menus. Yeah, so here we go. For the sake of easy reference, we should give in tabular form and also exhibit by diagrams of resulting hourly values of the coefficient of refraction. So hourly values of the coefficient of refraction because they took measurements to determine the hourly coefficient of refraction so they could get accurate corrections applied to the measurements that they took. Gamma, don't call me a liar.
It doesn't say that. You just made that up. It doesn't say that.
I just read it from the paper. I literally just read it from the paper. So I did not make any of it.
The last thing that you said, you made up.
Which bit did I make up?
Cite it. You're lying again. Cite it.
Which bit did I make up? Which bit did I make up?
Very last sentence you said about how they specifically corrected with a certain calculation. That's a lie. What they did was they showed the difference, and then they showed a coefficient to match the difference. That isn't what I said, which is they have a specific detailed refractive index based on specific data points in the Atmos, and they take that refractive index and compare it to the measurements and the data of that time and show that it changed that amount.
Your actual words, yeah, I'm going to cut you off because you're lying. Your actual words were they did not take refraction into account.
No, I explained they didn't take into account refraction the way that you guys claim it now, which is the specific refractive index of terrestrial refraction with specific data points, which they did not even
I'm
account
not
for.
saying that they took it into account the same way that it's done now, but you specifically said, which was wrong, that they did not take refraction into account in the surveys done in the 1800s, etc., when they absolutely did. Don't call me a liar when you've no fucking idea what you're on about, Gamma.
Once again, what I said was they didn't actually take into account a specific refractive index detailed by the data points in the Atmos, which is what you guys now claim happens. What they actually did was they showed, look, this doesn't match our measurement. Our measurement doesn't match our prediction. So we must fluctuate the data with this amount of coefficient. That's it. They didn't actually say, look, the temperature gradient and the temperature density layers at this height and this elevation match the refractive index that show us the difference. None of that happened.
Okay, so tabular values were deduced under the supposition of equal fraction angles at lower and upper stations based on hourly values of the coefficient of refraction from special observations over 4 lines in Carolina and Maine. Oh, look at that. So it shows that refraction is greater and more regular during the night hours than during the day. The maximum value is reached in 2 or 3 hours from midnight, and the minimum value at something with 2 hours from noon. Before noon at the coast stations, after noon at the interior stations. The average amount, meaning 24 hours, is greater the nearer the line of sight is to sea level, being some function of the altitude.
I wonder what he thinks the audience is getting out of this.
10 a.m.
He knows that
I'm
his
just showing, like
say,
I've
what's
done
it
many
wrong,
times in the past few weeks,
lying?
that Gamma is wrong about everything that he ever fucking talks
See, he
about.
knows that no matter what happens right now, the whole chat in his little zealotry realm will say, what's it
whatever you say, Gamma.
again?
Whatever you say, Gamma. Another thing that you lie about, Gamma, is that your chat is always nice. It's not. I've looked at your chat. It's full of bigotry.
Oh my God, you're just unbearable. You're just imploding.
So yeah, you can lie all you want, but I'm going to point out all the lies that you ever do, Gamma, because all you do is lie and get things wrong. I can't wait for my videos about you to come out. Oh, there's 2
But
in
no one
production.
else cares.
Just so
But no
you
one
know,
else cares.
Yeah, lots of people care. Hundreds of thousands. There's 2 in production.
Hundreds
one
of
that's coming out on my
thousands?
channel, and one that's coming out on Simon Dan's channel as a collab with him late February. That's
I think I care. I don't care. Can you stop ranting about your emotional obsession
what
with
the fuck
me?
I like,
don't
Gamma.
care.
You
I
can
don't
deal
care.
with it,
I
or
don't
you can
care. I
fuck
still
off,
don't
Gamma.
care. I don't care.
Okay, cool. If you
I
don't care,
interrupt
go
every
away,
time
Gamma.
you talk.
I don't care about you because all you
The
do
both
is lie.
of you suck. Can you act like a real fucking man, or are you just...
No, to be honest, I'm just here to have some fun today.
Okay, yeah, I forgot. This is like a bitch server, and we let the most toxic globe earther in the world just
What's that,
personally
Gamma?
attack people
Say that,
for
Gamma,
40
again, Gamma?
consecutive minutes, and they're supposed to sit there.
Yeah, whatever you say, Gamma.
Yeah, this
Is this entertaining to anybody?
What's it?
No, I
No,
prefer not this. This is
Yeah,
stupid.
lots of people find it very entertaining.
Well, there was somebody who doesn't really speak who wanted to ask you a question. Dude, where's somebody to love at?
Yeah, I'm fine, happy to.
I've never heard him
I'm
speak,
just
but
looking
he-
at some of the other hundreds of
but he
images of
has-
refraction here.
He has awesome memes, so I'd like to hear him speak. What you got, man? No mic? Well, you definitely asked if he could talk to you, but that's alright. Who made FTFE Gamma? That's pretty funny,
Yeah,
actually.
where was the teleporter?
There's 2 M's.
There?
I figured
or
if he's gonna say it so much, I
there?
can't rename every time he said it.
That's fine. I
So,
don't mind.
It's less childish.
Again, it's just a response to what Gamma's been doing for his entire YouTube career, calling everyone who disagrees with Gamma. So
Do you really know what that is, though? Or are you just saying it? 'Cause
I'm
it's worth
literally
it,
just
yeah.
saying it because he says it. That's all. I
Right.
don't even care.
I think if you knew what that really meant, you wouldn't be using it.
I have a question for what?
He doesn't know what it means, though.
Of course he does know what that means.
Hey, real fast, Shane, do you remember whenever he was like, I
We
don't
love a
know
beta.
what relativity says, but I know that you're wrong about it?
I do, I have a meme
It's the
about
same
it.
thing.
I know
He's
that
like,
you're
I don't know
wrong
what
about
gamma
relativity.
means, but I
You
know
don't
it's
know
not what he
anything about
thinks.
relativity.
He's like, I don't know what gamma means, but I know it's not what he thinks it means.
Hey Hey guys, I don't have nothing personal against either one of you, but thanks for taking it down a couple notches. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this is much nicer.
Like Gleam made a specific point that FTFE ran away with, and then monologued about his emotional obsession with me. So can you respond?
No one's
to
got
Gleam?
an obsession with you, Gamma.
Can you just address what Gleam said, please?
I've got a question.
What do you always come in here and ask what's the questions during the FTFE thing, Highlander? Is that like your thing? You've done it like twice now. It's weird.
Shit.
Is this like he's here all the time? Don't you ever talk to him?
This is the first time I've been on the channel when FTFE's been here. So how can I do that all the time when FTFE is here?
He's gonna ask me why I think I'm the expert about everything.
He's only here once a week.
That's not what I was going to ask. What's it? See?
Oh.
Especially not now
Gamma
you said
thinks I don't know what Gamma means. It's funny.
Look it up.
You said you didn't know what it meant.
Can you like
No, I
read
said I don't
the
care what it means.
definition?
There's a difference.
No, you said you don't know.
How do you
No, I
use
said I
words if you don't care what they mean?
Oh,
anyway, Gleam made a point.
They're so dumb they don't even get the fucking joke.
I just don't care because that's not the reason.
Doesn't matter. It's just that he used it as a to devalue people, and that's why he calls himself. Well, why FTFE calls him that. Like this fucking moron literally does nothing but call people Gamma 24/7.
Yeah, I had a lot of
Because
fun.
Beta is not edgy enough anymore.
Surprisingly, Jeranism was the best moderator that I've ever come across. Shane, you're
Craig,
pretty good, but
Craig,
Jeranism
do you
is a
think
little
that
bit
helps you? Do you think being
I agree.
childish helps you look good and confident in your position?
So you did cut out a bit. I'm assuming the word that left out was childish, but again, I am being childish on purpose today because I feel like letting off some steam.
Then your chat's like, we're not 9-year-olds when you're admitting that you're intentionally acting like a child.
Yeah, because it's fun. I'm here to have some fun today, and
People on the globe side.
Hey, man,
On the globe side, that's not gonna help.
Yes, you are confused, exactly.
I thought Gamma was like third place, you know, like Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Is
it's
it not?
kind of like below the the main people is what it means.
I'll define it for him. Just focus and try not to confuse with me just describing him. I'm gonna just define Gamma, but they'll sound very similar. So it's when
You can
someone
describe yourself, Gamma. Yeah.
it's when someone intentionally lies and misrepresents the truth to try to gaslight
what
other
Gamma
people
means,
in an attempt to get
You're just
everyone to
making up what you think Gamma means.
Well, that's how I use the word, dude. So I've
Well, so
defined
you're
it.
so you're using it wrongly then.
You can say that, but there isn't
Well,
like
yeah,
an
no,
agreed
you are
upon
using it
definition.
wrongly.
There's a definition.
Okay,
I'm not talking anymore.
what it means.
How about
Oh, that's
we
what
just
I'm wanting all day, Gamma.
compare definitions? How about we
You have
just
no
compare
idea what it means.
definitions?
Gamma's
Mine
interrupting
is-
people before they finish describing Gamma.
Yeah, my definition is third place. I wanted to hear other definitions.
Yeah,
Like
that's
that
technically the
definition.
right.
It's really-
you know,
it's
if
really
when you
simple.
say like Gamma male, it means like below the main hierarchy. You know, below the
No, it
alphas,
does.
the betas. You know,
That's not what it means.
It literally is what it means.
No, Gamma is
No,
not below a
it-
beta. How do you get below a beta? They're completely different. It's a completely different thing, which is
Gamma is
Yeah.
literally below alpha and beta. That's what it means.
No,
When you're
actually,
talking about a
but
gamma
it-
male, that is literally the definition. Third
male
in
hierarchy
hierarchy
was
below, like third in hierarchy below alpha and beta. That's
Okay,
what
but I'm
gamma
trying to.
means.
Not what it
The
is,
male
though.
hierarchy was reinterpreted and defined by another individual that I actually invoked when I used the word. Anyone that actually listens to the channel knows that. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The point is something beyond that, which is that Gleam refuted your entire position, and then you had to emotionally try to gaslight me so your whole channel can pretend you're winning again.
He didn't refute my position in the slightest.
What was about planar surveying? Do you want to revisit it, right? He actually quoted the document that he had predicted you would use as proof for the counterclaim that you were actually in the process of making as you're making it. And I think he recited it and then refuted it, right? He brought it up, quoted it, and then presented it.
Yeah, the thing that he was talking about is how they, you know, when you get the spherical excess, they then apply that to the radius of the Earth to see if it matches.
No, he said you only get excess by applying the radius specifically. That's what he said.
No, you
push the plane triangle out from the middle.
Yeah, and then when you measure the angles, you get spherical excess.
When you push and calculate that triangle first.
Because there is spherical excess, when you measure the angle, that's
there will be spherical excess if you push it out in the middle, Craig.
No, they're not pushing. They're not pushing the edge of the triangles out. They're talking about if there would be a circle in the middle, like coming out. But they're not talking about the. They're not talking about the the sides. They're saying that it would be pushed out from like a bulge to match what the bulge of the Earth would be. But the sides of the triangles are measured. And then they just take the angles, and then that's all they do. Once they get those angles, then they see the spherical excess, and then they can apply it to the radius and see if it matches, and it matches because it would push out what the triangle is. And it's just data points that they take the data points, they measure the angles, there is spherical excess. They take
doesn't match the globe prediction.
So
the only reason the word refractions is used in that paper is because they used the
idea. They took it into account. That's why.
They use the optical change, right? And they say okay, well then. Are you gonna do it every time?
Wait, that's where she wants to go, I think.
Because I'm going to post this again.
It should be over. Quest should be over, I think.
I'll forget the sums. Has been tabulated with the latitude as an argument for which Sea Coast and Geodetic Surveying Annual Report 1894. Now this is the important part. For triangles of usually large size and approaching the limit of possible observation, certain terms in the development of the theorem which ordinarily could be neglected need examination. Here's the most important part. It has been shown that spheroidal triangles may be computed as spherical and hence as plane ones by application of the same theorem extended. So they're basically saying they're using a plane triangle to start with, they'll push it out by the radius, and then they will develop that in, so you've got orders, haven't you? You've got second order, first order, and fourth order, which is massive.
Well, what does theorem mean? Explain that first. Explain what
mean? I didn't hear what word you said.
No, he's another Glover. We got to keep it with Craig.
Alright, sorry, I thought that was a flat.
Well, it was just the very bottom there says S1 equals the surface of the corresponding plane triangle. And then that equals
half AB sine C, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's appearing, you just basically said, I mean, I agree with you, yes, later on they then match it up to angles and so on, but you said, no, it's measured, calculated, go and see McToon's website. And on McToon's website, literally all of them say, no, we calculate it first and set up the framework.
Because they need something to base, they're saying, so we would, this is what we would calculate it to be, and then they do the measurements to see if it matches what the theorem suggests, right? So they're saying that, if this is the case, if we had a plane triangle, we would, and it became, if it was on the surface of the globe, then what you would have to do to convert this plane triangle to a spherical triangle is, sorry. Excuse me. One sec.
Backpedaling.
I apologize. Sorry.
I just got over a heart attack.
And she's not thick anymore.
Struggling to catch my breath.
Give him a minute. You're cool. I'm an asshole, but not an asshole without.
She no thickums anymore.
Water. Couple of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. No need to be sorry. You take your time, Craig. You take your time, mate.
Okay, I'm alright. I'm okay.
Now, chill. Just take a moment to catch your breath. I mean, we can chill. We can chill here. There's no rush.
How about them sports ball teams, anyone?
What ones?
I don't know.
Right,
I don't do
sorry.
golden circuses.
I still find it a bit hard to catch my breath. And I just
claiming a stake.
Sorry, I'm okay. Alright, I apologize.
Wait.
Either way, I was. Yeah.
Where did I get? To? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. it was. I've made my point anyway, Craig. So I'll bow out. It was just more that they do exactly that. They set up the framework with calculations first. They make the measurements and then they compare.
Yeah.
I think
I'm not going to deny that, absolutely.
Oh.
I think that's what you were saying, right? Is that they have the theorem as to this is how you would transform between a planar and a spherical triangle, and then they do the measurements to see if what they would apply matches. I don't want to straw man you.
No, that's perfect. No, that's
cool.
Perfect.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and then
Come on, game.
Winston's next step is that when he spoke to the main surveyor.
Oh, I hope you can still do this after the after I finished all the other quests.
Well, it's
basically I already know. After doing all the quests, they get all, like after you finish the last quest, all the quests get unlocked again. Like you can do all of them again.
You and I are disagreeing here.
And that's actually how you even get the item. Like you have to go into secret delivery again to get the item from weapon or whatever they're called. But I do not know.
I might have to cut this short. I'm struggling to catch my breath.
I don't know.
I think you should.
Get you a humidifier, man.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Maybe the air's a little too dry.
I didn't see that one of the quests.
Sorry, don't apologize.
Yeah, no, your health is worth more than anything, brother.
I did not see that one of the quests is one of the 3 beginning quests. Like I even checked for that and I somehow didn't see it. Oh, fuck.
Right. Sorry, guys. I'm going to drop out.
Hey, my man. Yeah, no worries.
No worries, man.
You take care, brother.
Life is...
Not at all. Not at all. I'll bow out multiple measurements.
Yeah, I don't think you...
There's no rush.
How about them?
Convert this plane triangle to...
Triangle. No,
Oh.
chill. Just...
Excuse me. Saying that it... Well, if...
Mate, yeah, I think you should.
Get you a humidifier, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Maybe the air's a little too dry in the home. Don't be sorry. Don't apologize.
Yeah, no, your health is worth more than anything, brother.
Right. Sorry, guys. I'm going to drop out.
Hey, my man. Yeah, no worries.
No worries, man.
You take care, brother.
Life is precious. Do what you got to do to save it.
I apologize, guys. Just can't seem to catch my breath. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it short there tonight, guys, because coughing fit hurt my chest, and I couldn't get it back. So I'm gonna need super chats, and I'm gonna leave for tonight. Okay, I'm sorry. Nathan Oakley's Balls 4.99 says planar surveying is not measuring the Earth like geodetic is for building products. Yeah, that's been my entire point here. Valkyrie Vision for 99 cents just gave me a sad face, thank you. Jeff Stucco, Rightchairs for $10 says, more proof that Witsit doesn't get it. Yeah, absolutely.
They mixed that up.
Mr. E-Man for
This is the person near the shops.
Watless, wearless,
On the other missions, the dude was right next to the portal, like here. They switched those up. Or whoever wrote that switched it up.
Cody Payne for $5 says, Craig, are you planning to do a spherical excess measurement as part of your 3-part documentary? Maybe it's something I could look into. Andreas Eldritch for 20 cents says, if the Earth was globe in 1984, why isn't it today? It changes apparently. Lord Nimbus Pooh, $2 says, we miss you, Michael. Oh, that, no. I can't read that. Eon Dust, been a member for 17 months, says, hey, Witsit, talk is cheap. String News 1 for $5 says, who wants to bet that Witness doesn't know that Alpha Dog theory was debunked a long time ago? Lord Nimbus Pooh, $5. If you die on Stream Fight, I will resurrect you just to kill you for dying on me. Mr. E-Man says, take a break. I'm going to, guys. I'm going to get off. I'm sorry. I'll speak to you guys later. I love you. Stupidity's not right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 Fight the flat.
Hey everyone, so many of you watched my annihilation of flat earther David Weiss, a con man who makes money peddling the dumbest hoax.
I hate Barack Obama. You say, well, you just mean you don't like what he stands for. No, I hate the person. Oh, wait, you mean you just don't like his politics. No, I hate him. Now, I'm going to prove this from the Bible tonight, why I should hate Barack Obama. Why God wants me to hate Barack Obama. Why God hates Barack Obama.
This is Steven Anderson. I've talked about him before, but he's the leader of a group called the NIFB, the New Independent Fundamentalist Baptist Church. He is about as extreme as it gets. He hates pretty much every group out there that is not white, Christian, and male. He's a hate monger through and through. Can't stand Barack Obama, can't stand the people from the Jewish community, can't stand all kinds of people. Well, he had some interesting things to say about our old buddy Kanye recently. So I wanted to take a look at his Kanye comments, as well as Kanye's comments personally, like what Kanye had to say. Because they've both had some deeply disturbing things to say about the Jewish community. But before we talk about that, let me just give you a little bit of an introduction to Steven Anderson beyond what I just showed you. He's built his platform off of hating members of the LGBT community. I mean, full-blown hating them. He's even been on, like, famous TV shows to talk about this. Check this out. This is from USA Today. It's an interview he did with a USA Today reporter.
Have you always hated gay people? Is it something your father taught you, or is it something that you came to on your own?
Now, some people would hear this question and say to themselves, wow, this is a loaded question. I don't hate gay people. I just don't think they should be allowed to exist in society. They want to keep it veiled as possible, and dog whistle to the people who really do hate gay people. So let's see how Steven Anderson of the NIFB responds.
No, I haven't always. You know, I grew up in a Christian home, but it wasn't until I read the Bible cover to cover at age 17 that I discovered the truth of what the Bible really says.
So he very obviously is embracing the claim that he hates gay people. Like, he wants it. He likes that. He wants to be known as the pastor who hates the gay community.
Because a lot of passages don't ever get preached from the pulpit because they're simply not popular.
I have to be honest, when I heard your sermon, it sounded like the rantings of someone who was either a hate monger or a religious zealot, and I'm wondering, which are you?
Again, another
both
seemingly loaded question, right?
Oh.
Anybody else being
it's frame. Darn it.
would want to keep it more veiled and be a little less obvious about what they believe, but not Steven Anderson.
Well, I'm a religious zealot, and you know, I love the Bible, I love God's Word, I believe that the law of the Lord is perfect.
See, he's all about embracing hate. He loves to hate other people. And he loves for others to know that he hates them. He's a deeply disturbing person to the bottom of his black little heart. This happened not too long ago. This one is from January 5th, 2022. Check out what happened when somebody walked into his church and wasn't really familiar with the setting.
Hey, sit down. Sit down. What are you coming up here to do? You want to come take over the service? Huh? What do you want? What? Just want a prayer. Get out of here.
He wanted a prayer. So in some churches,
Get outta here.
Pentecostal churches, for example, you can go up to the front and do a prayer or whatever. Here.
Can I get a little grace? No, you can't. No, you get out of here. Get him out of here. Drag this bozo out. Pull him out. Hey, help him out. Get him out. And you know what? If anybody wants to come up here and take over the service, we'll throw you out of here, buddy. This church is not a free-for-all. This isn't an open mic. This isn't a karaoke bar.
He's deeply hateful in everything that he says and does, obviously.
I'm the man of God here. I meet the qualifications. I run this church, and if you don't like it, then get out. This is not some church where every first-time visitor and brand new believer and people who've never even read the Bible are going to come up and take over the service. Not happening. Okay? If you want that kind of watered-down leadership, go to some house church with your Amish buddies and sit around the coffee table with your coffee clutch. This is a New Testament church. We have a bishop.
Wow, that was an oddly vivid and specific creation that he just gave us. Okay. Has he done that specific thing before?
We have a bishop here. We have an overseer here. Like it or lump it. And if you don't like it, feel free to get up and leave the service at any time. Or 50% of people walk out. I don't care. Because you know what? I'm not going to pastor a oneness cult.
Yeah, bad news for old Anderson here. I think that's exactly what he's doing.
I'm not going to pastor a Pentecostal church. I'm the pastor of a Baptist church. And if you're not a Baptist, then get out.
So, needless to say, he's an angry, hateful, vengeful person who looks for opportunities to attack and demean and whatever. That's just Steven Anderson. That's who he's always been. He's a cult leader, a full-blown cult leader, an extremist. Always has been. A while back, Steven Anderson was actually banned from YouTube and a bunch of other platforms, rightfully so, just like Alex Jones, he was pulled down. And he had to set up his own website for it, basically. But he was so upset that YouTube banned him that he had some things to say about it and went completely over the top. Listen to what he said here. Oh, by the way, this is from early September 2021 when this happened.
It's too bad that this message about the love of God is struggling to find its way on YouTube.
This is not about the love of God. This is very clearly about the hate of God, but okay.
It's pretty sad when my wife has to call me before the service and say, where's the channel? I can't find it.
His YouTube channel had 125,000 subbies on it.
Because YouTube has been deleting our channel. It's not her fault. YouTube is deleting our channel. Like every week, every day. You know, meanwhile, Insane Clown Posse's channel is doing fine. Truth is hate to those who hate the truth. And right now, you know, YouTube has just banned me and just...
Here's where it gets real. You ready? Buckle up.
Deleting my channels, one after the other. You know, it's just I make a new channel, it gets deleted. I keep respawning. Every time I die, I don't have 9 lives. I just keep coming back, keep respawning.
Yeah, that's true. He keeps respawning, i.e. he keeps creating new YouTube channels. But you know how long?
Oh, that's the ship you see in the opening video.
20 minutes probably at least.
That gets shot down by Dark Falls.
Set up a new YouTube channel, add a profile picture, add his name and bio and all that stuff, and then he has to upload the videos, which takes time. He has to add metadata to them and thumbnails. You know how long it takes YouTube to delete his channel? Literally half a second. They just click delete and they're done. That's it. So he's wasting hours and hours and hours of his life creating new YouTube channels for somebody to just hit the delete button on the other end. No big deal. So, you know, I say this about people that I block. There was some dude a while back that kept creating accounts on Twitter that was like, Owen is stupid, Owen is a loser, something like that. And he kept like posting like pictures of my face photoshopped into like images or something. And I just block him. and move on with my life. He creates a new account, goes through the process of making a new email address, making a new account, and then photoshopping my face onto more images and posting them all over. And I just hit block again, and he does it all over again. It took me like half a second to hit the block button, and it took him 20 minutes to create a new account. Like, I care. I will just keep hitting the block button. It really does not matter to me. He thinks that he's the one winning in this situation. You're wasting hours and hours of your life that you will never get back for absolutely nothing.
They cannot stop us from preaching the word of God.
Mm.
Maybe the fact that California is going up in flames right now.
Yeah, there were wildfires in California. It was that's what was happening at that time.
Maybe God can just go like, and maybe it can hit Mountain View, California, and torch old YouTube's headquarters, torch old Google's headquarters, right?
He is literally wishing death on people. He is literally he's praying for a fire to burn down somebody who he considers to be an enemy. That's unhinged. That is extremism, plain as day. That is unhealthy, unsafe, ridiculous. So now you should have an idea of who this guy is, how he feels about things, and why we've got to talk about it. And that brings us to our old buddy Kanye West. I promise these two subjects connect to each other, and it's going to be interesting when they do. Just bear with me through this, okay? Kanye West has been going through a serious anti-Semitic phase recently. I don't think it's a phase. It's probably not the right word. He's been getting on the anti-Semitic bandwagon, I guess you could say, in recent days. And I don't know, in many ways, he's been leading the charge against the Jewish community. It's been really ugly. It's been terrible. In fact, I've made a lot of videos about it recently. He has come out as an incredibly hateful person, doing everything he can to demonize the Jewish community and hate them and turn people against them and everything else. I wanted to give you a little bit of insight into that. If you're watching this 5 years in the future, you're unfamiliar with what Kanye West had to say recently, give this clip a listen. This is an interview he did with Gavin McInnes. Check it out. Again, this is Kanye West. He's been wearing a mask for these interviews for one reason or another.
But they don't deserve to be in charge of everything because they don't...
He's talking about Jews.
Because they don't put Christ...
But how do you legislate that?
They need to work for Christians. Jews should work for Christians. I'll hire a Jewish person in a second. If I knew they weren't a spy and I could look through their phone and follow into their house and have a camera all in their living room.
You know, they're laughing, but it's really not a laughing matter. Even to them. Like, they don't really consider this an amusing thing. I got the impression that they were laughing because they recognized how ridiculous this was going to sound when it finally came out. But they're dead serious with this stuff. Kanye West, Nick Fuentes, his little buddy over here on the left, they're dead serious. Kanye West thinks that there is a cabal of Jews out there pulling strings like puppet masters. I mean, it's absolutely unhinged from reality. I don't know what else to call it. This was with Gavin McInnes, right? This is like a 5-hour interview or something like that. It was really, really long. He did another 3-hour interview with Alex Jones on InfoWars. And that one was just as unhinged, at least. Check this one out.
I don't really care that much about Hitler. I love him. Seems like...
You just do it as a way to, like, troll?
No, he seems like a cool guy. You know, it's like he it's like he had a really cool outfit and stuff, and he was a really good architect. And
so you're in love with the look of it.
And he didn't kill 6 million Jews. That's just like factually incorrect.
He did actually kill 6 million Jews. This is part of Holocaust denial. Questioning
proxy,
how many people
yes.
died in the Holocaust. I mean, when you line people up along a hole and pull that they dug themselves and pull the trigger over and over and over, everybody in an entire town, and the people that are pulling the triggers are drunk in the first place, when you're sending people through these chambers day in and day out, you lose track of how many people die. That's inevitable. So we don't have exact figures. We've had to sift through records and count through graveyards and all kinds of other stuff to try to get an idea of how many people actually died. It was roughly 6 million. That was roughly the number. But again, it's really hard to tell. When you hear people like Kanye say it wasn't 6 million, that's factually incorrect, they're trying to get a foot in the door to make claims that it didn't happen at all. They want to start out small and claim it didn't happen to the degree that is claimed publicly. And if they can convince people of that, then they can convince them that it wasn't, out of the ordinary, like Jews weren't even persecuted practically. That's kind of the idea behind the rhetorical strategy that he's employing here. So yeah, it was about 6 million, give or take. So Kanye, needless to say, has gone full-blown, complete anti-Jewish. Like, really, really disturbing stuff. Now, here's where this connects with Steven Anderson, okay? Interestingly enough, Steven Anderson released a video, I think in 2015, about Holocaust denial. Of all things, right? This pastor decided to spread conspiracy theories about it. Listen to what he had to say here. Again, I think this is from 2015. This was either from the documentary, quote-unquote, that he did, or it was like part of the promotional thing. I don't remember which. It was like 37 minutes long. I watched the whole thing the other day.
If there was no mass cremation of millions and millions of Jews, then can you really call it the Holocaust anymore?
There was. So, Steven Anderson spent the previous 20 minutes trying to convince people that this didn't happen. It did. Okay, we have historical records. We have people that were there and saw this happening. It did happen. This guy just lives in a fantasy land. All of these people live in a fantasy land. Of all things to deny, it just blows my mind that people are even capable of denying something like this. But okay.
Now again, we're not saying that Jews didn't die in World War II, and that Jews were not even murdered in World War II.
Again, if they can convince you that it wasn't a mass-scale campaign, then they can convince you that they practically weren't even attacked, or they practically weren't even persecuted in the first place. It's nonsense. But it's part of the rhetorical strategy, and it has been since day one.
Lots of people were murdered in World War II. There were all kinds of casualties on both sides. And the thing about it is that just because people were rounded up and put in forced labor camps, that does not mean that they were systematically exterminated and cremated to the tune of 6 million. Keep in mind, the United States rounded up Japanese people and put them in a concentration camp, okay?
That's actually very true. Matter of fact, there's the actor on the original Star Trek, who played Sulu, George Takei, was one of those Japanese people who was rounded up and put in a concentration camp in the United States. A lot of people don't know about this. They were not, like, taking them out the same way that they were in Germany. As far as I know, they weren't using them for forced labor either in the United States. Somebody can fill me in if that's incorrect, but anyways, they were jailing them, absolutely. George Takei's family owned a dry cleaning business, I believe, originally. They seized their assets, took everything from them, and put them in jail. I believe, I've listened to George Takei talk about this. If I remember correctly, I think he said his little brother was born in this internment camp in America that was set up for Japanese people. He viewed it as home. And when they released them back into the world, his little brother was sad. He left his house. He didn't know anything differently than living in the jail. It's crazy. But you know what they weren't doing? They weren't systematically exterminating them. They weren't withholding food rations. They weren't forcing labor out of them, as far as I know. And it wasn't a systematic effort to gather all Japanese people in all the world, Europe and everywhere else, and send them through these chambers to take them out permanently. It was a completely different situation. And he knows that. He knows it was completely different. He wants to blur the line between what was happening with the Jewish community in Germany in the 1930s and 40s and what was happening to the Japanese community in America in the 30s and 40s. He wants to make it look exactly the same to, what's his goal here? Your guess is as good as mine. To rehabilitate Hitler's image, I guess. If that's not his goal, that's the end result.
But honestly, these camps, Auschwitz, Treblinka, and others, were probably forced labor camps, not death camps. or
they were definitely forced labor camps. Also, when people entered these camps, specifically Auschwitz, I know a lot about this one because I've read books about people that were there. In fact, I've read books by people that were there. When you arrive at Auschwitz, if you were of working age, say between the age of like 18 and 45 maybe, and if you were in good health, you didn't have any, you know, if you had decent teeth and all that other stuff, they would put you to work. You would stand in front of the administrators and they would pick left or right. If it was to the left, you got to go to the forced labor section of the camp. If it was to the right, you got to go to the crematorium. In another section of this Holocaust denialism thing that Steven Anderson produced, he had commissary, like a dollar or a type of dollar, a currency that he found from one of these camps or whatever, and claimed that Jews were paid for their work. That's completely absurd. I have no idea where he found that currency. I don't even know if it's actually from one of these camps. But Jews were not paid for their work. They were given rations every day. Well, most days. And it was absolutely not enough for them to survive. They looked like skin and bones when they were rescued by Americans or Russians or whatever else. But you know what? The whole goal by Steven Anderson seems to be confusing people and convincing them that the whole thing is a lie. Disgusting.
You see, the Germans wanted the Jews working to fuel their war machine. I mean, they had drafted every man that was able-bodied into their military, especially toward the end. I mean, they're drafting 16-year-olds, they're drafting 45-year-olds.
That's true. That's true. They were still running the death machine, though, even through the war. At the beginning of 1942, 25% of the Jewish people who would eventually go on to die in World War II were dead. At the end of 1942, 75% were dead. Hitler took power in 1933. Full-blown attacks and executions of the Jews started in 1937-38, and then the war was over by 1945. April 25th, 1945, I think. So 1942 was the key year where the death machine was at its height. And beyond that, they started conquering other lands like Hungary and Holland and other places like that, and shipping Jews into Auschwitz and other places. The war started going badly for them around 1944, 1945, and they started pushing forced labor
around
heavily, but
45? No, that's when the war was over, dude. The fuck? It went bad much earlier.
People working to make the bullets, the tanks, the equipment to keep the war machine going. And so they were using the Jews for forced labor in these camps. Actually, that makes a lot more sense when you look at the facts.
Don't you love how this is...
The war was basically kind of over, and okay, I'm not a historian, but I think at least like the end of 44 when they started marching to Russia, and it was very cold, and yeah, that was a bad idea.
Please do.
Oh god, I hope I just did not say something stupid and they went a year earlier. I don't think so. Right? I'm pretty sure they went to Russia in late 44, right? Oh god, I hope I'm not wrong.
He just wanted them out of Germany is all. No big deal, right? Where did he get these ridiculous ideas?
He wants to make their life miserable because he wants them to leave.
He wanted to make their lives miserable. Okay, I don't feel like that is a reasonable description of what happened in World War II. He's just trying to make their lives miserable so they leave. That's insane.
And, you know, I'm not saying that that's right, but he basically made their lives miserable, and he also tried to offer them incentives to emigrate somewhere else.
He offered them incentives to emigrate somewhere else? So, like, he paid them money to move to America, is what you're telling me? Is that why the trains ran straight through the Atlantic Ocean to the United States? Rather than, you know, somewhere else, say in Poland, maybe, or in Germany? Weird.
Now, who else had that same goal?
Okay, God, this guy, I cannot with this dude. He claims that the Zionists were the ones that were. He says the Zionists were working with Hitler in World War II, which means people who wanted Jews to go to Israel. Zionists are people who are pro-Israel, basically. So he says Zionists wanted to create the country of Israel, and they were working, like Jewish people were working with Hitler to drive Jews to Israel. That was the whole goal of the whole thing. Oh my God, dude.
Jews to leave Germany. Well, that would be the Zionists, because the goal of the Zionists was to get the
Jesus
Jews
Christ,
to Palestine
so much nonsense.
and to form the nation of Israel.
Like, dude, there is still people.
Is based in historical fact.
There's still people around that were fucking, well, not only the people that survived, like on the Jewish side. There is still soldiers around, you fucking moron. There is still people around that basically, yeah,
Steven Anderson has
pressed the buttons.
on Kanye
Let's
West
just say it like that.
recent complete meltdown.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Steven Anderson is most definitely anti-Semitic, obviously, right? I feel like there's no way to avoid that. And Kanye West is obviously anti-Semitic. Kanye also claims to be ultra-Christian, like a super giga ultra-religious wingnut, right? So you would think Steven Anderson is like a huge Kanye fan now. Listen to what he had to say about Kanye West. This is from early December 2022.
After 5 years as a so-called Christian, isn't it time for Kanye West to be able to quote one single Bible verse correctly? After 5 years of supposedly being a Christian?
This is actually pretty deep lore, but in the Alex Jones interview that Kanye West did, he wanted to read a Bible verse, and he didn't know how to quote it. So he said, I don't remember what verse it was, like 2 Corinthians 23, 5-7 is how he read it. And any Christian who's been a Christian for any period of time knows you don't say 5-7, you say verses 5 to 7. That's probably what Steven Anderson is referring to. Kanye West not knowing how to direct people to a Bible verse. That probably tipped him off. But I find the more interesting point here is that Steven Anderson watches InfoWars. Now, I've known that for a while. I've known, because Steven Anderson has come out and said that he likes Alex Jones. He watches Alex Jones on a regular basis. But he watched the Kanye episode too, apparently. And the thing that upset him about that episode, not that Kanye said that he loves Hitler, not that he thinks that the Jews were not really persecuted, not any of that stuff, of course. It's that he didn't know how to direct people to a Bible verse. That was his problem with the Kanye West Alex Jones interview.
I don't expect a 5-year-old to be soiling their pants. I expect that from a baby. Yet Kanye West soils himself on every interview. He soils himself every time he goes on TV. He pants every single time he opens his mouth.
Dude, I am so confused. Why? Why is he drawing this vivid imagery for us? I don't get it.
You know what? When you're 5 years old, it's time to grow up. But guess what? He's not 5 years old because he's not
Perfect.
saved. He's not even a fetus. He's 0 because he's not a child of God. He's not saved. He's a fake, false Christian.
Okay, yeah, so his main issue with Kanye West isn't that he hates the Jews, it's that he's a fake, false Christian, quote unquote.
The guy gets on an interview on the Alex Jones show for 3 hours, and there are over 3 million people tuned into this. He's literally speaking on a live broadcast that was listened to within a few days by 3+ million people.
Yep, that's a lot of people. So not a surprise. I mean, Alex Jones does have a lot of reach, especially when Kanye West is a guest on that.
Let alone all the different excerpts of it and clips everywhere. And Alex Jones is like, you're the host. You have the floor. Say whatever you want. I'm here to give you a platform. And for 3 hours, the idiot can't even quote a single Bible verse. Why can't he explain how to be saved?
He did quote a Bible verse. He just quoted it incorrectly, and I'm assuming that's what he's upset about. Not only that, but I guess he's also upset that he didn't talk about how to be saved. He talked about the Jews. Well, Steven Anderson's done the exact same thing. Like I said, 37 minutes and 10 seconds of non-stop Holocaust denialism from Steven Anderson. This is like his bread and butter. I'm honestly really surprised that Steven Anderson doesn't seem to be a fan of Kanye West after the things that he said.
Explain how to be saved. Why couldn't he spend 10 seconds explaining how to be saved, how to go to heaven? Because he's not saved, and because he's not going to heaven. That's why. And when he says at the beginning and end of the broadcast, Jesus is king, Jesus is king, folks, that's not a theological statement. That's the name of his album that he's trying to sell you.
That's true, actually. That is the name of his album, but I feel like that's incidental. I feel like he named the album that because he thinks that Jesus should be king, but okay.
That's the name of his album that he's trying to sell you. That's a sales pitch for his music.
Okay. Jesus, dude. Steven Anderson is absolutely nuts. Everything about the guy. I'm just really surprised that he didn't turn out to be a Kanye fan after everything Kanye did. This is right up Steven Anderson's alley. This hits all the boxes that he loves. I just don't get it. I don't know. Let me know what you think about this in the comments. Do you want to hear more stuff about Steven Anderson? Do you want to hear more stuff about Kanye? Tell me what you think about it.
Hey everyone, it's time for yet another installment in this series exposing all the frauds at Discovery Institute, with some of the more prominent...
On what? What? That's... Oh no. Oh no, please don't tell me they're actually, or he's actually playing that stupid Sonic fighting game. And he just didn't, like, oh no, oh no. Oh. Wait. No, that's about something else. I'm confused.
Yeah, there was something I really wanted to check out based on a very interesting Twitter thread that popped up over the past, couple days of somebody that really dug into the files of a little game called Fighting Vipers. I don't know if many people actually know about this game. It's an old Sega Saturn game that launched on Xbox 360 back in the duh. This was essentially like a spiritual successor to Virtua Fighter, and also,
With Booba.
later fighting games that Sega would go on and make that are like their big fabled 3D fighting game franchises. Just to show people what Fighting Vipers is, right? Just for like a small perspective on the situation. You could get this on Xbox, but the thing that was discovered for it was kind of super specific to the arcade version. Although this version is wonderful, right? These ports were absolutely amazing. I can play on Xbox Live for God's sake. Holy hell, man. And again, an interesting roster that is very much 90s. You get Vasquez.
Don't tell me Sonic is in this game. Oh no. Oh no.
From Aliens. You get this guy.
This guy who's not JoJo.
Bond.
Let the action begin.
Like, definitely not JoJo.
Love that there is
crap.
the Fighting Vipers. I think I saw Fighting Vipers. Let the action begin.
Stop it. Like, yeah, definitely not JoJo.
Himanogra. Can I get a Himanogra over here? So the funny thing about this game is that there were some secrets that recently just popped up, right? This guy is just a not version of Kazuya. Come here, I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. Ugh. And it's funny, right? It's got some crazy ass gimmicks. Ugh. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. And on Saturn, this was a fantastic port, like a really fun and interesting game. But you would barely ever find an arcade version of Fighting Vipers. I think I saw Fighting Vipers 2 in arcades. You want to try out my Himanogra? Hold on a second, Chad. Stop jumping, you dank bitch. Ow! Wow, I'm out of the ring. Yeah, you like that? Ugh, I got 40 G's of something. See, it's got some crazy Jesus something. See, it's got some crazy gimmicky stuff, right? This was in the mid-90s and shit like that. Yes, and somebody just mentioned it. Is this not the game with Pepsi Man? Yes. Pepsi Man was a secret character, I believe, in the Sega Saturn version. What's nuts is over the past few days, somebody got deep and thick into the code of Fighting Vipers on the arcade version of the game. And as someone that is just absolutely in love with old Sega arcade classics, this was a fantastic read. So from Salty Freeman, if you're a fan of fighting game secrets, reverse old engineering, or understanding of how things worked in arcade games in the 90s, I got a story for you. In the early 2000s on GameWinners.com, there was a cheat listed for the arcade version of Fighting Vipers to play as B. Mauler. Y'all might know this character as BM. Me and Simmons had a little video. Hang on a second. Let's take another blast of the past for this little show me and Simmons had called Sega Saturn Saturday. Wow, look at these weirdos. Wow. 10 years. Fair enough. And there was a boss character that's name was literally BM. BTW versus BM. Versus BM. BM. The last guy's fucking name is Bowel Movement. So, funny enough, right, BM, the last boss of the game, stands for Big Mauler. So anyway, let's move forward. It seemed to have a ridiculous requirement of the arcade cabinet to play as Big Mauler. You needed accumulated 15,000 plays. 15,000 plays to play as Big Mauler, and you have to do this code and shit to get it. Like, fucking what? That's a lot for an arcade machine. So how would one even find an arcade cabinet with 15,000 plays, and then you know the button combination for the secret character, given the skirtless candy cheat is listed, which is like, you know, just a side costume for a character, as well as 100 versus wins in a row to unlock the cheat. They were probably translated from an unknown source. 15,000 versus matches, which is almost impossible unless it's the most popular arcade machine in the world. And there had to be like 100 versus wins in a row logged in at some point to actually get this to work. So it's just not gonna happen. Like, whatever's in here is locked behind the most ridiculous requirements, right? So if someone tried this cheat as it was listed, would it work? It wouldn't. Why? The game's code reveals some weird hints about the character select. Funky code and shit, right? First, the game checks if the time at the character select screen is greater than 18 seconds, you only have the first 2 of 20 seconds to execute a button combination. So you only have 2 seconds to enter some funky ass code. The document sheet incorrectly states, wait until the 9-second mark. And if you have more than 18 seconds left, the game then checks your held inputs. If both player 1 start and player 1 up is held, the game's code execution bypasses the cheat. So some very weird shit that was built into the game. Why did they make it like this? That's a great question. Why the hell would they do this? Why would they put the weirdest shit into the arcade version of Fighting Vipers? Here's where it gets interesting. So if you hold down these button combinations within the time frame, the game checks the backup RAM to see how many versus matches have been played. The keyword here is versus, meaning 2 human players, not just player versus. So you needed 15,000 versus matches. If you held all these buttons and did this stuff in the time span of 2 seconds, the game adds a 1 to the length of the character select array. So what does that have to do with Big Mauler? What does it have to do with the good old BM here? This is the visible character select in Fighting Vipers, right? You can see like the list of characters, and they're given their own individual codes from like 1 with a gap in between, all mixed up. They're in order of the typical base roster, but the full roster and code is actually, you know, kind of all screwy. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's all messed up. We see 2 extra values added onto the code, value 8 and 0A. If our cheat code adds a 1 to how long the character select is, we get the value 8, which is actually regular Mauler, which is weird. I think regular Mauler in the Xbox 360 version, this version that's here in the background, is actually selectable. So they changed the code of the Xbox 360 version of Fighting Vipers to have regular Mauler selectable for some reason. And we're just like, hey, here's an extra character you can play as him. Okay, interesting. But it isn't the last guy. It's not Big Mauler. If everything's done correctly, you get this unique character, but wait, why is he purple? It's the same reason you sometimes start with green characters and orange characters. When you first enter the character select, you hold the start button, it gives you an alternate color. Okay, interesting. So because of how the game works, you can only select the alternate palette of this guy. But how does it look for 2 players? Well, it goes back to the normal color palette. This is what the character normally looks like, and we can sort of match that up with this over here. Okay, that makes sense, right? It's just an alt color that it defaults to. But wait a minute. If each player has a code, and both codes are added to that one character select, won't the array increase beyond the base character, just beyond the hidden mauler, to maybe the next value? So what's the value after that if you do the code and the timing and all this shit? It's actually not the case. When the conditions are met and the check starts, it grabs the original value, and the character select, the length of it, is not the usual one in memory. So who's the next character, you ask? Alternate colors. Oh, that's interesting. So now you get alternate color characters. You get this weird green version of Grace. You get, like, you know, the alternate color of Picky, who's the kid with the skateboard. Okay, that's sick. Now you do it beyond these characters. Who do you get? Sonic and Tails. What?
I knew
You
it.
actually get Sonic and apparently Sonic hidden deep below the values of characters, stuck away in the code somewhere. The original inspiration that led to the creation of Sonic Fighters as its own standalone game is in the engine of Fighting Vipers, because it also was sharing the same engine at the time. And yes, and somebody pointed out that there was some weird hidden characters in the game where you can play as like Sega employees and shit. And yeah, Sonic and these other characters are proper characters that were selectable through the most insane means. You didn't have to hack
Nice.
the game to get them. They were actually there. The requirements to get these characters to be actually functioning and playable was built into the game, but no one figured out how to do it until recently. And then,
Of course
yeah, you get
nobody
some
figured
really
this
weird
bullshit
stuff
out.
between like Sega employees and what the hell am I looking at? Some weird ass crazy shit. The greatest mystery of all, the essential origin of what Sonic the Fighters is, and we've played Sonic Fighters a few times. It's been a while. This is also an Xbox 360 game you can play, built into the Fighting Vipers engine. So ultimately it's been solved. The solution of how you eventually get these characters playable has finally been figured out after... When did Fighting Vipers come out? Like, how long has the arcade version of this game existed? Fighting Vipers came out in 1995. That's not 28 years, is it? 95? 05?
Oh god, it is.
Ah, sweet Jesus. 28 years later, nearly 30 years, did someone actually figure out how Sonic and Tails were hidden in the code of Fighting Vipers, and they were actually selectable by the most insane means. Such a cool story, right? I love this shit. There was another video that happened not that long ago about Street Fighter Alpha 2, how Shin Akuma was kind of like mystery selectable in the like SNES version of the game, and somebody found a way to do it. So fucking neat, right? I don't know, I love this shit, right? I love that there is essential cheats and hidden things in fighting games still to this day that have not been figured out. And even Ed Boon has said the same thing about his own characters, right? Or his own games, that yeah, there are stuff people haven't found yet. There are things that are in the old Mortal Kombat codes and cheats that people still have not actually discovered, and maybe will be discovered fairly soon because people are like getting into the source code and stuff like that. This was incredibly cool, and as someone that grew up with these games, right, knowing that this was in secretly in the arcade version of Fighting Vipers is neat. It's not in the Saturn version though. The Saturn version got another character. The Sega Saturn version got this guy.
Pepsi Man!
And to be honest, I'll take Pepsi Man any day. The real hero. Pepsi Man.
Oh, Pepsi bad. Alicos are godlike? What? No, they're not. All they are monster part dispensers. That's what they are. Just get one that steals monster parts and you will get your shit together very, very fast. Did you just say Pinocchio?
Oh boy. Well, would you look at that? Disney has farted out another live-action remake, and what do you know? It has all the appeal of a freshly laid Vindaloo turd.
I want her weapon. That's the better version of the photon claw.
The original Pinocchio is actually one of my favorite Disney films. It came out all the way back in 1940, which is when the golden age of animation was really starting to take off, and is actually Disney's second animated movie to release after Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Snow White is a fine enough film, but being the first animated film to ever release, it was obvious that Disney hadn't quite polished its technique yet. Pinocchio was a film that made a lot of technical improvements. We had the multi-pane camera, which gave backgrounds more depth, smeared glass being put in front of the camera to mimic underwater effects, not to mention how detailed the backgrounds were, and how gorgeous the animation was. To this day, I still absolutely love the animation that's used for the monster chase scene. And although the story can be questionable at times, I absolutely love the overall much darker tone. It felt like a film that Disney was putting all the effort in to improve itself upon the first, both in a technical and creative aspect. And then we have this. Yet another soulless remake has just been churned out the Disney machine for the sake of making some easy revenue, with subpar animation, watered down moments from the first, and some changed moments which are just so absurd. And man, you know something is bad when the critics and audience on Rotten Tomatoes actually agree on something. So let's pour ourselves a big old glass of root beer as we take an in-depth look at Pinocchio 2022.
I have not seen this movie. I didn't even hear about that movie until, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? So nobody even bothered to be angry at this turd.
Geppetto's house in particular has a lot of little details which try to capture the look of the original, even with some of the clocks we see in the background. I also do think it's quite funny how we still have the spanking clock from the original, but now it has a police officer interjecting. Though on first glance I actually thought he was joining in. There are also a bunch of clocks with other references to past Disney works. I think these would have been fine if they had just stayed as background shots. You know, something that you could pause on the screen and just squint at and be like, oh yeah, that movie, yeah, I remember that. But the film actually goes a little further than that and just shows them up close on camera. I don't know, it just felt a little too on the nose for me. I also quite like the Pleasure Island design. Obviously they had to do a little bit of redesign, as I don't think the red-faced Indians would fly so well today. But I did like the black and yellow theme with the creepy clown faces. Though some parts of it felt a little far-fetched, like the mountain of candy, which felt like something from Wreck-It Ralph. And there's also other aspects of it which were a bit dumb, but I'll talk about that more in the story section. Alright, character designs. I quite like the look of Tom Hanks playing the role of Geppetto. He does a serviceable job with the character, though his accent in the film does vary quite a bit.
Don't understand me, love. My looks, they mean everything to me. Look at you! Look at you! You are an almost you!
One opportunity I think they missed though, would have been to have his character shout this line. I also don't hate the Jiminy Cricket design. At least they tried to make him look a little bit more like a cricket, as he didn't really look like much of anything in the original. Though I must say, I can't unsee the fact that his head now just looks like a Brussels sprout. The guy voicing Jiminy seems to do an okay impression of the character from the original, though whenever Jiminy has to shout, it's almost as though you can hear his voice beginning to break. The fox and the cat also look pretty good when compared to the other CGI characters, as the level of detail on them seems much higher than the rest of the characters. Then we have Figaro, who I'm going to say doesn't look so great. In the original, with the hand-drawn animation, Figaro is an expressive character. Here though, they seem to be struggling to find the balance on making him expressive, but also trying to keep it realistic at the same time. Honestly, at this point, I think they could have just used an actual cat. At least then it'd be more convincing when Geppetto actually starts interacting with it. And this might just be me speculating, but it felt like the film kind of knew this too, as it feels like some reaction shots of Figaro were cut. Such as this scene here with Geppetto talking to Figaro. It felt like there should have been a shot with Figaro reacting to this question, as that's how it is in the original, but it just cuts to another angle of Geppetto. I don't know, maybe nothing was cut from that, but it just looks a little clunky. Cleo, I get why they'd want to use CG for, as you can't really get much expression out of a standard goldfish, but her design here just feels a little bit weird. With the pouty lips, it just looks a little oddly suggestive, and I wouldn't be surprised if Geppetto got weak in times of his loneliness. Cleo. I get they were trying to mimic the 2D style, but it comes across as less of the 1940s Cleo, and more of the freaky designs from Shark Tale. Pinocchio, I think for the most part looks fine. They definitely captured the overall image of the original, but the flat 2D style eyes just don't quite do it. They look bad, especially on moments when the camera zooms in on Pinocchio's face. Nope, I know you're humming the song to try and get me emotional. It's not working. I'm just too distracted. Nope, don't make him cry. It only draws more attention to his shit face. Okay, so what about the Blue Fairy's design? Yeah, that's pretty spot on. Alright, no, I'm actually gonna talk about this. It's probably gonna get me some angry opinions in the comment section, but fuck it. Okay, so in the remake, where they've clearly gone to a lot of effort to capture the design and aesthetics of the original, it does seem a bit of a weird choice to radically alter one of the characters' appearance. Now, I see a lot of people arguing that Disney is doing this just to be woke, and just trying to force diversity, but I honestly don't think that's the reason. See, let's be real. Disney doesn't give a fuck about diversity. Disney doesn't give a fuck about minorities. Disney only cares about business. And randomly race swapping a character is a great way to drive up business. Because for better or for worse, it gets a lot of people talking about your product. Here's an example from the official Pinocchio Facebook page. Here we will see 3 images that were posted on the same day at the exact same time. First we have Geppetto creating Pinocchio. 400 reacts, 9 comments. Okay. Next one, a close-up of Pinocchio himself. Nearly 7,000 reacts, 250 comments. Alright, that's getting better. But now here's the final image. 72,000 reacts and 24,000 comments. And you can argue that it's not all positive reacts, and a quick glance at the comments will confirm that, but it doesn't matter. Because the more people that interact with your post, the more that it will get shared along social media. The marketing of Disney are well aware of this, and they will purposely put images out to bait these kind of responses. Unless, of course, the
I don't know why he's even talking about this.
Yeah,
Or how he just did mental gymnastics to go around the woke
of course we don't want any of those
comment. Of course it's fucking woke. Yes, if they themselves don't give a shit. Probably. But they are catering to woke idiots. That's the same thing. There's, what the fuck?
But it just falls flat. Oftentimes you're looking at the CG and thinking, yeah, it does look a little shit. Obviously this isn't helped by the fact that the CG needs to interact with real people at times, and it just isn't convincing. It's kind of like the issue I had with the 2016 BFG film, where the interactions between the live action and the CGI just didn't look very good, and it probably would have been better just to have the full thing in CG. Unfortunately, this bad animation also takes away a lot of the more impactful scenes from the film. The donkey transformation scene, for example, arguably is the scene that most people think of when you mention the original Pinocchio, and there's good reason for that. It's utterly horrifying. The animation with the hands turning into hooves, the frantic music and the donkey thrashing around as he cries for his mama, it's stuff that's straight out of a horror film. Here they do their best to imitate the scene, but the CG used for the donkey's head is just so distractingly bad. Plus, I don't think the kids' acting is all that great either.
Somebody help me! I've been double-crossed! I've been played! Help me, please! Anybody!
Oh, I've been double-crossed! Help! Help! Somebody help! I've been framed! Help!
And finally is the design of Monstro. What the fuck is with Monstro's design? In the original, he was just a regular whale living in the sea. Sure, there was some creative liberties with his design, like how he bared a set of shark-like teeth, which whales in real life have layers of thin strands like a cone. But come on, tentacles? What the fuck? Okay, so apparently in this film they do specifically refer to him as a sea monster.
Yes, Father! But it wasn't a whale! It was a sea monster! And we got out!
But why, oh god, did you give him that really dumb laugh as he's chasing Pinocchio? Like, come on. Monstro was never really a bad guy. He was just a whale in the sea that was hunting to feed himself. And the only reason he particularly goes after Pinocchio and Geppetto is because they pissed him off. He goes from a terrifying threat to a goofy villain. In fact, his laugh kind of reminds me of Bowser from the Mario Party. Yeah, so this film suffers with what I'm going to call the Marvel effect, where every scene feels like it needs to insert a random joke or a random quip, with a lot of them not making sense in the world, and just coming across as quite forced and lame. See, despite being a darker entry, the original Pinocchio actually had a lot of jokes too, but they were more visual-based jokes which not only feel less forced, but can also age better over time. A lot of the jokes in the new Pinocchio aren't even relevant to what's happening, and are more just meta jokes that the film kind of winks and nudges at the audience.
We need a simple, strong statement. I've got it.
Just suffer. It never worked. Of course, I'm just a talking cricket, so I'm not one to pass judgment on what's real.
Wait, why is Jiminy admitting that a talking cricket is out of the ordinary? Do no other crickets in this world talk? How did Jiminy come to talk? Other animals seem to be talking just fine. Why is a talking cricket weird in a world consisting of giant walking cats and foxes? But what's even weirder is when the film opens up, we have future Jiminy narrating to us about the story of Pinocchio, which is what happens in the original, but he also starts interacting with the past Jiminy in the story.
Who are you? I'm you, only older and wiser. Really? How'd you figure?
Considering this has made such a big deal in the opening scene, you'd think this interaction would continue throughout the film, but no, it never happens again. But what gets weirder is that partway through, past Jiminy is now the one who starts narrating the story.
And so, Pinocchio became part of Geppetto's little family.
What? Did the film forget its opening or something? I thought this was meant to be future Jiminy telling the story. Which now brings me on to the final and most painful section. So for the most part of the new Pinocchio, they do follow the same story beats as the original. But they did try adding in some new scenes and new characters, with varying results. Now, credit where credit is due, one of the main issues I had with the original Pinocchio is how the Blue Fairy is used as a lazy plot device for the story. Pinocchio and Jiminy are trapped in a cage with no way out. It's fine, the Blue Fairy will free them. Pinocchio and Jiminy have no idea where Geppetto is. It's fine, the Blue Fairy will tell them. Even though earlier she said that she couldn't help them anymore.
Very well. But this is the last time I can help you.
So that was a fucking lie.
And to be fair, in the new film they do try to mitigate this issue with the introduction of new characters, such as the seagull they meet at the beginning who now tells them where Geppetto went. But honestly, with the new film, considering Geppetto hasn't even been eaten by Monstro yet, you could just have him put a note on the door which says something like, "Dear customers, I have set up shop to go looking for my son who I believe is on Pleasure Island. Not sure when I'll be back. Geppetto." Then Pinocchio and Jiminy would go out looking for him, and it'd play out exactly the same. And then we have another new character, who is a young girl who works on Stromboli's puppet act. She befriends Pinocchio, and Pinocchio develops this weird kind of romance with the puppet she operates. Yeah, don't ask. She kind of has this thing going on where she wants to be a dancer, but has a crippled leg or something. I don't know. I thought the whole reason to introduce this character was to have her break Pinocchio out the cage instead of the fairy, but she doesn't. In fact, once Pinocchio and Jiminy escape Stromboli...
I actually figured this out back in the day on my own. This is... oh god. I don't know how I did it, but this... I never did the frying pan thing. I tried, but I didn't quite figure out how that went. I mean, I found most of the people, I think. I think I just never got back to the, basically, after you finish all the quests, you have to go back to one of the quests to get the weapon. You know, you have to get into the weapon club, whatever. And I think I've never got the last part. Maybe I also missed one or two of the weapon people. I don't know. I think I found all of them, but I basically never found what to do after. I never found out what to do after that. But this right here was also fucking pain in the ass.
Pinocchio is about to go out and find Geppetto. By pure convenience, Stromboli's puppet show just happens to pass by, and this is done just so we can get closure for the random subplot, informing us that she's now running the show. Like, obviously the writers were aware that the plot convenience was one of the issues with the original, so why did you go and rewrite some back in? It just feels a little bit conflicting. Speaking of conflicting... yeah, so another thing with this remake is that the morals of the film seem very conflicting. One thing they tried doing was to make Pinocchio more sympathetic with his actions. See, in the original, Pinocchio
That's Dr. Osto, I think. This dude.
In this version, however, Pinocchio actually listens to Jiminy and decides to...
Or Dr. Fo, or it? I don't remember. It's the dude that works with the pink robot.
A life of fortune and fame. And I'm kind of like, yeah, I get where Pinocchio is coming from. Sure, in the original, Pinocchio is a bit of a dumbass, but he gets punished for it. That's the whole point. Well, here it's like, what was he supposed to do? He couldn't go to school. Also, it's weird how the school isn't freaked out by a walking, talking puppet, but then again, there's a giant fox and cat roaming the streets, and no one seems to bat an eye at that. The whole moral of it's bad to lie is kind of turned on its head, as Pinocchio uses his lying to reach the key and set himself free. So I guess the moral is that it's okay to lie, just so long as you get what you want? I think that the writers may have taken a bit of inspiration from Shrek 2 with this scene.
Natives research, I think that was the quest where you develop your enemy parts. That was also that was a fucking nightmare to find out how to develop your enemy parts, especially. The problem is, as you can see, you can't start these missions. So basically, if you did natives research already, that's not a thing anymore. Like, you can't develop them.
Is that also meant to be
yeah.
with root beer Disney?
Unsealed door.
Disney is concerned about kids drinking beer, yet is more than happy for them to be launching fireworks at each other. Pinocchio
Wait.
also doesn't do anything bad on Pleasure Island, so it makes no sense as to why
Yours
he's
to
getting turned into a
restart.
donkey. In the original, he's smoking and drinking and presumably doing all the other bad shit, but here he still seems to have a moral compass.
Knowing one's
Which
heart,
only further
what?
leads me to believe that this was indeed meant to originally be alcohol, as it's the only thing he seemingly does that is considered wrong. But we've got to remember also, Pinocchio didn't even want to go to Pleasure Island in the first place. Here he is captured off the streets, and when he asks to go home, he's threatened by a discount Johnny Depp and the other kids with a really weird song about peer pressure. So you can't even blame him for going there in the first place. Oh, and also, we can now apparently say bollocks in a kids movie.
Bollocks.
Maybe I'm just overthinking this one, but isn't bollocks a pretty taboo word to say? Like if I had said it in school, I would have been punished. If I had said it around the dinner table as a kid,
Balls.
I'd definitely have gotten clipped around the ear. Yeah, my childhood was great. Maybe it's just a UK thing, but on the swear scale, I'd probably put bollocks just below the level of saying shit. Unless, of course, in America, bollocks doesn't carry as much weight there as it does in the UK. I don't know. Perhaps you guys can give me your thoughts of that one in the comment section. Another weird creative choice is that in this version, Pinocchio actually reaches Geppetto before he gets swallowed by the whale. This doesn't seem like a big change, but it really is. In the original, Pinocchio is aware that Geppetto has been swallowed by a giant whale and still decides to go and save him, even with Jiminy, his conscience, warning him not to do so. This highlights Pinocchio's bravery and unselfishness, willing to put himself in danger to save someone he loves. In this one where Pinocchio is swallowed alongside Geppetto, that kind of gets taken away. There's even the rescue scene where Pinocchio spins his feet to propel them through the water. This is dumb for a couple of reasons. First is that it takes away the tension from the chase. In the original, Pinocchio and Geppetto are struggling to paddle through the water, whilst Monstro is just simply crashing through it. It really creates a massive imbalance of power and makes Monstro such a more serious threat. Secondly, is that it kind of shows that Pinocchio being a puppet is much better for him, as if he were a real boy they would have no doubt perished, and the film even states this.
No real boy could ever do such a thing.
But then they seem to go for the most radical change, and that's not even having Pinocchio change into a boy at the end. And I thought, oh hey, now that's actually really interesting. Rather than having Pinocchio transform into a physical real boy, it kind of hints that the real change comes from within, and all those traits you once thought were a weakness can now be played into your strengths. Hey, that's actually a pretty cool take on the original, and wow, I actually respect them for taking the more mature and realistic outcome. Oh wait, no, he's changing anyway. Never mind.
People say he was transformed into an honest-to-goodness real boy. Who knows?
What do you mean you don't know? You're the one telling the story. Did you not go back with them to find out? Here they're even showing him starting to transform on screen. So why are you doing this whole, ooh, did he, didn't he? Who knows? Was this again a last-minute change they made in post-production? Alright, but out of all the stupid creative choices the film attempted, this for me is the worst one. And that's the hinting at Geppetto's tragic backstory. In this version, it is strongly hinted that Geppetto once had a wife and a son. For whatever reason, they passed away, and this is why Geppetto refuses to sell his clocks. Why he's even making Pinocchio in the first place. I actually quite like this idea. I think it could have had a lot of potential if the film didn't chicken out with it. There's a big deal made at the start with a customer wanting to buy one of Geppetto's clocks, and Geppetto refusing to because they hold a lot of sentimental value to him. But you think there would have been a big scene later in the film where Geppetto makes the painful decision to sell his clocks to go out and search for Pinocchio. But no, it all happens off screen. They even throw a line at the end of the film that says that Geppetto was initially cold towards Pinocchio at the start.
Pinocchio, when you first came to me, I might have made a mistake. I wanted somebody else.
Yet we don't see anything like that from the film itself. If anything, he seems to be pretty overjoyed with the fact.
You are an almost real boy. We can be a family.
Wouldn't that have been a much better story to tell though? Geppetto doesn't initially take to Pinocchio, This gives Pinocchio more reason to run away and become famous in order to prove himself. Geppetto goes through the grief of losing someone yet again, but this time decides that he won't wallow in self-pity and actually goes out to get Pinocchio, even if that means having to let go of the past. But no, Disney probably got scared off of that aspect, so instead just decides to play it safe. Nice. Good job. Okay, so these are other little bits that annoyed me, but I couldn't really work them into the script. They tried to show how Pinocchio got his name, but it's done in such a dumb way. I kid you not, Geppetto was like, oh, he's made out of pine. Pine-occhio. Pinocchio.
Ah, yes, because English. Oh, God.
Like, what? Disney really needs to stop trying to give character names backstories. I don't know if I like the seagull voice.
Well, I wouldn't want that on my conscience. Okay, Mr. Right or Wrong.
Sounds like she needs to clear her throat or something. Christ, almost sounds worse than late season's Marge Simpson.
Jerk didn't like your sports notions. Listen to someone else. The internet's full of homemade sports shows.
Wait, I thought the fairy appearing meant that time would slow down. Why is Jim Lee moving as normal?
Consider myself a bug of harmful sin, no matter what you may have heard.
What may we have heard? You gonna dive into that a little more? Nope. Okay. I gotta at least try to give Jimmy more of a reason to be a conscience.
I see a lost soul, an infected nerve, an aimless vagabond.
Whereas in the original he just did it because he was horny. Oh wait, I guess he still is here. Geppetto letting Pinocchio go to school on his own is still really dumb. Yeah, I know this happens in the original, but it's made even worse here. Firstly, because we know Geppetto is grieving, he seems to be struggling to let Pinocchio go, and is clearly concerned that Pinocchio might get lost.
This town can be very confusing. Many curving streets. Pay attention.
So why is he letting
I know what's wrong with
in the original, he just seems
him.
ignorant to the dangers. Also, there's literally a line of kids with a supervisor that he talks to just beforehand, so why not just flag her down and ask her to wait for a little bit, so Pinocchio can then at least walk with the other kids? But this dainty little puppet just managed to get the floorboard loose? I don't think that's how physics work. Wait, did she just have this all set up and waiting? Where did this set piece even come from? Also, I don't think she could be making the puppet move like this, or giving it the moving facial expression. Is this just meant for us to see how Pinocchio is seeing this puppet? It doesn't really make much sense as to why Stromboli would suddenly lock up Pinocchio. In the original, it's because Pinocchio was about to head back home, but here it's because he's talking to the puppet next door. Pinocchio clearly had no desire to leave, so why are you imprisoning him? If anything, you could take advantage of the fact that he's so infatuated with this puppet, and use it as an incentive for him to stay. Yeah, that kid's probably dead.
Wait, what happened?
I love the dramatic music for this. Seagull says that she can't lift Pinocchio. I love the dramatic music for this. Yeah, that kid's probably dead. I love the dramatic music for this. Seagull says that she can't lift Pinocchio because he's too heavy. Then I'm pretty sure that she also wouldn't be able to water ski him along the ocean. That's not how physics work.
I was taken to Pleasure Island, where I learned to drink, I forget what they called it.
Root beer. Gotta remember that it's just root beer.
I think he's beginning to get irritated by the smoke.
It must be tickling his nose.
It's almost like Pinocchio didn't even know why he wanted to light the fire in the first place. In the original, he at least states that he was planning on making the world sneeze.
We'll make him sneeze.
Make him sneeze.
Makes me wonder why he didn't just do this earlier. In the original, it's Pinocchio that supposedly dies. And I think this was the correct decision as it shows Pinocchio made the ultimate sacrifice to save everyone.
Oh, it's registered. I just think we had all been swallowed by a whale.
Yeah, you don't think that's why you're all laying on a beach?
Do you know the way?
We'll follow that light.
Yeah, so in my head I'm assuming this is a symbol for the afterlife, and that canonically they all die to Monstro. Also, it just has to be done. Why does it close with the book when it never opened with the book? In the original they did.
Yeah.
It also annoyed me in the sense that it spoiled one of the unique things that made the original Pinocchio, and that's that all the villains get off scot-free. Yeah, in the original Pinocchio, none of the bad
This is actually one of the few quests that has like kind of in quotes good writing. Like in this mission there's actually something happening besides let's go there and save people. Actually I'm lying. The quests are actually kind of like, yeah, what you do is stupid and always the same, kind of. Except it's not the same, and the missions, pretty much all of them suck. But the stories behind them are not that horrible. Most of them.
And I would say skip the live action and just watch the original.
Except the nonsense where you have to clear them in certain ways and in certain what's the word, not direction, I can't think of the word, in certain, also formation is not the right word. But you basically can't just do a mission. Like there is certain missions that have you, that basically have secret stuff that you can't unlock if you don't do very specific things. Which is horrible. Especially without internet.
Pinocchio, or better known as Del Toro's Pinocchio, is the latest take on the popular story which focuses around a wooden puppet coming to life. Yet offers a very different telling to the more classic fairy tale you're used to. The film was written, produced and directed by Guillermo del Toro, whom this is his first animated feature, but was also co-directed by Mark Gustafsson, who is all too familiar with the genre of stop motion. Which, by the way, with the runtime of just over 2 hours, makes this film the longest stop motion feature length to date. Funnily enough though, the film almost never came to be, as the project was beginning to run over budget, and was in desperate...
Yes, it is.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. I am talking to you today about...
I've seen episode 3 and 4 now, and yes. To be honest, in the newer episodes, yes, all of it gets even meaner. But it gets... basically, it starts being more, like, true to its own bullshit. Like, it starts being or feeling like just a racist... well, racist nonsense it is. That has been written by a very, very angry Indian woman who got robbed of the series she actually wanted to produce. Like, these episodes actually feel like, yeah, they're just gonna crap on Scooby-Doo, and that's about it. What I'm trying to say is the newer episode, the last 2 episodes, actually, they were much less shit than the first two very pretentious garbage episodes. But still, I hope it... no, I just want it to go away.
So it's dead. It's dead in the water. But I wanted to take time to be like, you know what, this is kind of an interesting idea. I like Scooby-Doo. Who doesn't like fucking Scooby-Doo? Are you kidding me? Come on. And it's like HBO. It's supposed to be for an older audience. We're attacking more serious things, and we got rid of this talking dog. This is like a true crime person's wet dream. Velma's thick pussy walking around with Daphne's thick pussy and Fred's big ol' not even Shaggy, this new guy named Donnie or Norville. So I thought I'd give it a try, and my God, like, first off, I guess I just want to say the positives very quickly because it's kind of a shorter list. The visuals. The show is animated beautifully. I think the style of the show is very fun. It has like a very, oddly enough, it kind of reminds me of a Harry Partridge cartoon. Because like Harry Partridge, it kind of gives me like similar human designs to that. Beautiful animation with horror sequences and stuff, and just visually, it's very nice. All the artists that worked on it should be very proud because they did a lot. I mean, just a very simple Scooby-Doo setup. Just wanted to take time and say, artists, I see you out there. I appreciate you. You guys rule. I'm sorry that the next part is.
Yeah, it kind of looks good. That's about it. But I don't really understand why people like the horror scenes, like the hallucination scenes. I really don't like them. But yeah, they just look really cartoony, and I guess that's the point. But I don't like the way American cartoons look, to be honest. Like old school stuff with like very exaggerated and like very blocky bodies, exaggerated like nails and stuff. I really don't like that look. It looks absolutely terrible to me.
Reads a lot like that scene in 8 Crazy Nights, that Adam Sandler animated movie, where Adam Sandler's character feels horrible about his parents' death, and he never opens up a Christmas card from them. And I thought that was weird. I was like, this is like some 8 Crazy Nights shit. Because of her mother's disappearance, every time she wants to solve a mystery, she has a heart like failing panic attack, and she hallucinates all this horror stuff. And it's done very well. Like, I think that's like the funnest part of the show. And in the first episode,
no.
and then the second episode, I think it happens like 1 or 2 times, and I was like, why don't we do more of that? That's fun. But that's the biggest conflict is, you know, she has all these mysteries that she has to solve, but they might kill her.
He also likes it.
I like that as a setup. You could run with that and make some very
No, that's the least fun part.
But the show,
because that's basically the only kind in quote serious part about the series, but also I just don't like the looks. Like, if we have to watch a fucking dumpster fire, just keep it a fucking dumpster fire. Dumpster fire.
If you haven't seen Hoops and you want to feel like, if you want to experience what Snowside is like, Hoops. If you want to know what it's like
But burning.
have a near-death experience,
Hot and steamy.
the first season of Hoops. That's about as close as you'll get to meeting Death himself. He's right at your door. They're doing this thing where it's a lot of meta humor, and it feels like just the industry standard right now, no matter what, especially a lot of people who aren't in animation will copy what's just the most popular thing, which is Rick and Morty right now. So Rick and Morty was very much meta humor, but it kind of served a purpose where it was like, oh, Rick's a huge narcissist. He's like talking down to the characters in the show, and he's talking down to the audience. It does make sense. As much as you want to like slam your fucking desk and be like, Rick and Morty. It has purpose. You know, you can bitch about the formula you want, but it's pretty good. It's good stuff. They're copying. It feels like they're trying to do like a.
I love Rick and Morty, but the last 2 seasons I did not. I still like it. They weren't that good, in my opinion. Problem is that they basically don't do anything anymore. The only thing basically besides like what are those family shows from the 90s are called, or 80s? Like, that's basically what Rick and Morty turned into. Like one of those shows like the Steve Urkel show, I forgot what that's called in English. But one of those, that's basically what Rick and Morty is right now. They don't really do anything anymore. Except, oh, Rick is kind of like, oh, I gotta find these other Rick. Because I don't like him. He fucked up my life. And that's basically it. All the episodes are just like the new problem of the week. Just happening.
What's her name? It's not Mindy Lewis. Kisling or like Keeling or something like that.
I mean, that's what what it basically always has been, kind of. But the scope just got way smaller. Like, if they don't even leave their own area anymore. Like, that was one of the points of the recent season, that they could not get out of their own universe because Rick's thingy was broken. Like his portal gun. Well, the portal gun itself wasn't broken, but the mechanism behind the portal gun was just messed up. Like, literally the universe was broken. Or the black hole or whatever they use to do the thing.
Norville, who's Shaggy in this, he doesn't do drugs, and they make a point to have him say it has something to do with drugs, which I hate. Isn't that hilarious that he doesn't like drugs? Isn't that so funny? And then also,
no, it's not funny.
You know, I've never been into weak humor, but if I was, whatever. And then Velma is just like, oh, well, the only people who like that are
adults who still watch cartoons.
Which it's like, you're a cartoon and you want people to watch it, so are you shitting on people who are watching the show? Like, it's like a bully in school who is like, I don't know, it's like a bully in school who's just like, what are you, a fucking loser? Dude, I'm just joking. You know what I mean? He pushes you in a locker, he breaks your back and throws you in the locker. She's like, dude, I'm just joking around. That's how the show feels. It's just like Velma's just constantly shitting on everybody and learning nothing along the way. It was very obvious that they're trying, like I said, they're trying to do a Rick Sanchez thing. But even in Rick and Morty, Rick is the biggest douche ever. He's an asshole, he's selfish, whatever. But even if they don't show in the episodes, there are key moments in the show where you see Rick and he's miserable. He's not a happy person. No one is like, I want to be Rick. And if you are saying that, you're 9 and you don't understand the emotional complexities of narcissism and depression and all these kind of things that, you know, Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland have propped up in the show. And it's the same reason why it's just a little list. It's like Larry David and Curb Your Enthusiasm. Nobody is watching Curb Your Enthusiasm and being like, you know, this Larry guy's got his head on straight. He's insufferable. He's annoying. The biggest one that I feel is comparable is Kenny Powers, Eastbound and Down. Kenny Powers is a lot like Velma. He's abrasive. He thinks everybody else is stupid. He only looks out after himself. But there's moments in the show that cause Danny to be human. He gets humiliated. You feel sympathetic for him because you can tell that he's you know, he's just a guy who's trying to find acceptance and respect from all these people. There's these just little human moments with other characters in the show. And so far, and I know we're only on 2 episodes in, but it's you haven't had one little nugget of oh, maybe I need to change as a person, right? And there's a moment in the second episode where we find out Fred hasn't hit puberty or something, and his dad's like, oh, we'll find out, and we'll make fun of you. It's who cares? I don't know, dude. Hey, sorry, I can't control how fucking fast my balls and hair come up. You know, I don't know. But it's obviously a very shaky issue, and then she kind of just spoils it for everybody, and she insults him so much in the court, but it's prefaced in a way where she was
unfortunately, I was wrong about that.
It's oh, this is a character. She's going to admit that she judges people too much, and she just kind of states all the facts that Fred says, and insults him so much that Fred puts himself in a position to where he looks like a maniac that's gonna kill somebody when he goes to prison, and that's how the episode ends. And you're just kind of what? Huh? Why? It's odd. Another thing that's kind of a glaring issue as well is the voice acting in the show. Glenn Howerton, who's Dennis Reynolds, is an amazing actor, but it's they chose so many bad takes with him. I think they put a little high pass filter on his voice, so it sounds really weird on Fred, but there's just some spots where it just sounds very emotionless, but I would say Mindy is the worst. Velma just... so one note, and she doesn't, it's she's incapable of going over the register, so there's no real emotional resonance when she's yelling and she's being yeah, I'm not the killer! You'd be I'm not the killer! Imagine that. You're being framed for murder, and my response would be murder? I didn't fucking murder anybody! I didn't murder anybody! And then Velma, it's kind of what? I didn't murder anybody. Don't put my dog down! Yeah, he bites people, but please, he's my best friend! Don't put my dog down. Please, he's my best friend. I don't know. It's just my opinion. But I'd rather have maybe some professional voice actors in there. That's just me. But I will say that, you know, I'm also biased because I did make a little scene for the show. They asked me last year, they saw my tunes and stuff, and they were like, and this is real. This is real. I did have a very small stint with HBO Max, and they asked me to come in. They asked me to like write this scene, and it was in the second episode that it aired, and it didn't, you know, obviously I pulled my name from the show, but it's after the scene when Daphne kisses Velma. Oh yeah, they're gay, by the way. I wanted to have a scene after that where Velma comes back to Daphne's house, so I'm just going to show it here since it's technically mine. So.
Daphne, I'm going to cut to the chase. I feel a panic attack coming on, baby, and I think the only medicine is a taste of that stinky jinkies. You know what I'm saying, baby? Come on. Wait, hold on. Just wait. I mean, that kiss earlier today, it's got me thinking all kinds of crazy things. Things I'm a bit nervous to say. Like how I bet your bean is bigger than a Scooby snack. You know, little beanie baby down there, huh? Bet it looks like a middle-aged man's thumb. Come on, give me a hand. Oops! Oh, man, I'm so clumsy. Like what you see? Bet you're wondering if I got an Arby's beef and cheddar between my legs, huh? Well, there's only one way to find out. I know that tongue's as flat as an old hound dog. Use the tools you got to solve this mystery for the both of us, huh? Wait, hold on, come on! You know, I don't need my glasses to see that you and me, we're a great pair.
We found him.
Drop this attitude and let me get a peek at Vernon Troyer's head down there. Come on, but the panic attacks! That's cool. I got mysteries to solve anyways. But if I had to put money on it, I bet it's as bare as a silverback's belly. I'll find out, baby. Just you wait. Just you wait.
And there it is. You know, I was really upset when they said that they weren't going to use it, and I think creatively, I was just like, we're going to have to split ways, because this is just not going to work. The only thing that can break Velma's cold heart is Asian Daphne's power of love. My sworn nemesis is actually somebody that I want to bang. That's going to stop my panic attacks. So I don't know, you know, in conclusion, I guess I just wanted to come and talk about the show because it's like, I don't know, man. Sometimes shows are just so, it's just subjective. Like, if you like the show, like the show. Don't let the mob mentality totally skew things that you like. You could watch this and be like, I love the humor. That's fine. I just wanted to give you my opinion on it. The biggest thing is, like, I'm very curious to see where it goes. I will be watching the rest of the season to see if it gets any better, because they've already renewed it for a second season, which is insane after the backlash that they've gotten so far. Because usually that shit happens, they will cut that shit quick. You know, I want to check in again after the season is over to see how it is, but, you know, I can't even really recommend the show. I feel like a lot of the watches people are getting is just the curiosity of, like, is it as bad as people say and people are just hate watching it? You know? It's just odd. But I just wanted to come and, I guess, give my 2 cents about it. I really look forward to seeing it. I hope there's a scene where it's Daphne's. Wait, how old are they? I'm going to retract my statement after wanting Velma to eat Daphne's pussy on camera. So there it is. Velma, season 1, episode 1 and 2. I give it a 4 out of 10. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll probably rewatch them again too. It might be lower. 4 out of 10 is very generous. I'm mostly giving it a 4 out of 10 because the art. The art's very good, and the people who work on that show should be very proud. And it's unfortunate whenever writers of shows fuck up this bad. They fuck it all up. And then everybody says, "Oh, that show sucks," and nobody can appreciate the small little things of even how the show probably took a year and a half to film and millions of dollars. It's a shame. So, you know, watch it or don't. I don't give a shit.
What's up, guys? It's your therapist, Endymion, and recently HBO Max has decided to release 2 more fresh episodes of Velma out of its rectum for us to enjoy. So let's dive into the abyss and lose our minds together. Velma's latest episode is called Velma Kai, which is supposed to parody Cobra Kai, and it revolves around the high school's faculty deciding they need to teach the female students how to protect themselves in case they become the next murder victim for our secret serial killer or men in general. It also starts off immediately with a blatant bait opener showing one guy sucking off another guy's face while climbing him like a spider monkey. I know what Velma's showrunners are trying to do here, but it just comes off as lazy. Also, they show up again in the same scene, but closer because they really want us to know, which, alright, we get it. Anyway, from here on, we see Shaggy, and you know what? I'm just gonna call him Shaggy from now on because Norville is a dumb name to begin with. I also don't like how Velma as a show is painting Shaggy to be this sort of loser incel creep who only helps Velma with her problems in hopes that she'll appreciate it and then let him sleep with her. Which is weird because Shaggy in every other adaptation is kind of a chick magnet. He's constantly shown to have little to no trouble attracting the ladies in other Scooby-Doo shows. He's like the original prototype for the phrase, "She let me hit 'cause I'm goofy," and that's why this version of Shaggy is so lame. Especially in the 5th episode where Shaggy only helps Daphne with her missing parents problem, not because he's nice, but because Shaggy knows that Velma likes Daphne. So by helping Daphne, he can learn to mimic Daphne's personality in hopes of molding himself into a version that Velma will find attractive. It comes off as creepy and really weird. If you can't be yourself around someone you like, it's clearly not going to work out. Never do this in real life, my friends. Anyways, we also learned that the school faculty is also having a mental health awareness pep rally in order to educate the students. There is one joke I chuckled at here where the squirrel mascot is giving out pamphlets about how important mental health is, and people are immediately just throwing...
Maybe I didn't even need to do this one because it just said I have to do that as well to unlock Unsealed Door, right?
What is eye-roll worthy is that we next see that Shaggy's dad, who's a white
Yeah, to
guy,
unlock
I'm
this
not sure if
quest.
Shaggy is mixed or adopted.
No, you
but anyways,
don't.
It seems that like his son,
That's
Shaggy's
wrong.
dad has no respect from anyone in the school for like no reason. The kids immediately
New quest.
attack
Find
Shaggy's
Sue and Mine
dad
Sue
and
and
make
talk
him
to her,
seem
then
like
proceed to
he's a
finish
useless
this
addition
quest.
to the school's overall structure.
See, your dad is worse for teen mental health than waist trainers.
To some, you can't spell mental health without me.
What's odd is that before he speaks, everyone cheers on Shaggy's mom, who also works at the school. But once Shaggy's dad enters, who's a white man, immediately everything he says is just tossed aside and he's labeled an idiot for no reason. If you've watched any of my other godforsaken Velma videos, you know that Minty Kaling loves to shame white men in her shows while also lusting after them. But attacking Shaggy's dad here is just tone deaf. He's just a goofy, nice guy who wants to see his students succeed, but they react to him like he's an enemy, which I guess he is because he's straight and also a white guy. Shaggy's dad also tries to inspire the students, but is immediately met with resistance, and then he's quickly shoved aside so that Shaggy's mom, who's not white, can grab the mic and move the assembly along. Notice how no one interrupts her unlike her husband. That's interesting, isn't it? Then Shaggy's mom decides to say this. And my eyes started to roll to the back of my head because this show can't go 2 minutes without making fun of men. There's a following scene where Velma is in prison and trying to talk to Fred, but she's again attacked by dark forces and Shaggy tries to snap her out of it. And like my previous video, which delved heavily into Mindy Kaling's weird fascination of white men and disdain for everything else, Velma yet again throws Shaggy's help aside and sees his feelings as nothing but a joke. We also have another joke in these 2 episodes where the show decides it hasn't met its dunking on white men quota and then says this. At this point, I was somewhat falling asleep, but knew I had to keep going so you guys wouldn't have to watch this. To be honest, these 2 episodes don't really move the plot forward in any meaningful way. They're mostly spent on the defense tournament for the female students and Velma needing to rank the hottest girls in the school in order to find out which girls need protection the most. In a lot of ways, Velma feels like She-Hulk, or as I like to call it, the show people only watched because Daredevil was in it. Velma, like She-Hulk, is just a show where its actual overarching plot was basically pointless, and the actual attention was given to the catty jokes and yes girl boss moments, but whereas every other Marvel show or movie moves the plot forward in some meaningful way, She-Hulk was a pointless watch that added nothing really to the universe. Velma is a lot like that too, because the actual plot of who's the serial killer or what happened to the parents of certain characters may seem interesting on paper, but in reality it's mostly just a show that's an excuse for the writers to project their stupid ideas into. It's also becoming ever more apparent that this show really needs Scooby-Doo in it. Shaggy and Scooby are a great pair because they feed off of each other's good vibes and idiotic mentalities. Shaggy without Scooby is like Biggs without Wedge, or Pinky without Brain, or Jerry without George. There's a reason why this character archetype works so well, but when you decide to only have half of that equation in your show, the results are, well, this. Anyway, eventually another girl is found murdered, and because Fred was in jail while it happened, it basically clears his name of any wrongdoing and he's released. Immediately upon leaving prison, Fred meets Velma and is asked to rank the top 5 hottest girls so that Velma can decide who needs police protection. And Fred continues to be one of the only fun characters in the show who isn't self-loathing, and the animation here on how Fred decides is actually pretty good too.
Hey Fred, wow, you look good after jail, and you're way less stabbed to death than I expected.
Thanks. You look... Why am I here?
I need your help ranking the 5 hottest girls at Crystal Cove High.
Yeah, I don't know. I did that for the science fair last year and got suspended.
Your entry was called From Freud to Young, Exploration in Corniness. But it's fine. The police need the list to keep high class safe.
Oh, so like charity work? Okay. But if this doesn't help restore my public image as a good guy, I'm gonna be pissed.
Daphne, Olive, Gigi, Kimmy. But Kimmy's so sweet. Wait, is it an interview thing?
No, it's a huge pain.
But of course, this is Velma we're talking about, so immediately after this she decides that Fred needs to understand feminism and then hands him a gender ideology book. What's interesting here is that Fred is lusted over by Velma since he's kind of a handsome womanizer. And once Fred reads the gender equality book, he decides to visit Velma at her house with flowers.
No, Velma, wait! I'm here because I want you to be the before picture in another Diet Pill stand. I mean, at least you're asking this time.
No, that book you gave me opened my eyes to your inner beauty.
Wait, really? I've dreamt about this for one time on an airplane. That was a squirt. Yeah, it's not important.
Hey, I'm as surprised as you are. What can I say? That
Suddenly the guy she's wanted the entire show is finally into her, but since he's now in tune with his gender equality side due to the book, Velma is no longer interested. Which is kind of a deep cut of a joke, because I wonder if the writers knew what they were doing here. The fact that Velma is into Fred when he's not aware of gender ideology but completely dismisses him once he is in tune with all of that nonsense, well, it kinda speaks volumes. It's basically saying that women are only attracted to men when they actually act like men. But once these men start to embrace feminism, they become repulsive. I guess the lesson here, boys, is to embrace your masculinity and never read a gender ideology book, and instead lift weights, which I agree you should do just that anyway. And remember to do compound workouts like bench presses, deadlifts, and squats too. Reject the gender ideology book and pour yourself into the gym. Trust me, it's worth it. There is another character besides Fred that makes me chuckle too, which is the sheriff. I think it's cause he's kind of based and oblivious to the made-up problems of these young teens. There's one joke where Velma brings up the patriarchy and the sheriff says this: yeah, I chuckled in that clip while recording it because it's funny. The sheriff guy also returns later on in the episode too, and he's just like a fun character. Eventually, near the end of the 4th episode, there's a woman giving birth on the sidewalk, but that's not important. What is, however, is that Velma realizes her efforts of making the hot girls ugly so that they don't die, it kind of falls on deaf ears. And we're treated to a scene where these hot girls, who may I add are teenagers, which is just another weird fetish angle that this show does because it's adults playing teens, these young women start to dance and sing and lure all the bystanders away so the random pregnant lady can give birth on the sidewalk, which is a weird and bizarre thing to be happening in the first place, but here we are, I guess. There's also a subplot where Shaggy basically becomes a therapist and forgets to visit the prison at a crucial point, which ends up rallying the convicts into rioting, and they kind of break free and burn part of the city down. But surprisingly, this entire scenario kind of just happens and no one really mentions it. So I guess it's more important that these teen girls find out who's more hot than the others instead of, capturing and containing literal murderers and such, but it's okay. I'm sure it'll work out in the end because, like She-Hulk, nothing in this show's plot will ultimately matter in the end anyway. It's just a convenient plot vehicle that allows the writers to push jokes about white guys sucking and pushing women onto one another in order to boost ESG scores in the end, I guess. Velma continues to be a fascinating mess of self-destruction. It also still doesn't feel like a Scooby-Doo show in any way whatsoever.
You can really tell, especially in these latest episodes, that if you change the names of each character along with their designs to something more original, nothing about this show would change really. The Scooby-Doo license is quite literally being manipulated by these people so that they could will this abomination into existence. It still lacks any originality, identity, or reason for existing other than to piss people off and inspire hate watching.
Well, it's obviously working. People are watching. I don't know how many are paying though.
But that's why I'll keep watching Velma so that you don't have to. And like Velma's bizarre hallucinations, this show continues to linger on like an untreated STD. Velma is currently 4 episodes in at this point, and to be honest, not much of anything important has happened. And it is most definitely a nightmare of an adaptation that will continue to cause controversy. And don't worry, I'll be there to watch it so that we can all laugh together. And remember to hit the gym because a strong body will result in an even stronger mind. Trust me. And with that, it's time I go play some video games and drink even more coffee, and I'll see you in the next one.
Because so much of the trash that lines our walls is so similar, sometimes it's hard to pick movies to watch. Not anymore. Today we've compiled 30 plus commonalities with all the movie boxes, titles, plots, and so on. Things like man holding gun on cover, Mike
Hmm. Why? I mean, come on, Google. I know you're spying on me 24/7, but really? Really? Jesus Christ. Like, it's literally... Google sees that I'm doing this PSL thing, and it randomly just pulled out this. Like, what the fuck? Good job, YouTube, Google. I don't know what that's... I don't know.
Does he point at you? Tell me that you gotta show, I need you to show me exactly what he did. This is very important. No, you need to get up. Can you get up, please? It's very important.
This is Cheyenne Jessie showing detectives exactly how she killed her father. At this point, she is under the false assumption she will walk free from this room. Mere hours ago, Cheyenne and her partner Matthew Cody Munro voluntarily walked into the Polk County Sheriff's Office to discuss the disappearance of her father and 6-year-old daughter.
Did you come here under arrest or anything like that? Did you come here because you wanted help or?
I wanted to help find my daughter and my dad. He texted us on my fiance's phone. My phone was kind of jacked up that week. Okay. It was time for me to get minutes
Nah.
on my phone. My data was low, so.
That's too real. I just want to laugh at idiots.
Hello everyone, today I'm looking at Greg Kokel of Stand to Reason, who I haven't responded to in so long you might not even remember who he is. And that's not because I stopped being interested in him. This is one of the channels I check in with occasionally to see if there's any interesting content. But the problem is, there just isn't, usually, anymore. But for once, I did find something that I consider kind of interesting on the channel. And I find it interesting because it's a response to a question that comes up fairly often in my videos. This video is called, Why Did God Create the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil?
Why would God put the tree in the garden to start with?
Yeah, that's the question, thank you. It's a bit annoying because there's no video. I don't think there ever is a video with this STR Ask stuff, so we're just gonna have to put up with it.
Well, this is a good question. It's a fair question, and the way I characterize it in the story of reality, and it, by the way, this is a kind of a judgment call. It isn't like we have clear characterizations of this in scripture. It's all explained. Certain things are explained rather clearly. Other things are just there, and we kind of scratch our heads and we wonder, okay?
Oh, I know. There's an awful lot in Genesis, especially the early parts, where maybe the story and the motivations of the characters and the reasons things happen were clear to the people who were telling these stories to each other thousands of years ago. But the version that survived is so point form and so minimalistic and takes so much of your understanding for granted that it hardly makes sense anymore, assuming it ever did. Which raises the question of why this ultra-important source of knowledge from God himself would be subject to these kind of problems, but I guess that's a question for another day.
But I think characteristically, the reflections on that issue amount to there is nothing in a certain sense inherent about the fruit of that tree itself, but it was inherent. What was meaningful was the act towards God regarding a prohibition.
Well, yeah, I get that, but it wasn't specifically about the tree. It could have been anything. It could have been, don't flick the jaguar on the nose, don't do a handstand. And the story would have been basically the same. At least as far as the obedience part is concerned. You do what I tell you or I'm gonna punish you. There is one thing that makes it more important that the order concerns the tree specifically. And that's Genesis 3:22, where God expresses his worry that Adam is now like one of the gods, knowing good and evil. And if he's allowed to also eat from the tree of life and become immortal, he could presumably become a god himself and pose some competition. And it's this fear on the part of God that's why they were actually banished, according to the story. It's still pretty weird that he put these trees in the garden at all if he was so utterly terrified of this outcome that he knew was gonna happen. It's almost as though the character of God in these old stories is just a bumbling idiot who got hold of a little bit more power than he knows what to do with, maybe by eating from a couple of trees himself, rather than this all-knowing, all-powerful, transcendent being people want to imagine today. But if you want to just ignore that extremely inconvenient verse and pretend it's all about God's boner for obedience and not his fear, I'll go with that. It makes the story far, far, far worse. Maybe not theologically, but definitely in terms of God's character. And if that's the way you want it, I'm fine with that. So back to the question about why God put the tree in the garden. The real question is, why would you set up the situation this way at all? Why would you create people with no understanding of what good or bad even means? Good apparently meaning obedience to God, and bad meaning disobedience. They haven't eaten from the tree of knowledge of good and evil yet, so they don't have that knowledge yet. They're utterly naive on the subject. And then you put a serpent on the tree whose entire point is to lure them into eating from the tree. A serpent you created. There's no reason for them to think that this serpent that you put there to tell them what you want it to tell them is going to tell them anything other than what you want them to hear. Stuff that's in accordance with your will. I mean, you made the thing. You stick that there to talk them into doing something essentially on your behalf. And then they do it, and you're not surprised because you're God, you knew they were going to do it, but for some reason you're upset? If it was just going to upset you, why did you bother in the first place? Why didn't you just not do the thing you find upsetting? Basically, these questions about why the tree was even in the garden at all are trying to drive at the point that this fall of man that supposedly man is 100% responsible for is in actuality the plan and responsibility of God. God made it that way, knowing it was going to be that way. He intentionally rigged it against Adam and Eve and punished them insanely harshly for losing a rigged game that they never had any hope of winning, because it was already predestined with absolute certainty by God. He made humanity for it to fall, and he made the tree and the serpent in the tree to make humanity fall. And if he in his absolute knowledge realized that's not enough to make humanity fall, he probably would have added more stuff to make sure of it. Just keep altering the plan for the universe before you even make it, till that plan for the universe ends up with humanity falling in the first generation. It's a setup. It's a game. It's entertainment. But hey, maybe you have a different take on the story. Maybe you'll convince me that my interpretation isn't correct. Guess we'll find out.
Up until that time,
Wait.
there was moral innocence. All right?
It's not over yet?
So by moral innocence,
What?
absolute obedience.
Oh no.
They hadn't disobeyed any order yet.
There wasn't, in a deep sense, moral purity. There wasn't like an immutable moral goodness. That would be what God has, and that he then, in my view at least, in Amy's view, he delivers to us at the resurrection. So it's a communicable attribute, and we become holy by nature at the resurrection.
That is a really interesting idea. So up until the resurrection, humanity is not holy by nature, not even before the fall. So the fall didn't change anything about our nature. We were unholy before it, and we were unholy after it by nature. All that changed in the fall was that before it, nobody had disobeyed God, and after it, somebody had disobeyed God. So despite being unholy by nature before the fall, Adam and Eve wouldn't go to heaven, wouldn't go to hell, anything, because they wouldn't die at all. So whether you die, whether you go to heaven or hell, is not an issue of your nature. It's an issue of your personal actions, your personal moral innocence, or lack thereof. And yet apparently the point of the resurrection was to make us holy by nature. Us seemingly meaning all of us. Since the resurrection, we've been holy by nature, which is great, except for the fact that holiness or unholiness of nature has nothing to do with whether you die or go to heaven or go to hell. I'm curious what meaningful difference there is at all between a person who's holy by nature and a person who isn't. I mean, apparently I'm holy by nature, and apparently someone before the time of the resurrection was unholy by nature, but I suspect that doesn't have much difference in the outcome when the outcome is determined by whether you believe in Jesus, which I guess has no impact whatsoever on your nature, but resets you to a state of moral innocence or something. Even though you're almost certainly not innocent, you've committed some kind of a sin according to Christianity, but I guess it makes God pretend you're innocent. It makes him decide he's going to look the other way, which if he was going to do that, he could have just done it right from the start and avoided this entire debacle. Maybe I'm just a big idiot, but I find this all very convoluted. Maybe you'll clarify as we go forward, and I'll find out that, okay, it does make sense.
It won't. It's not going to happen.
Adam and Eve weren't holy by nature, they were holy by practice.
Right, okay, so they were holy because they didn't do anything not holy yet, anything sinful yet. But we are holy by nature. And I forgot to mention earlier, you defined holy by nature as having an immutable moral goodness, which only God had before the resurrection, after which every human had. And if we're immutably morally good, we are completely sanitized of all the badness, we're like God now since the resurrection. I don't really understand all the talk Christians have about people sinning and being fallen by nature and all this kind of stuff, because it's not true, apparently. No, we're all godly. We're immutably good. We're fundamentally different from Adam and Eve, incapable of sin. We're not holy by practice. We're holy by nature. I mean, if that's what the resurrection did, problem solved. And why are we even having this conversation anymore? All this talk about morality and good actions and bad actions, that all faded into the past a couple thousand years ago. But maybe that's not what you mean. Okay, almost certainly that's not what you mean. In which case I don't know why you say it like that's what you mean. But you do.
In other words, it was possible for them to sin, and it was possible for them not to sin.
Right, and it's impossible for us to sin. Thanks, Jesus. I'm gonna go drink and swear and stick dongles in my butthole now, and be as morally pure and righteous as God while I do it.
All right.
Huh, all right, rock on, brother.
As what happened, though, is when they ate from the tree, then they disobey God. And in the story of reality, the way I characterize this is that it was an opportunity, a way that they could express fidelity to God.
I'm assuming the story of reality is one of his books. I'm not even going to look that up because who cares? So setting up the tree in this way was just an opportunity. It was an opportunity to show absolute unquestioning obedience at all times without ever slipping up once for all of eternity. And then on purpose setting up temptations which he knows with absolute certainty will cause you to slip. Because he made your nature, he knows your every weakness, and knew your exact future before you ever existed. And he put outright tricks in the garden to ensure that even if the temptation he knew you'd fall for, in accordance with the nature of you that he made, somehow still doesn't cause you to fall, then he has a backup plan. Because what's better than absolute certainty that he's gonna succeed at fucking you? Being absolutely certain and having a backup just in case. And if they did slip up, they would be subjected to death and pain and misery and suffering and eternal torture in hell. Wow, I mean, fuck, what an opportunity. Holy cow, I'm sure I'm glad that I don't need these opportunities, being perfectly morally pure and godly. Sounds about as good as being given an opportunity to jump in a vat of acid. Like, wow, thanks.
Alright. It's hard to express fidelity and faithfulness to someone when you are not tested in that faithfulness, making a choice in favor of that one as opposed to something else.
Right, so again we come back to it being this game. God creates these creatures having known exactly what was going to happen from before he created them, and then he sets up this weird situation designed to make them fuck up, and puts it forth like as if it's a loyalty test. No, I just want to make sure you'll absolutely obey me all the time. I gotta be sure, I don't know. I'm gonna test you and push you and mess with you until you screw up, and then I'll know that you're not really loyal. And then I'll be justified in doing anything I want to you. I got curious on Greg's opinion about how omniscience exactly works. Whether God really knows the future in his view, whether God would know what happened in the universe before he ever created the universe for it to happen in, whether God would know the answer to different counterfactuals, such as, if I do this, that will happen, but if I do this other thing, then that other thing will happen, and only one of them is the actual outcome in the future. One of them will never actually happen, but it's still true that if I do this, then that will happen. Would God know all those alternative counterfactual possibilities the same way he knows the actual future? So the best I could find was this article from his website by him in 2013, which, okay, a bit old, but I'll take it, I guess, because that's what I have. And it says, the best way to state or define the nature of God's omniscience is that God knows and believes
Or
every
ATP.
true proposition, which is
Or EVP and for MST. These level ups give me a headache. Like, what the fuck?
Say, if God did this, then that would happen, even if he
Please give me some MST. Give me more, please.
So again, before God ever created the universe, he had literally every possibility for how it could go laid out before him. He handpicked this one. He chose and on purpose created a universe that would result in the fall of humanity. He could have created any universe, including ones where humans' nature just made them never want to disobey God, made them want to have fidelity to God, made them never slip up by their own supposed free will, which frankly in this kind of a setup doesn't exist, but according to the Christians, somehow it does. But instead God looked at all these possible universes and went, okay, those ones where everything's fine, where none of this ever happens, I don't want that. I'm gonna take this one, where the way that I create this universe causes a horrific outcome, just cause. Billions of people burning in hell forever and ever, yeah, that's what I might do. So not only did he start off his relationship with these people by doing a sadistic loyalty test, like you get with an abusive partner, with the stakes not being something like getting a beating at the end, which would be bad enough, but infinitely worse than that, it was a loyalty test with literally no way for these people to succeed, because God had absolute control and power over the entire situation. Before anything beyond himself existed, he chose a universe where they were predestined to make this slip up. They weren't fighting against their own urges or their own nature. They were fighting against the fate handed down by God. They were fighting against God. The only way for them to obey God would be for them to perform the ultimate act of disobedience by somehow subverting all of his power and control and will, and doing something other than the only thing they were able to do within the universe as it was created by him. The only two choices of these naive, powerless, naked newborns were disobey God's command or defeat God. Beat God at his own game of predestination despite you being predestined not to, and perform this opposition, this ultimate form of disobedience, just to give yourself a chance to obey. There's no third option, and even that second option is not really an option, because it's completely impossible, and of course, nonsensical, self-contradictory. The fact that people try to defend this story, the fact that people look at the character of God in it and go, yeah, I love that guy, he's great, is disgraceful. But hey, I guess their opinions on the matter were predestined from before the start too, so I can't really blame them, can I? Well, if they're right, anyway.
And I was thinking about this notion the other day. You know, we have friends that we love, all right? And I'm just thinking of spousal relationships, okay? Spousal relationships have lots of liabilities to them, obviously, because you're living together, and it just always it brings out the best and worst of us. But we may have friends that love us, but that love has never been tested because it never cost them anything in many cases. So for the friend that loves the spouse in question, how many times has that friend of theirs, the spouse, injured the friend who loves them? Oh, they've never done anything wrong. They've always been great. Well, see, then your love hasn't cost you that much. It isn't. I'm not saying it's not real love. It just hasn't cost you. But the spouse who continues to love when they've been injured, that love costs something. Okay? That is a greater love.
A bit of a longer clip, but it needed to be. So to start with, when Greg says injured, he doesn't mean physically injured. He means hurt in some way, wronged in some way. You got in a fight with your spouse, you said things you didn't mean, maybe one of you does something that's not very nice, but you love each other, you work it out, you move on, you put it in the past. At first it's a bad time, but then things settle out and then they go back to normal. Maybe you're even a little bit stronger for it as a couple. Maybe you've learned something more about each other, how to get along with each other, or boundaries, or whatever. Maybe you've learned some of each other's weak points, things not to push on, things not to bring up, or ways not to bring them up. And that, he says, makes love stronger than if you just have a friend who you get along with, but you don't have these kind of issues with because maybe you don't spend enough time with them to have these issues, or maybe your relationship's not close enough or emotional enough to have this kind of stuff come up. You know, you give each other canned goods and vegetables and Christmas cards and you talk about your kids, and there you go, not much room for conflict. Now, I'll agree with him. I think that spouses do fight, and those fights can lead to you understanding each other better and having more of a connection, even though it feels bad at the time. Obviously assuming that these fights stay within reason and aren't all the time, and you're actually doing something to try to resolve the stuff. So I understand how this relates to real-life relationships. What confuses me is how this applies in any way whatsoever to the story we're talking about. Because in the story we're talking about, there's no understanding of, okay, we might step on each other's toes, we might occasionally have problems, offend each other in some way that we didn't mean to, or make a mistake, or not understand how important some request the other person made is, and not pay as much attention to it at first as we should. No, this story is, one of the partners says, I am in absolute control, and you will absolutely obey every command I give you unquestioningly, and never make a mistake for the eternity you will be alive without dying, or I'm gonna kill you. That's the start of it. And then the other partner slips up anyway, and so the first partner says, okay, look, you did one thing wrong, and therefore I am going to kill you. I'm also going to kill all of your descendants. I'm going to subject all of you to extreme pain in childbirth. I'm going to kick you out of this garden where food grows plentifully and make you grow thistles from the soil. And, although this isn't explicitly stated, it is in Christian theology, Greg's theology very much included. I've made videos on his opinion and Tim Barnett's opinion about this before. Once you and all of your descendants die, I'm going to torture you forever and ever in hell. Zero attempt at reconciliation, zero attempt to repair the love, zero attempt to move on from this or try to make the relationship stronger because of this, no attempt to talk, no attempt to work together, no attempt to find common ground. In fact, no action taken which reflects any love at all. Only relentless, infinite hatred. This isn't what you do with your wife, Greg, if you got in a fight with her once. Hell, if she questioned you once. Toss her out in the middle of winter. Tell her, yeah, okay, I'm the one with the job, but you can go provide for yourself now. You and the kids. Get out. Go turn over some dirt, see what thistles you can grow. Eat those. And I'll keep an eye on you, and eventually, after some random period of time, you don't know how long, I'll track you down and kill you by setting you on fire. And then you slam the door and go call a security company to send some guy over with a flaming sword to guard the door so they can't get back in. Wow, such love. I mean, look how much stronger your relationship is becoming as a result of this. Gee, it sure is a good thing for everyone involved that your wife had this opportunity to show her fidelity to you. Everyone's life was so much improved by this. Well, maybe yours was anyway, because at least you got your kicks out of it, right? Not 100% sure about her, but I guess who cares? She's not the ruler of this relationship. What the hell does she matter? And the kids, I mean, they matter even less. They're getting kicked out and put in the same situation, and they didn't even do anything. They didn't have a thing to do with this argument. They weren't even at home at the time. And you know what's really sad about this is using human examples like this, I can't make it as bad as the Christian story. It's not possible because no matter how much one human suffers at the hands of another human, there's some limit to the severity and duration of the suffering. It's actually not possible, no matter how hard you try, for you as a human to be as bad to another person as your God is to everyone. And this is love. All of this was done for love, to make the relationship better. That's your excuse? That's what you expect me to hold my nose and choke down and then smile and tell you was wonderful? Wow, such a good explanation, Greg. That addresses all of my concerns. You have such a kind and loving and inspiring religion.
And so the testing of the love, or the opportunity for testing, is what, in a certain sense, secures the meaningfulness of it.
Okay, listen, if you're in a relationship and your spouse is constantly testing you, like, okay, yesterday you passed the test, today here's another loyalty test, and if you don't pass it, I'm going to beat you. Leave. Now, again, I agree that going through a few rough patches with your spouse can actually be beneficial in the end. But if it looks anything like the story in Genesis 3, no, absolutely not. If you replaced God and Adam and Eve with a husband and a wife in that story, it doesn't show any love, and it doesn't show a healthy relationship in any way. It shows one spouse who absolutely despises the other one, who's setting up situations to find excuses to punish the other one, to hurt the other one. And it's extremely unilateral in this. You know, the victims here, Adam and Eve, yeah, okay, they failed to obey once. That's their horrible crime. It doesn't show that they hate God, that they want to hurt God, and it certainly does not hurt God in any real way, intentional or unintentional. Nothing in that story shows them to be the ones causing the problem. No matter how I look at this story, only one of these characters appears to be the problem in this relationship, and that's God. And the apologetics for this story, like we're hearing now, appear to be just desperate rationalizations for the behavior of this viciously abusive character. I think we have the answer to why God put the tree in the garden, by the way. The answer is so he would have some excuse to convince himself he was the victim, and I suppose to convince other people who read his autobiography.
And it may be that something like that was going on in the garden. This is a test of fidelity, of faithfulness to the king, to the sovereign.
Okay, then why did you bring up the example of a marriage, where things can be done wrong by both parties and they both work together to try to make it up afterwards? Why didn't you bring up the example of a king who says off with her head as soon as his wife talks back? That'd be a far more relevant analogy.
And of course they failed the test.
As if there was ever a possibility of any other outcome. It's pretty hard to achieve a positive outcome for yourself when you're dealing with a partner with infinite power, infinite knowledge, infinite control over the entire timeline, who created you and the entire universe that you're in, who tailor-made it on purpose in such a way that you would lose, and who levies all of this against you with a feeling of infinite hatred. And I'm sorry, for those God is love people, if this isn't what infinite hatred looks like, what the hell does it look like? This sure as shit is not love.
And that made a mess of things. They got themselves into a heap of trouble, and us as well.
Yeah, and again, the kids weren't even at home that day. We weren't in the garden. What did we do? But no, we're caught up in this spousal dispute too. And of course I disagree with the characterization that they got themselves into a heap of trouble. God heaped trouble upon them. Let's keep the blame where it belongs.
But I don't know, that would be my response.
Yeah, I noticed.
I actually do think the Tree of Life my suspicion is, had some inherent quality that God gave it to give life. But I don't think the tree of the knowledge of good and evil had an inherent quality of being destructive. I think the thing that was destructive was the disobedience, not the nature of the fruit that was eaten.
No, it wasn't the disobedience either, because just like the tree, it could have been anything that God punished. The command they were supposed to obey could have been a different command, and they could have disobeyed some other order. But just the same way, what God punished them for did not have to be disobedience at all. It's all arbitrary. It's all God deciding what he wants to punish. It's not the actions of the people that is destructive. That's not what destroyed anything. What was destructive in the story was God's desire to destroy. God didn't want things to go well. He didn't want things to last. When he found that people made a mistake and didn't obey him, he had no desire to reconcile, talk things through, or even change his mind about what his priorities were. No, he leapt immediately to what he wanted to do in the first place, which was destroy. Again, let's keep the blame where it belongs. Anyway, now Greg's co-host Amy jumps in with some comments of her own, and she talks about how people's actions reveal the truth of what's in their hearts, and so the fact that Adam and Eve acted without showing trust for God shows that they didn't really have trust in God, and that was the problem, and they should have acted as if they had trust for God by not eating from the tree, and Greg jumps in and says, yeah, especially if they faced temptation. Roughly speaking, I've already talked about that. But then right at the end of the video, Amy says something very, very interesting. And unfortunately, we don't get a response to this from Greg. The video cuts off right after her comment, but I do know what happens after this in the podcast because I found the original one. So first, let's listen to her comment, and then we'll talk about Greg's response.
One thing we have to keep in mind as we're thinking about it is the fact that God knew they would fall. And we know this because he talks about Jesus, his plan to die for us on the cross being before the foundation of the world. So that was not a surprise. So whatever the tree was meant to do, it is in light of God's overall plan that he had laid out where Jesus would die for us on the cross.
So she's basically making one of the main points that I was making. That God knew what was going to happen before any of this happened.
Jesus!
Before Adam and Eve existed, before the world existed. He planned it, he chose it, he wanted it. It could not have happened any other way, no matter what Adam and Eve wanted. They were predestined to do as they did. There was no choice. The universe is a movie that was written in perfect detail before Adam and Eve ever entered. They aren't even actors, they're closer to animated characters, procedurally controlled ones, just following a program in advance. This is absolutely damning, as far as I'm concerned. So
come on.
A whole bag of wrenches into the gears, and this leaves Greg with an awful lot to clean up. So what's
fuck you.
Well, let me back up a few seconds to remind you of what Amy said at the end, and then I'll just let it play into Greg's response.
That was not a surprise. So whatever the tree was meant to do, it is in light of God's overall plan that he had laid out where Jesus would die for us on the cross. So I think there are a lot of things to think about here, and I think you've given some good things.
I'm pretty sure it was done. Like, the mission was over. There was like probably like 1 or 2 rooms left, if at all.
The response in the actual podcast is pretty much the same as it is in the video. Nothing. Do they not realize there's a problem here? Do they not care? Do they think it's not going to be obvious? I don't know, but they just move on to something else. Okay then, well apparently this major point has been made by me and Amy, and is undisputed by Greg. Guess I'll just take the win and move on. Well, okay, thanks for watching. If you would, before you go, please do give the video a like and click subscribe if you haven't. If you like the channel, please consider supporting. Even a couple bucks a month helps a huge amount. And I want to give enormous thanks to all of my supporters who've already made that choice. If you want early access, sign up to the email list at list.logic.com, and I'll see you next time. I'm looking at a video called The Hypocrisy of Atheists. Pretty common accusation, usually based on straw men or just not backed up.
What?
What?
Is that a comic book? Jesus Christ, comic book nerds be all up in this place. What is this crap? Batman and the Ninja Turtles? How fucking lame. Why don't you read a real book with words instead of pictures? You stupid asshole. Oh! Why, it's Freddie Williams. He's come to visit us. Welcome to Best of the Worst. Why, hello, Freddie. Welcome back to Milwaukee. I loved your comic book, whichever one that you drew.
Oh, the Batman Ninja Turtle one?
Yes,
Oh.
It was excellent. I love the parts that had Batman in it and the parts that had Ninja Turtles in it.
Those are my favorite parts, too.
It was very good. It was excellent, in fact. But today, we're here to watch movies.
Yes.
And this episode, actually, is going to be the first of what we're going to call our selection series. Selection series episode number 1. And Freddie is going to be our first selector, which means he has chosen the 3 films that we are going to watch today.
Yes, super excited about this.
You will either have all of the glory or all of the blame.
Okay, not as excited about the second part. I don't want the blame.
Our first film that Freddie has selected is Biohazard. Now, any particular reason why you picked this film?
The stringent criteria that I used to pick all 3 of the films is based on what everyone should base their movie selection on, which is the cover art, of course. I thought that this looked like early Nintendo Metroid illustrations or something for like the original 8-bit NES, so that's why it stood out to me and I grabbed it.
So you are advocating to judge books by their covers?
Yes, or VHS by their covers, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the best way.
That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Now let's check this out. This is by Mintex Entertainment, which is not a word, MNTEX. I don't know if that's an acronym. From Prior Lake, Minnesota, which is also known as the Hollywood of Prior Lake, Minnesota.
These are signs of quality.
These
so
are
far,
signs
so
of
good.
yes, exactly. A group of skeptical government officials, headed by General Randolph, are brought to a remote laboratory for demonstration in, quote, psychic materialization.
Okay.
So it's like making things appear with your mind? That's what it sounds like literally.
Yes, yeah, bringing them into reality to materialize.
And there's a lady in the back who has like a giant Louis Tully hat on.
That looks like Space Girl with the helmet and stuff. So I'm on board for this.
But the project scientist had warned that not enough testing has been completed to access safety concerns, which means something bad will materialize, perhaps a biohazard.
Her mental energy will receive and transmit to this location anything her mind can attract.
This I've got to see.
Oh, what?
She's envisioning the universe?
Maybe she's pulling something from the astral plane or something.
Yeah. She's pulling in an alien with a brain?
In a freak accident during the demonstration, they're just telling us the politicians.
How much text is there?
A vicious creature is created.
Yay.
Unable to contain the monster, it unleashes unbelievable havoc and destruction against mankind.
Awesome.
Wow, that's a lot of havoc and destruction.
All of mankind.
All of mankind. This is a very, very efficient creature.
Around the planet.
He's like Santa Claus.
Hey, don't touch that thing. Biohazard.
Oh, they said the name of the film. Oh, there you go. Oh my God. Yes, it's so convincing.
Reproducing itself at an alarming rate. Oh my God.
Hopefully that'll be full frontal and on screen. What? Wait.
I think we have more of a Gremlins-y situation,
Okay.
where it reproduces kind of like that, as opposed to a sexual act.
Right.
I was also looking forward to seeing the sexual act, the biohazard creature. Or maybe mines. Psychic mines make more biohazards pop up.
Materializes multiple
Yeah.
copies of themselves.
We just don't know what to expect with this. And all known weapons seemingly powerless against the creatures.
Now, that's another thing that's gotta stop this drinking. You got your brains all so pickled up that it keeps you lingering.
Oh, God!
So that you don't even know how stupid you are.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Mess up that truck!
The scientists are gravely concerned.
Oh no. Are they?
No.
Well,
I just
why?
stopped reading the sentence,
Okay.
mid-sentence, for no reason.
You hit your character limit?
Yes. I would be gravely concerned at the multiplying monster problem. Especially when one monster threatens all of mankind. When you have multiples of them.
Yeah.
You have a serious fucking problem.
It just gets slightly worse. If one is going to threaten all of mankind, the second one you're like, okay, well, we're already threatened, so.
Right. Yeah. Just like most of your house is on fire. It's a little extra fire in the corner isn't really gonna,
A duplicate?
Yeah, just
Fire.
an extra tiny fire. Yeah, so this could be a disaster on the scale of a biohazard movie.
Well, Freddie, as you can probably tell from my t-shirt, my favorite genre of film is weepy melodramas. But for some reason, the next movie you picked is a horror film.
Yes.
Called Slaughter High.
Yeah.
Marty majored in cutting classmates. So we're off to a good start.
I didn't even read that far. It was just the criteria was awesome box art.
This
and
is
this
a good pick. This is I think somewhat of a cult classic. This movie, although I've never seen it.
Okay.
I know very little about it, but why don't you you read the box and tell us about Slaughter High?
Okay. All right. It says T hears horror in the halls. I just wanted to point that out. T is very separate from hears. All right. So there's horror in the halls. ... Lynching in the lunchroom, murder in metal shop. Welcome to Slaughter High, where the students are dying to get out.
This all this stuff is going to be the extent of their creativity with the movie, isn't it?
Marty was the nerd everyone made fun of. All the jocks and pretty girls teased, taunted, and tortured him mercilessly. Things went too far when one of their jokes backfired, disfiguring Marty for life. Yes.
Oh no! Oh my God! Yes! Whoa!
Look at that fire.
That's pretty cool. That's fucking great.
Yeah.
Is it Prom Night or Terror Train that has like that exact same plot?
Oh.
Where someone gets bullied and then turns into a killer.
I don't know. I don't know movies. It's 5 years later, and Marty is throwing a reunion for all his high school friends. Does he have a surprise for them? Oh, I'm sorry. There's no question mark. Does he have
Oh, so it's like, does he have a surprise for them?
Does he have a surprise for them?
Okay.
The prom queen, the jock, the class clown, the busybody? Yeah, that's like a typical genre of person. Okay. The busybody,
Busybody.
the rebel, and a few select others have all been invited to Marty's gala of gore.
Oh, shit. This is weird.
Reminds me of prom night, doesn't it, Joe?
Oh yeah, just before I passed out.
It's spooky.
Hey, we got food and drink and everything. Must have set you back a fortune, Skip.
You haven't caught on to the fact that something very weird is going on yet?
5 years ago, Marty got mad. Now he's going to get even in one riot of a reunion.
Well, this sounds like pretty classic slasher movie stuff. It's The Breakfast Club with a slasher.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
I can get behind that.
I like it that in the reflection they didn't accidentally paint the camera. Because I'm sure they had like
what is in the
photo
reflection
reference.
there?
It's
It's just
own
his hand.
extended.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool looking.
Well, this movie is released through the classic Vestron Video home video line, so expectations are high for Slaughter High.
Oh, this is a cool death.
Don't fuck this up, movie.
Oh, yeah! This is a cool death!
Drop it on him!
Oh, man!
I am re-engaged.
Okay, Freddie. So the last tape that you have selected, so this is all on you, is Kill Point. So tell us why you chose to select Kill Point.
Well, there's one, two, three reasons. I'm gonna have to think of a third. Actually, I only have two. It's one is that the box art is actually pretty cool. I like the painted quality of it. Heavily referenced, but well executed. And two, the cast. The cast has Cameron Mitchell, and it has Richard Roundtree, and it has other people in it too.
Other people?
Yeah, other people. But the back of it does have an awesome piece of clip art of a gun. That's not painted, but that's cool.
But Leo Fong.
Captain, I got some information you don't have. I talked to a guy who knows something about the organization. I have a meeting with him tomorrow afternoon.
Why is his face flat? So bad.
Joe Marks. Cameron Mitchell. He's top bill.
Yes.
So he's going to be in the movie for 2 minutes. And Nighthawk. Stack Pierce. Never heard of that fucker. He's going to be in the whole fucking film. Steal enough machine guns, grenades, and rocket launchers to outfit a small army from the National Guard Armory. When the word hits the streets, criminals and gangs from all walks of life surface to buy the black market artillery to build up their own private arsenals.
And we're here to hit the Julio. Oh, really? Like children and...
Holy shit.
Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, wow.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The result is a brutal killing spree that takes L.A. by the throat. To combat the relentless wave of violence, a special task force is formed by Police Special Agent Bill Bryant, Richard Roundtree, and Lieutenant James Long, Leo Fong. Follow the trail of blood as the two law enforcers fight violence with violence and declare war on an unstoppable army of sadistic assassins.
Yes.
That sounds great.
That's what I'm talking about.
This is
That
the
guy's
most
awesome.
violent movie I've ever seen.
No, actually.
Well, on today's Best of the Worst, which is our 50th episode. It's a monumentous occasion, everybody.
Why? What does that signify?
50.
It means that we've done 49 previous episodes.
But on episode 50, we're going with a new segment. The, what do we call it even?
Selection series?
The selection series. It sounds very
Mike,
pompous.
you're doing a terrible intro. I'm starting to think we should give it back to Jay.
No. But on this episode, Freddie has selected these three films, and I think you did it based on the covers.
Yes, that was my primary criteria, was just if the covers were illustrated nicely. So basically,
that makes perfect fucking sense, honestly.
if it was a photographic cover, it was eliminated. It had to be drawn.
Oh, really?
Yes, yeah.
My question is, you passed by a lot of post-apocalyptic Mad Max ripoffs, which have beautifully illustrated covers, and you picked this. So I'm questioning.
That's one bad choice. I have to say, it's 2/3 were good choices. There was a slight margin of error. It was early in the process. It was the first tape that I chose. Yeah, the cover is really nicely illustrated, and it's a similar color scheme and feel to like the original NES Metroid sort of ads. Not the actual.
Well, let's get right into
cartridge.
it. We'll start with you, Jay, since you're talking about the monster. Tell us all about Biohazard by Mintex.
By not Don Dohler. This is Fred Olin Ray, director of Alienator.
Alienator sounds like a fast food sandwich that you would buy at Wendy's. I don't know, doesn't it?
Well, it have like a gimmick, like a bun that was dyed green.
There you go.
Or, or a lot of onions, so your breath would be terrible, and it would alienate you from your group. You know.
You want no one to talk to you at that party you're going to?
Onions and beans.
Yeah.
onions and beans. Onions and beans. You have a
So you're
cloud
smelling
around
from
you.
both ends, is what
Yes,
you're saying.
yes.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, Biohazard is a movie we've watched before, not literally, but we've seen this type of movie 100 times before on Best of the Worsts. There's an alien creature that wanders around the woods and occasionally flails its arms at people and they die.
Very Galaxy Invader.
Yes, Galaxy Invader, Alienator, a little bit.
A little bit of Baconator.
Alien from the Deep. But yeah, that's the movie. There's a woman that has psychic abilities, and they put a rubber.
Don't you mean a young lady?
A young lady, a young ingenue that puts a rubber diver's mask on her head, and she has psychic abilities, and they have this technology that can like suck things from other dimensions.
Well,
if she thinks about them,
She could make tiny statuettes appear.
yeah.
The day before.
The day before.
Okay.
So they put a thing on her head. We see pictures of space.
Mm-hmm.
Some guy gets electrocuted. I don't know how that affects anything.
That never has anything to do with anything, does
It's
it?
a power surge.
It's a.
That wasn't.
Oh, yes.
Yes. More sound effects, please. We need something. It's all set up to get an alien in the movie.
Right. So in the small cramped control room, somebody in our group shouted out something about deodorant.
Yeah, that was me.
And you were prescient because right after that somebody said, I thought I smelt something. Oh, that was my deodorant.
Yeah.
So it was a joke for us, but for them it was serious dialogue, I think.
Afternoon, General.
Oh my god, how many people can they fit in this frame? I hope everyone's wearing a deodorant.
You want to know something, Rinker? What? Your deodorant ain't getting the job done.
Hey, deodorant reference. It happened.
Well, we all have the power of psychic materialization.
Yes.
Oh.
we think something, and then it happens in the film.
Okay.
Rich Evans is the strongest. He has the strongest of this power.
He has the highest midichlorian count.
Yes. Although I'm his Padawan learner, and my poison Pabst Blue Ribbon psychic premonition came true in this, which is rare for me.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah.
still learning. I'm still learning the arts.
Pachu Pachawa. But there was a lot of trucks in this film.
I'm using my powers to hold you back.
To cloud his mind.
Because I will only use them for evil.
It's for the greater good of the world.
It's supposed to be right about here. We've been there. Then we missed it. Hudson, I thought you knew this area.
Come on, give me a break. Nobody comes out here. It's like Death Valley.
Yeah. What better kind of place to do this kind of shit?
Yeah, just exactly what kind of shit am I driving to?
Well, I don't know.
Well, who has time for coverage? I mean, really. What do you want in a movie? Do you want
Well, that grandma certainly didn't have time for coverage.
Oh,
It seems clear that she's supposed to be perhaps she's been cast to be a little younger than she is, or she's supposed to be, like nowadays she would be.
She's not old, but if she's going to be a love interest to the main character, it's weird that she looks about 20 to 15 years older than him.
Well, it's clearly a situation like that where this lady has done a lot of work before.
Sure.
No one else has worked in this movie ever. And so she comes on set and, I don't know how old she was, 40s,
Looks
something.
yeah, early
and
40s.
so she's like, oh, I'm still a young actress. And they didn't want to say, like, no, you should play the grandma, whatever. Yeah.
The wig doesn't help.
And then, well, let's put a wig on you, let's overdo the makeup, and you're going to play like a sexy young woman, and then it's like,
And then we're going to shoot an awkward scene where half of your nipple is hanging out. Just half of it, which won't translate because we're going to have to censor it.
I think that there might have been a deal that Rich could see into the past, and he somehow divined this, that she would only allow them to show one nipple, so the compromise was half of two nipples, right? But it's a pretty awkward,
It's not even like
lengthy.
a sexy scene. It's her on the phone.
Yeah, it's weird. Right. It's all around weird.
Oh no, the little kid's in a shopping cart.
Give him a hug. Oh, he's cute. Oh. They had the costume. It looked pretty good. Why didn't they show more of the alien? They kept going to shots of the trucks and then shots of the forest and shots of some hobos. They just kept introducing stuff.
There's two possibilities. One, it's obviously a child in that outfit. So you have to work with like weird hours with a kid. Like the kid's got to go to school and only work so long, so you keep it to a minimum for that reason. Or possibly, I don't know, maybe they're trying to be like Jaws. Less is more.
Maybe.
Look, I'm Alfred Hitchcock with none of the talent.
But the motion of the body and the body language really shouted, "I'm a child."
I'm a little kid and I can't see in this costume.
That's true. The big irony of it is in Alien, they had little kids in the spacesuits to make the sets look bigger. And in this, they have a little kid in the alien suit.
In broad daylight.
To make the alien look smaller?
No, it is a nice looking costume, but they fucked up the reveal again and we get another coupon shot.
Yes. Just, oh, there it is.
TM. They just cut to this weird shot where the kid's just standing next to the guy. We don't, it's not clear how he climbed. Like he climbed out of the crate and he walked around and he just stood there for a second before attacking him. It's really weird. Yeah.
Well, they have a recreation of the searching for Jonesy. Is Jonesy the cat? Right?
Oh no!
Yes!
Get him!
Yes!
So awkwardly dropping him down.
Oh, look at
that. Hey, some blood and everything.
And then the alien comes down from the ceiling, and much better done in Alien.
Oh, an alien.
Yes.
Oh.
She showed, I think, probably the height of her acting prowess in the bathtub, just a few scenes before that.
So you rip open the shower curtain and scare me half to death?
It's very confusing because you saw like her whole nipples. It was like half a nipple.
She had a 3-nipple contract and they came in under budget.
Our heroes are in somebody's house.
They're in Grandma's kitchen.
And there's a tube on the table that we think might have also come in the alien trunk.
Yes.
That the alien sealed with duct tape.
Yes.
The guy says it may have poisonous gas in it.
Then he opens it anyway.
Let me hit it with
and gas comes out.
Let me smack it with the handle of a hammer.
And then when gas comes out, we'll just stand here.
No, they don't just stand there. He puts his head in there and gets a good face full of the gas.
But they do take a precaution when the gas comes out. They go like this.
They go.
Cover your faces.
Until they stop doing that.
Yeah, and then you can still see the haze of the
still
fog
there,
in the
clearly.
background.
This tube alien seems completely unrelated.
Yes.
In a plotline that goes nowhere.
Yeah.
And just ends.
We were anticipating that it would be like Critters, where you have like the bounty hunter alien and then the evil tiny threat aliens.
Nope.
We were giving it too much of the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, it takes a lot to get a movie to 90 minutes.
As
Can't
we
you at
soon
least
discover.
kill somebody? Just throw. The alien goes like, "Rah!" And then you throw like a blood spatter on the wall, and one of the homeless guys isn't there anymore. It's something. You gotta be something.
Do you know where that is?
You have to turn around and head down the hill.
So Grandpa driving the car hits the alien with his car.
Yeah.
An alien that we promised on the back of the box was a threat to all of mankind.
Yes.
Unless you're driving a truck, and then you can just fuck
He
that
gets
thing up.
incapacitated by.
It didn't die. It was unconscious for a bit,
But a pickup truck knocked it
unconscious.
down.
Unconscious.
Yeah, a pickup truck. Not.
I'm trying to say a word right.
I think you said it right, didn't you?
You said it right the first time.
I said is the first time. Unconscious. It's unconscious.
That's the same thing.
Us
What?
is. Us is at the end.
What?
Unconscious.
What?
Unconscious.
See, none of us would have noticed that you said it wrong, but now you've drawn so much attention to it.
And you know, don't worry, Rich. I'll edit all this out.
Yeah.
You mean in repeatedly? With jump cuts and text on the bottom?
Picture of your driver's license.
When like I'm in the middle of saying is, and then you're just gonna freeze frame on my face awkwardly and zoom in.
yeah. But a pickup truck knocked it down. Yeah, probably all that plus more.
Unconscious.
Plus a lot
You're
more.
gonna be like a caption of a head. Rich Evans is a dumbass. Little arrow pointing at me.
Well, not a little
unconscious.
So many arrows.
It's okay, buddy.
You're like a court jester. Only an embarrassing court jester. To the sheriff's credit, he did not start firing his gun at the tiny child in a terrible space alien costume because is that a space alien costume? That's terrible. I better not fire at this. It could be some kind of
Might
thing.
be a small child.
It could be a small child who's just wearing his Halloween costume.
First, the movie takes a moment to let us know that it's a lot better than E.T.
Well, what do we got here?
Oh.
He sure is cute. Oh, we'll just hang him up here so folks can see him.
Is this saying that E.T. is trash? Is that what this is saying? And then as he steps back to admire his handiwork, blam, the alien gets him. But not just that, but the alien sees that poster and is like, fuck this poster. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, fuck that movie.
Screw E.T.
This movie's so much better than E.T.
It's the only time he destroys anything collaterally that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
He destroys the crate that he has to get out of, but other than that...
He actively dislikes E.T.
Yes.
It's like in the first X-Files movie when David Duchovny is in a back alley and he's pissing on an Independence Day poster. I feel like you can get away with that though, you know. But when you make Biohazard and you're trying to say fuck E.T., we're better than that.
Fuck you.
Maybe
One of the most successful movies ever.
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
So the one plot point that they actually follow through on is essentially the psychic young lady.
Young in a cosmic timeline.
Okay.
Right.
Like Age of the Universe timeline.
Sure.
Big Bang Young. Like
Big Bang Young. That could be a porn star name, but she basically, her and Han Solo.
Big Bang Young.
Her and Han Solo are
Big
able to
Bang
track down
Young.
the
That
alien.
could be
Because she has the psychic
the
connection.
name of
where he's at.
the
They find him in the basement of the
porn
Indian mall.
actress.
There's just weird shit everywhere. A bunch of hair dryers.
Or maybe an actor.
Neon
Actor or
signs.
actress.
and restaurant chairs.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it happens. That's when the alien face hugger, the second one, drops down on Han Solo's nemesis's face.
We don't know how it got there. We don't know why it's there.
Oh, it got
we
there
don't...
by a fishing line. He shoots the alien multiple times, which I think just the force of the bullets push it back.
Pushes him back and then he gets
into
electrocuted.
like a telephone panel.
Yeah. But
It happened. We watched it.
Well, yes.
If it's just over, it
well, we
ended.
should point out this is like 65 minutes into the movie. This happens.
Half a nipple booby grandma psychic shows up and she starts talking all like monotone.
The creature was our soldier designed to fight our wars.
And I think we weren't really paying attention. But she says something to the effect of biohazard creature was our soldier, and this was a test. Something, and then all of a sudden.
What? I'm sorry. What?
Oh!
Not too bad.
Okay, alright.
Oh my god!
Oh, jeez.
I think that's it.
What? Oh my god, it ended early. I think the ending...
It was supposed to be a twist ending, but it just felt like it was the start of the third act.
And then the movie ends.
Yeah. And then cut to credits, and this is 70 minutes into the movie. That is credited as being 90 minutes on the back of the box.
But how can that be?
Oh, well, you just pad out your credits by having not even like funny bloopers for the movie, just shit.
You know, the real trick to my culinary activity is that I've acquired, you know, the real activity, you know, the real trick... You know, the real trick to my culinary ability to... that I find. You know, the real trick to my...
That's just as good as the job he did in the film.
It's just extra footage that they needed to pad out the movie to make it 90 minutes. And they still don't make it to 90 minutes.
Do it again.
Nobody's opening.
Do it again.
Nobody is opening anything. This goes in the van, untampered with.
Surely you don't mean that.
You can do that shit with Burt Reynolds when Dom DeLuise is standing right next to him laughing his ass off.
Sure, you want amusing outtakes, not just people fumbling their lines.
Yeah,
we
and
were
getting,
so
like, frustrated.
Yeah, we were completely baffled. Yeah, in retrospect, that's even more shocking. All the filler that they have in the movie just to even get it to 65 minutes.
I think that's it.
Let's move on to Slaughter High. Take a trip through the halls of horror. Freddie, tell us all about
What?
Slaughter High.
Okay, Slaughter High. First
Oh,
of all,
Underground
we
Channel.
Cover the overall
But that's
premise
the
is
end
that
boss, right?
Bullies are bad, especially when they're 30 or 40 years old in high school. Okay.
They've been held back a lot.
Yes.
But
and
we
that-
went
that
from
is really up to
2
the
to
bully.
1
They've had a
and
long time to
They have a lot of
perfect it.
experience at it.
Yes.
wait.
It,
So
there's
they
a guy
go
named
back
Marty
to caves?
Who is the geekiest geek dork nerd that you've ever seen.
It's not that, Carol. It's just I don't want you to get into trouble.
Right off at the very beginning, we know that he's in for it because there is an attractive teacher. Was it a teacher? No, it was a student. She was perhaps 30-ish years old, but she was
36.
Okay.
That's Caroline Munro from Maniac and Star Crash. She was 36 when they made this movie, playing a high schooler.
We thought she was the mother of a teacher.
a very pretty woman, but a woman, not a young girl who.
She doesn't look 15.
She does not look like a high schooler.
Well, she's leading Marty on. She's bringing him into the girls' locker room.
And this is immediately, we should point out.
Right, the
we have
opening
no introductory scene of any of these characters.
Right. But at that time, all of her bully friends.
25 bullets.
Oh.
Yes.
And
Okay.
endless amount. It's like a clown car when they come out of that
Yes.
closet.
It's
They're just endless. It's vile. It's really mean and sort of uncomfortable.
More than a little one.
Oh my.
Oh my god. Even though he was clearly wearing something before.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
What are they doing?
Ah. What?
Jesus Christ.
This is crazy.
It's way too much male nudity.
They like hosing them down with like the fire extinguisher too, or
Yes, they are. They use a fire extinguisher, but do you want to say that again?
you
No,
know
I'm
what?
saying it.
It's fine.
Don't worry.
It's fine. I know what's gonna happen. The fire extinguisher.
Why would you assume that I would do it again?
If I was editing it, you would have. Your words would sound perfect.
You like awkwardly take out like the vowels that are right and rearrange them. me saying one word would be like 8 jump cuts. Fire extinguisher.
Rich is so well spoken in this episode.
But Marty is rescued by an angry coach who doesn't see Marty being held upside down and naked and having his head dunked and react with sympathy and think, you guys, all of you are monsters except for Marty. Marty, are you okay, my friend? Instead, he's just yelling at everyone.
What are you doing in the girls' locker room in St. Fritz?
So our bullies, they want revenge because somebody walked in on them when they were doing horrible things to another human being.
There's somebody who literally says, this is all Marty's fault.
Stupid dork, Marty. It's all his fucking fault.
That's the old lady.
Well, is anybody else coming? Not gonna be much of a party.
I'm on an Orson Welles radio broadcast.
Well, everybody in this talks a little bit weird.
I'm glad you came by. I thought I was gonna have to walk all the way from the 7-Eleven back there.
Well, you're lucky I decided to take the scenic route.
Yeah, Jimmy and me decided to the picture. see America the Beautiful?
Well, we should point out, according to the IMDb trivia, this was a movie made in the UK, so these are all, British actors trying and failing to do American accents.
And it's very obvious, and it was very noticeable at first. We're like, what region of the United States is this? Yeah, it's like it sounds like the East Coast, like New Jersey, but then the Max Landis character.
Did he recover?
No. Thought old skin grafts took. When they finished with him, he still looked a real mess. Nothing.
Why are you British now?
Yeah, what?
He looked to be a mess.
Was like a Shakespearean British New Jerseyan. And it was really like mind blowing. We're like, what?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, these accents are so weird.
I can't figure them out.
We turned him from a nice little guy into a crazed lunatic. And you know what? They say he still roams the nut house, ever hopeful of that chance to escape. Escape back to his old school, so he can take his evil revenge out on us all.
We're just messing around. You know how it is.
Yeah, things kind of got out of hand.
Yeah, well, next time I'm about to score, cool it, will ya?
Carol really has the hots for me, you know?
He does?
Sure she does.
Of course she does,
A little
dude.
bit of subtlety with the nerd
you're
character.
playing it too much.
This is like he's on Saved by the Bell or something.
It's pretty good stuff, man.
Yeah, I rolled the joint with my own bare hands.
Listen, we've got to get back to detention for being bad boys.
And Marty is doing chemistry experiments by himself in a laboratory with like a Bunsen burner, and he's boiling something.
Right.
And he decides, well, this is a great time to smoke my joint when I'm playing with chemicals. He smokes the joint, and it makes him awkward, and then he reaches on top of a shaky cabinet with a giant bottle of acid.
Right.
Pours it somewhere, puts it back.
Yeah.
But then the confusing part was, like, that's fine by itself. The joint made him so delirious that he fell in acid.
Sure.
No. The other guys come in with a mysterious packet of white powder.
Right.
And pour it into a thing?
Yes, because Marty has to leave the room because his stomach hurts. So then Max Landis takes that opportunity to come in to the room.
This is all in the first 5 minutes of the movie, by the way.
Basically, Max Landis just wanted Marty to get a face full of frothy explosion, and that would be the end of
it. There's a third prank after this.
This doesn't push him over the edge.
That jerk Marty ruined our prank.
Oh god.
Oh no, somebody help him!
I have never watched a horror movie where I was actively rooting for the monster to fucking slaughter everyone.
That's what's weird about this movie, is that the slasher is also
Wait, what?
sort of
Afterwards, do
sympathetic
waterfall
character?
tears
Sort of.
to unlock
Well, he's
this
not
quest.
because
You must
he's
have.
obnoxious.
You just don't like his
What?
performance.
Yes, I thought he was annoying.
I blame that on the director.
Okay.
He was playing it
One of the directors.
One of the directors. The first director. I have a feeling
This
that
film has 3 directors.
Yes, it has 3 directors. I have a feeling the middle director was the good one.
Oh.
The first one was like, hey, we're making Porky's, we're making something comedic.
Yeah.
And they're like, he's like, the goofy nerd.
The
And
music is weird.
Yeah, he needed to play it more withdrawn, more like pathetic.
To on what? What?
Yes.
What
instead
is
it was
this
like,
quest?
The standard stock like goofy nerd, and it set it up all wrong.
Yeah.
We flash forward 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years, and Carolyn Monroe...
Really, with the age of your actors, make it 15. Can you make it 15? Yeah. 15.
Then only the first few minutes of the movie feel awkward and weird.
Right.
And then all of the bullies converge.
Oh.
Basically,
they've all been invited.
Okay, afterwards do waterfall tears. To unlock this quest,
Nothing suspicious
There's
about
nothing
this at all.
suspicious. Well, this is what's cool, and as a slasher movie, I thought this was a cool setting, is that they go back to their high school, and it's now, like, closed down, it's abandoned, which is a neat setting.
so it shouldn't. Waterfall's tier should not be unlocked yet, I guess.
Yeah.
That's great.
Take that.
That looked fantastic.
That was great.
But the first kill is the janitor, right?
Who's still there.
Yeah.
The school's been closed down for 5 years, but now he's the caretaker of this abandoned building?
Yes. He's the caretaker because he takes care of the building. He actually says that.
He's not doing a very good job.
That's full of shit.
Yeah, we gotta get some.
Well, we did have a kill. Yeah, but we want to see these kids get killed.
Yeah. No. If that's filled with poison or something, that'd be cool.
There you go.
Oh, yeah,
There you go.
Something's happening. Yes.
What?
He put some kind of horrible chemical.
Chemistry?
Because he's a chemist.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yes.
Whoa, this is great.
Oh my god.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
That's great. That was awesome.
Guts exploded.
And it's set up because Marty's a chemist.
Yes, yeah, he understands chemistry. And that's kind of when I was like, oh, okay, this is going to be more than just a generic Friday the 13th clone.
And then the movie's like chugging along, and we're really happy with it.
Yeah.
And there's some innovative kills, and then all of a sudden,
It feels like a different movie, and there's 3 credited directors, and I don't think they worked together.
why does it feel like it's a different movie all of a sudden?
There was 3 credited directors. They didn't say anything in the...
Yeah, see, this is...
This feels like something else.
Later, Max Landis, who has a javelin that he's gotten off the floor, he's standing against a wall and he says, "Don't fall asleep."
All we have to do is stay awake.
Oh, that's right.
Secret delivery. Yeah, Grace Butler.
Within 2 seconds after
Oh,
that,
addicting
he
food as
sits on the
well.
ground and falls asleep.
Yeah.
And then he wakes up, and there's no significance to him having fallen asleep.
Oh, I thought there was great significance, but there was none? Okay.
That's before Max Landis is hanged by our killer. Max Landis is hung. Max Landis is hung. Max Landis is hung. Max Landis is hung. And then he escapes.
He escapes and he vanishes from the movie for just long enough for you to kind of forget about him, and then Carolyn Monroe's running around and it gets boring. And she's hiding behind a corner. There's an axe just sort of like stuck on the wall for no reason.
It's a wall axe. It's called a wall axe.
Oh, is
yeah,
that like a
they're everywhere.
Okay.
No, it's a British thing.
Oh, okay.
It's very British. Every wall that faces east has an axe.
Oh.
It dates back to like early kings and queens.
Okay.
Yeah, it must have an axe on the east wall of every house.
Because of the Great London Fire.
Because of the Great London Fire,
Yeah,
to chop your way out of the house that's on fire.
So speaking of British traditions, there is an element of the clock to this.
Thank you.
Originally, this movie was called April Fools until they figured out there was another movie called April Fools. But there's this whole April Fool theme going on. Marty's birthday is April 1st, and the bad thing that happened to him was on April 1st, and now we're on the anniversary, April 1st. He's running around with like a jester outfit. And apparently our characters think they'll be okay at noon. Because in the UK, April Fool's ends at noon.
April Fool's Day ends at noon. Marty won't hurt us after midday, I'm sure of it.
And if you try to trick anybody or do a prank after noon, then you are the fool.
And you would assume, or I assumed rather, that in the film it would hit noon. That would be essentially the countdown, and then he would either lose his power, his bloodlust would fade, or something like that.
Or strict British tradition, he would politely say, "Thank you."
Yeah, you've gotten the best of me, man.
Here's what I think should have happened. Because what does happen is really lame. It's all a dream. Marty wakes up, it's all a dream. What should have happened was Caroline is running around, and she ends up back in the shower stall where it all started right there, and Marty's walking up to her with the spear, and oh, this is it, and he goes back and he lunges, and then we see the spear goes right next to her head, and then she waits a moment, and she opens her eyes. And there's nobody in the room. There's just a tag, a note hanging off the spear that says, "April Fools." That should have been the fucking ending, because it was afternoon.
It would have been a great lead into a sequel.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Like,
Marty could come back. You don't know.
Spared her.
Because it was afternoon. Yes. Oh, April Fool's Day is over.
Yes, and she sees a clock out of the corner of her eye.
Yeah.
12:01.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh! Or he's just gonna stab her.
All right. Marty wins, everybody. But Jay, I believe after the screening you said you really wanted to talk about the part where Max Landis gets an axe in the face.
Take that, Max.
You said it to me in private.
No, I overheard him because he said it so loud.
Yeah.
He said, I better be the one who gets to say this. Right.
Now here's the other ending they could have gone with. The whole thing could have turned out to have been an elaborate practical joke on Carolyn. And like Noon runs, comes about, and all of her friends jump out. We got you. Except Max Landis isn't there because she accidentally put an axe in his face.
Right through his face. Yeah.
Well, that is the twist in April Fool's Day, the movie that's actually called that. Spoilers for a movie that came out in 1984 or whatever. You can't get away with that with this movie because you see like guts being exploded, or a woman sitting in a bathtub full of acid.
Which she just won't get out of the fucking
She will
tub.
not get out of that goddamn tub.
Just fall over.
She deserves to die.
It's a great scene, but at the same time, it's a terrible scene.
Yeah.
Because she turns the faucet and like a different colored liquid comes out.
You would immediately
right away, like someone else has been killed at that point. I think
with chemicals.
Yes, and I'd be like, oh shit, this is a weird colored liquid coming out. I'm getting out of the tub right away.
Or you know what? Don't take a bath when people are being murdered around you.
Well, she has a tiny bit of blood on her chest ridge. What else is she supposed
And
to
her
do?
face, right.
Yeah.
What, is she going to just go like this to wash off her face?
And only filthy Americans would just wash their blood off their face. The Brits, a full bath, head to toe. Head to toe, just in case the Queen shows up.
Only once a month, though.
Only once a month. No.
That's brushing their teeth.
I was just about to say. Oh, no!
We're just about to say it, you asshole.
They could actually just remake the exact same movie, only this time it's not a dream.
What?
A little paper hat on.
I want to see a sequel to Slaughter High.
It's not too late.
It's not too late. We can still get the same actors and actresses back to play high school students.
That's true.
I never meant to hurt Marty. Please, let me go home. Please, let me go home. Shut up.
Our next film is Kill Point. Rich, tell us all about Kill Point.
Well, Kill Point is a film starring our old friend Leo Fong, better known as Low Blow.
Low Blow.
Cameron Mitchell teams up with Nighthawk, who is some kind of badass criminal, to steal a bunch of bazookas from the U.S. government. Then they sell those bazookas onto the street, and then Cameron Mitchell
Oh,
does
Low Blow is so good.
and he beats up a woman until she dies. Anyway, Cameron Mitchell sells the guns. Leo Fong is a cop. He's got to find out who's selling the guns, and Shaft is there until he's not. And then everybody shoots at everybody else every 10 seconds.
And it's awesome.
Is Low Blow the protagonist of this movie?
No.
No, but in my head, this is the Low Blow prequel. Where like a fit, buff Low Blow who's still on the force, you know, he's doing his cop thing before he gets kicked off, and he's kind of depressed for a while, and he lets himself go, and he gets fat and lazy, and he has to start up a detective agency to make the ends meet.
And somehow he unlearns how to drive.
Well, that's the alcohol's fault. Wasn't it the most upsetting thing in the world when Leo Fong successfully parked a car?
It was. It really was. If you're confused at all about what we're talking about, check out this episode.
And don't forget to click subscribe and like.
Smash that like button.
Smash that like button and follow us on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram.
So you mentioned Low Blow is buff in this movie. He's got some muscles.
He's a tough looking dude.
He's got muscles, and he has Uma Thurman's hair from Pulp Fiction, which is very off-putting.
I was thinking Conan, like classic kind of comic book Conan.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, he's a pretty buff dude. He's in good shape. It's just a shame about his face, though.
He's a butterface.
Did you say he's a butterface? Did you call Low Blow a butterface?
Rich doesn't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
No, see, he doesn't.
Okay, I'll explain it. It usually is used if a woman is very attractive and always but her face. So butterface.
Like super hot body, butterface.
She's got a butterface.
Yes, they say she has a butterface.
I'd almost call it like a Frankenstein face because it looks like he's got like eyes from two different corpses. Just that dead, vacant stare.
and Tommy Lee Jones's beautiful skin.
And there are some deep, lingering, luscious close-ups of his face in this condition. Yes. But the next glorious shootout takes place in what looks like a very accurate or usable, real grocery store.
Ooh, a grocery store? Oh, it's a grocery store.
Shoot them all!
Shoot it up! Kill that grandma.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my God, I love
great.
this.
Yeah.
This is big. This is so great.
No witnesses.
Oh, that was a nice one.
A full grocery store. They even break eggs in this thing. They break eggs in the grocery store.
They even break eggs.
But there was something about the movie elegantly bad.
Yeah.
It's hard to describe.
You know what? They kept the expository shit done too like quick.
Yes.
I want you to get that guy, Leo DiGiulio, tonight. I don't want nobody else to sell guns in my territory.
It was, we're making this badass movie and we don't care.
Yeah.
And we're pulling it off flawlessly.
Besides the lieutenant, who literally is reading his lines.
Say, listen, you know the shooting that we had in the Chinese restaurant? Well...
You think he's reading his lines from something up there?
Got automatic weapons according to our ID people, and a lot of 223 brass lying around, and I'm wondering if this might tie in with the...
Staring up at a cue card that's off screen, and then later he's like, yeah, I got a message for you, and it says, and he just reads the entire
The cue
message.
card was too far away. Like, that was still kind of a pain in the ass for him to read, so that's when he's like, can I just have a cue card right in front of my face?
It just kept getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
That guy stood out, yeah.
But Cameron Mitchell, I guess we should talk about Cameron Mitchell. He's doing his Mr. Roper cosplay throughout the whole film. He's got an ascot in every scene, even when he's not wearing a shirt. He's got that ascot on.
It is an important
And then he has a tiny dog until he doesn't.
A dog he tries to get to smoke.
He tries to get it to smoke, tries to get it to drink, and then he...
In the hot tub.
In the hot tub where he
tub.
almost drowns it.
And then at some point, apparently off screen, the dog dies. Because Cameron
scene we
Mitchell
don't see.
is walking down a hallway with a monologue going on. His mouth isn't moving. It's like inner thoughts. I really miss that dog.
Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere this happens. And that's when we were like, did they just not have enough footage to finish the movie?
No. The elderly woman that owned the dog just said, I don't want that crazy man touching my dog anymore.
He almost drowned the dog in the hot tub. You're taking the dog away.
It's the hot tub scene where he's got like a flower behind each ear.
And one in the dog's ear.
And then one in the dog's ear. And it's like, that was probably his choice.
You want to believe that.
Yeah, I want to believe that was Cameron Mitchell's decision as an actor.
I wouldn't say decision, I would say demand.
Damn it.
Cameron Mitchell, drunk, belligerent, confused, elderly, incapacitated.
In a wicker chair.
Oh, in
a wicker throne.
An oversized wicker throne.
Game of Wicker Thrones.
Okay, we've gone this far and only mentioned the name of my favorite character in the movie, and that is Nighthawk. Okay, so he is Cameron Mitchell's right-hand man, basically his lieutenant or his enforcer. And the true opening of the film is Nighthawk, basically taking a bunch of bazookas and guns, but he does it by just bursting, like within the first several seconds of the film. He just bursts in and kills an army guy that's on guard. Then he stealthily and awesomely cuts the alarm system, and then the weapons are his, right? Throughout the course of this film, he just got cooler and cooler. I couldn't help but keep rooting for him. The only way I wanted him to be defeated was with, basically Shaft going in a mano-a-mano fight. That's the only thing that I wanted to happen. I wanted Nighthawk to get away, to fight another day, or just basically be a crime lord on his own. He was just too cool. I figured that they were, because in the setup of this scene, they're in the same bar, and Nighthawk is so cool, he has a way to detect if this is a cop or not. He looks over at Shaft, he doesn't know this guy, he thinks there might be something fishy, so Nighthawk sends over one of his gals.
One of his hoes. Come on.
Go check him out.
If you will.
Let's be specific.
Let's be politically correct. He was a hoe.
And she walks over and makes like a fake pass at Shaft. And I think she feels down. She can tell his gun,
yeah.
okay, or the badge, and immediately knows that he's a cop. And right away, there's a shootout between Nighthawk and Shaft.
Oh, you're so luscious, man, aren't you? Yeah.
Sure, once you back off, I'm not hustling, okay?
Oh, shit, Nighthawk is the police!
Whoa! Holy shit! He does not mess around. Oh no!
On the subject of Nighthawk being awesome, we're forgetting to mention the scene where Cameron Mitchell's wife / an unrelated madam comes to Cameron Mitchell, who's in bed with the dog, and says, "You killed one of my ladies."
You slapped her around after you asked her to sing.
And then Nighthawk comes in and goes, "No, bitch, I killed her."
You didn't kill her, sweetheart.
And then she pulls out a little Derringer pistol.
A Derringer.
And shoots Nighthawk right through the kidneys. And Nighthawk's just like, "Bitch, please!" He is completely unharmed by a bullet wound to Nighthawk right through the kidneys. And Nighthawk's just like, "Bitch, please!" He is completely unharmed by a bullet wound to the gut.
He's fine.
He's fine. He doesn't even go to the hospital. He just continues on with being a badass.
He is a badass. Cameron Mitchell has a great capper for that scene because he's like, now she's bleeding.
Perfect.
Get in there, John, and wash it off. It's only a 22.
Cameron Mitchell and Nighthawk make this fucking movie.
Oh, yeah. Leo Fawn, Low Blow, doesn't do a whole lot interesting in this movie.
I talked to a guy who knows something about the organization.
He's not charismatic. He's not like Charles Bronson cool. He's just boring. He's not a particularly good martial artist.
The only thing he has going for him is a nice set of bangs.
No, but in this film, they used at least 3 racial slangs against him. It was always either Nighthawk or Cameron Mitchell, which was unusual to hear. But it's like they I think there was even a scene where they just had to like dig it in just at the end, and it was like, okay, that's it, now you can go.
Might I ask you a question, Chinaman? I got everything you need, Chinaman. You chicks gonna take over?
It's like they just kept throwing it out there.
I think Cameron Mitchell was just like, keep rolling until I get everything I want out of this scene. Yeah, he was just ad-libbing.
We'll call you. Slant eyes.
He was just getting back at them for WWII. I lost so many friends in Iwo Jima. I gotta get it all out in this picture.
I'm a 4th generation American. I don't care. You got the eyes, boy.
The booze is talking. The booze and the bad memories are talking.
Oh, the booze is really kicking it now.
So the guy that Low Blow beats up and then puts into the insane asylum padded cell.
Oh my god.
That guy was wearing a jacket.
Oh,
that's the way that I identified him and remembered him fondly. He was wearing that jacket. He got hit by a car by Low Blow, knocking him down.
Yeah. It was almost like it was actually a Low Blow movie for a second.
Yeah.
Because he hit somebody with his car on accident, who just happened to be a criminal.
Coming around the corner at the right moment, and then gets out and they start kicking and punching. and Loblo punches him so hard that the shoulders on his shirt rip open.
Cameron Mitchell has his weird monologue where you can't understand what he's saying.
Oh, where they just filmed footage of him and came up with dialogue later? Yeah.
He's walking for a few minutes, and we can't really hear what they're saying because the tracking on our copy is just garbage. But maybe we can find clean audio somewhere. We'll have this beautiful Cameron Mitchell monologue.
We'll get the Kill Point Blu-ray.
I can't wait to hear it. But
I can't wait to hear the movie.
No, it's me, alone, nuts or otherwise, against the whole friggin' world.
Cameron Mitchell walks to like the limo that Nighthawk is in, and the monologue, what I couldn't make out is, I'm gonna run this empire on my own. It's just gonna be just me. And he's ordering a headstone for his dead dog.
I want you to get a tombstone for the little dog, a nice one, okay? With her name and the day she, you know what I mean.
And then at that moment, Nighthawk is fed up. And Cameron Mitchell's talking about his dog headstone while the window is slowly going up. And he doesn't even think to move his fingers, just...
Look on his face. He's gonna kill Cameron Mitchell.
Oh, she's gonna do it? Oh.
Would you move your hands?
Oh,
fuck!
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Oh!
Well, to be really clear, it wasn't Cameron Mitchell's rambling about wanting a headstone for his dog that sent Nighthawk over the edge. It was the prior scene when Cameron Mitchell is in like a diner, and there's a waitress who is babbling.
Oh God!
I mean, this is an important scene.
Yeah.
Cameron Mitchell wants another refill on his coffee, and this waitress is just babbling like, "I had a baby, and my baby is in the back."
Then you hear the baby off camera just screaming.
And she's like blah 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 blah. And this is where we discover that Cameron Mitchell is misogynist. He hates women. He wants to choke them to death.
You know what I did to my old lady? Swapped. She says I hate crying women.
And it keeps like building up, building up, building up, and we're like,
shut up, that kid.
Another thing.
Oh God.
This is gonna be the greatest Cameron Mitchell moment ever.
Come on.
Oh, tape, don't mess up.
we found ourselves rooting for Cameron Mitchell to murder a woman and a baby. That's the dark place this movie took us. We're like, this is going to be the definitive Cameron Mitchell scene. Yeah, this is going to define him.
It's getting louder.
Come on, Cameron. Don't let us down.
Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
You can do it,
You can do it, Cameron.
It would have been like the final boundary if he had crossed this finish line. Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Kill that baby. Kill that woman.
Do it.
Close up of the mouth. It's the kid. Shoot the kid.
And then
he kills her by shoving her fingers in the cash register.
Yeah, and then I think he chokes her.
And then Nighthawk's something like, oh God.
When he walks in, you can tell he's just like, I've got to clean up this mess.
Yes, I've got to clean up this mess now. And then that leads into Cameron Mitchell getting his fingers crushed in the limo window, and Nighthawk has had enough.
So then we get a bunch of shots of people on rooftops shooting guns, and unrelated shots of people that look like thugs falling over, and they just sort of intercut all these shots together.
You don't know who is doing what or where they are in relationship to each other. Spatial relationships are thrown out the
Everything's
window.
out the window, but then Leo Fong kicks a guy for a bit.
I'm just assuming at that point they eventually stop showing where Nighthawk is. You just assume he's gotten away. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping for. Is he's just gotten away. They're going to cut to him on a boat or something, and it's going to be like, oh no, I can't believe he got away.
Is somebody who looks suspiciously like Nighthawk going to show up in a comic book you draw in the future?
Well, he's
opening the suitcase on a boat.
Yeah, it's my own fan fiction of how Nighthawk escaped. Yeah.
Well, eventually Loblo catches up with Nighthawk, and he just kind of shoots him. We have this awesome fight with a complete nobody.
Exactly.
And then Loblo just kind of shoots him, and then we cut to a close-up of another gun that also shoots Nighthawk.
redundantly.
Redundantly, because Lobo has already shot him to the point where he's not going to move anymore. And we're like, who had that other gun? Who had that other gun? It's going to be
coming back.
It's going to be Shaft,
wasn't
right?
dead.
Who shot him?
Shaft with like is gonna have bandages on.
Oh, that would redeem it.
Yeah.
If it's Shaft.
Shaft's still alive.
Okay.
And then it's just Cameron Mitchell.
With a slit throat.
What?
His ascot is the only thing holding his head on his neck.
But like, logically, Low Blow is running at Nighthawk, and Nighthawk has the gun, and
Yeah.
Low Blow goes, "Gotcha, Nighthawk." Oh no, and Nighthawk's like, and then the shot comes.
Right.
But really, it's like Low Blow shot him 16 times,
And then we cut 1 second of
and
a
then-
close-up of
yes,
another gun.
Number
Yeah.
17 out of 16.
He's redeemed by killing a guy who killed Cameron Mitchell so he could no longer kill women and babies.
It's straight up bizarre.
Never felt better.
So now's the time of the night when we pick our best of the worst. I will move left to right, starting from Rich Evans, and, ending with our selector, who will be could be the deciding vote, Rich Evans.
If I have to pick a movie, now this is actually really difficult for me. It Kill Point or Slaughter High, and I think I'm giving it Slaughter High just for the creative kills. Some really fucking creative murdering going on in that film. And it was really interesting watching a horror movie where I'm actively rooting for the slasher.
I see what you're saying. Slaughter High had some great kills, but 3/4 of the way through the film, it took a drastic downturn.
Yes.
And became terrible. It kind of redeemed itself at the end. My pick for best of the worst is Kill Point. Kill Point was 100% class.
Or 0% class.
It was a big piece of shit, but at the same time, it knew it was just so cool. I can see this being on many people's top 10 lists of best films of all time. I just loved it. I loved it.
Mike has been drinking.
I loved Kill Point. Jay, your pick for best of the worst?
Kill Point, the best thing it has going for it is the just scenes of people showing up and shooting a bunch of people in public places. That's almost enough to make it best of the worst, but I gotta go with Slaughter High. As a horror movie fan, as a slasher movie fan, it's almost transcended being best of the worst material.
I understand exactly where you're coming from with Slaughter High, because it had some great kills, but the beginning and the end were bad to me, so I couldn't get behind it. So it's definitely Kill Point for me.
Oh my god, we got a tie!
But Kill Point has so much to keep you entertained, and I never thought I would be rooting so hard for Nighthawk. I just didn't. Now, as soon as I saw him on the screen in the very opening shot, I thought he just looked so intense. Although I was confused at times from the choppy editing, really that to me was the only thing that threw me for a loop. The rest of it kept me totally entertained.
They're almost there. They're almost up there with great B movies. So for picking 3 films, you got two pretty close to darn good gems.
There was so many qualifiers to that. It was like there was all these little bitty qualifiers. Gems.
Almost, kind of,
sort of,
almost sanding off the compliment.
But the question now is Biohazard destruction worthy or not?
I actually don't think so. A lot of interesting things to talk about. I wouldn't want to watch it again.
Well, I guess if we're not going to destroy any of the movies, maybe we could elaborate more on Cameron Mitchell and the timeline of Cameron Mitchell movies based on what we've seen so far. We're going to start a chart. We're going to start a graph of Cameron Mitchell movies and where they are chronologically.
And the quality of his performance.
And the quality of his performance.
His
and the
drunkenness.
amount of booze he was drinking while making the movies.
Yes.
A calculation so intricate like this seems like it would require a scientist.
Some kind of scientist man.
With a code. In a code.
Hello, it's me, Scientist Man. I've compiled an easy-to-understand graphic for you, the viewer, that illustrates all of Cameron Mitchell's film roles as seen on the flop internet program Best of the Worst. Here is my chart. My calculations include these factors. Film title, year the film was made, how much booze Cameron Mitchell has drank, scientifically known as level of intoxication, his screen time, and his time actually standing, scientifically known as
that's
not
what
sitting down.
standing
Now,
means.
Mr. Cameron Mitchell has had over 15,000 small roles in shitty B movies that will likely be featured on future Best of the Worst episodes. So I, Scientist Man, will be here every step of the way to catalog every one of these performances in a scientific chart. Thank you.
Oh!
All right, finally, it's part 5, the final part. Oh wow, this has been it's been a thing. Especially the 1 + 1 = 1 stuff that I finished the last video on. That knocked a lot out of me. Now, I'll tell you right off the bat here, after 1 + 1 = 1, it's not gonna get worse. But on the other hand, it's also not gonna get much better, because now we're moving on to another chapter challenging a basic aspect of arithmetic, division. And I don't mean questioning a few details, I mean questioning the entire concept.
In math, we have the basic functions of arithmetic: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. That's what we all learn, and they are supposed to mirror our observation and experience. But we often forget to check what's really happening. Many whom I've asked, who are scientifically minded people, can't even explain to me how the most basic functions actually function in the real world. Let me explain.
I'd rather you didn't, but it's gonna happen anyway, so let's get through it.
Addition is observational. I can see putting 2 apples together makes 2. 1 + 1 = 2, in this case. Subtraction is observation. I can see that removing one of the apples leaves me with 1. 2 - 1 = 1.
I don't know, man. What if I blend the apple into applesauce? That's 1 apple minus 1 apple equals 1 applesauce. Or what if I pass a kidney stone? Me minus a kidney stone equals me and a kidney stone. That's 1 - 1 = 2. I'm not so sure about this subtraction stuff. Oh my god, I just realized I'm saying that in a jokey voice, but that's probably what Shmuel would actually say. In fact, he'd probably say, yeah, now you're getting it.
Multiplication is observation.
No, you're getting it, dude.
The number of apples starting with 2, I wind up with 4. 2 × 2 = 4. But here's the problem. How is division observational? What does division even mean? If someone can explain it, please tell me, because it doesn't seem to me to mirror reality at all.
Sure, Shmuel, I'd be glad to do that for no reason and no benefit whatsoever. But before I do, how about you take a shot?
If I have one piece of an apple, and I divide it in half with a knife once, it seems to me that should be 1 divided by 1. I had one piece, I divided it once. But what am I left with? 2 pieces, right? So the formula is 1 divided by 1 equals 2.
Oh.
Oh.
Don't they teach this in like grade 2, you know, to 7 or 8-year-olds? I mean, look, I know we just had a chapter about how 1 plus 1 equals 2 is fake, but that really wasn't about the basics of like adding 1 and 1 as abstract numbers. It was because of some stupid word game you made up. But I think maybe you kinda at least would grasp the concept of adding 1 and 1 if you weren't like merging clay balls together. I think you at least sort of dimly understand what addition is in concept. But here, you actually don't know what division even is, do you? When you were being taught in school, nobody ever taught you what division is for, like what any of the stuff you're doing in it even means. You actually really lack a 2nd grade education. And somehow, despite this, you skated through school, and apparently law school, if the back cover is to be believed, without ever learning grade 2 math. How is that even possible? Like, how do you just do day-to-day tasks? Thinking about stuff lawyers would have to do. You have to be able to do proration. If you're dealing with divorce law or lawsuits or anything like that, you're going to have to figure out if this person gets this percentage and that person gets that percentage, how much does each get. There are so many instances in every area of law where you're going to need to know how to divide numbers that I don't even understand how you do law, let alone get through law school, without even understanding the concept at all on the most basic fundamental level. Like even outside of my YouTube channel, outside of any work I've ever done, I use division all the time, just in regular daily life. You know, you talked earlier in the 1 plus 1 equals 1 section about how you wanted people to learn how to balance checkbooks and stuff, and do their taxes. How do you do that stuff? How do you do basic house maintenance? Like, say you have a board, it's 21 3/4 inches long. You want to cut it in half. Where do you cut it? What would you say? I don't know. It's just unknowable. Impossible. Well, please tell me that you're not attempting any of this kind of stuff yourself. Not when you have, at most, grade 1 math skills. And I mean, obviously that's questionable too. Because you don't know 1 plus 1 equals 2. Oh, wow. But, you know, I'll give you grade 1. Why not? You know, this isn't like not knowing how to divide without a calculator. It's not knowing how to do long division or something. This is a complete failure to grasp anything about the idea. Other than that, you know, like you can use a slash to represent division and an equal sign in there somewhere, and that's about it. You don't know what those things mean, you just know that they're there. And yet you want to sit there and tell the rest of us who understand the concept that all of math is stupid and we should stop using it or change the way we do it. I don't see any way you could possibly be less worth taking seriously on this issue. But alright, Lil Schmooley, let's teach you some baby math. By the way, my 7-year-old daughter said to tell you this is baby stuff. Here are 6 toonies. Count along with me, Lil Schmooley. 1 plus 1 is 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now here, let me put 3 of them in this little box. That's 3 toonies plus 1 box equals 1 box of toonies. 3 plus 1 equals 1. That's how math works for morons. Forget the box. Throw it at the wall. Call it names. Bitch. Now, we have 6 toonies in 1 group. Now, let's make 2 groups of the same size. 6 toonies divided into 2 equal groups. How many toonies are in each group? Count with me again. It's fun. 1, 2, 3. 6 divided by 2 equals 3. Now, we believe in regular vanilla God, not the false math God, so this number isn't fixed. It's constantly changing and could really be anything. That's what we'll tell the IRS when they audit us. Or whatever the Canadian version is, nobody really knows.
But that's not what math says. Math says 1 divided by 1 equals 1. What in the world has happened here?
1 toonie divided into 1 group of toonies is 1 toonie per group. No, that's not possible. What in the world has happened here?
Why doesn't a simple cutting of an apple or a pizza work out with math?
Worked out just fine for me whenever I did it. It'd probably work out for you too if you paid attention in grade 2, or any other grade before or after that. But you didn't because, of course, your entire life you've been fucking lazy!
I honestly don't know. I have not gotten a clear answer as to what division even is meant to represent.
Well, gee, let's see. I found this game called Doggy Division Dinner. Let's try that, Lil Schmooly. Okay, puppy food. 9 divided by 3 equals... Okay, go a little slower. I'm having trouble. Okay. Let's see. We have 3 puppies, so each one needs 9. 9 in each one. Let's see. 8, 9. Okay, that should work. They're all sad. But this guy has 9 bones. Why is he sad? Come on, doggies, eat. Eat, doggies. Okay, okay, hold on. What if you get one? No, 9 divided by 3. Oh, what if I put 3 in each bowl? That could work. That could be fun. Oh look, it turned into moist dog food. Now they're all happy. Why did the bone turn into moist dog food? Well done. They're still hungry. Shake, 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 shake. 20 divided by 4. These are big numbers. Oh no. So we have 20 bones. I think I got the point across. That's enough. Haha, that sure was fun. Does it make sense now?
When I learned all this, I felt a bit robbed, and you should too. Math that only makes sense in theory, i.e. in the world of math, shouldn't be revered. It should be rejected.
I don't know, man. It seemed to work just fine with the toonies, and the pizza, and the apple, and the doggy bones. I use it in the real world basically every day to perfect effect. I used it when I was a programmer all the fucking time, and it gave me the expected answer every damn time. Do you think Division's not being used all the goddamn time in the software you're using to make these videos complaining that Division doesn't work? You know, Shmuel, maybe it's not the concept that should be rejected, but your conception of it. Or maybe what should be rejected is whoever the hell failed you this badly. Because they clearly hated you. Nobody would do this to a child they didn't hate.
I never thought I would think of math as highly unscientific, but unfortunately upon examination, that's exactly what it often is. We have come full circle. The world is now officially upside down.
Upon examination. That is hilarious.
Oh.
You didn't examine a damn thing, Shmuel, and you know it. It's not even that you don't know anything about what we're talking about right now. You don't even know what we're talking about right now. You don't know what division is, or addition, or anything else in math.
If the only people who can challenge the accepted wisdom are the people who excelled in the accepted wisdom the most, you're not going to have very many challenges. Better challenges might come from those who have actually studied the least. That may be another mind flip for you, but think about it. They, the uninitiated, have an open mind. No preconceived notions, nothing on the line.
And no idea what there even is to challenge. Shmuel, you don't know what division is. You're not incapable of doing it. You don't know what it even is that you would do. You've written an entire chapter in a book with your name on it, challenging an idea that you can't even begin to describe accurately. And yet somehow you think you're an expert who should be taken seriously on the subject of division or math in general. Not in spite of your absolute failure to comprehend the basic concept, but because you didn't bother, is what you just said. I didn't bother to learn shit, so I should be taken more seriously, is what you basically just said. Those who've studied the least have an open mind. Do you? Because I was arguing with you to try to show you that 1 + 1 really is 2 for like, I don't know, 20 fucking emails or something? Other people have done the same. And you still go off on angry rants about how, no, it's fucking 1 or whatever I want, goddammit. Math works how I want. Your mind doesn't seem very open, is what I'm trying to say. But no, people should pay attention to you because you didn't bother. Because of your intentional laziness and ignorance. Those are your credentials. That's what you think makes you better qualified and more worthy of consideration than anybody else. Now, I want to be as clear as possible here because I know what I just said is based on the kind of clear and obvious distinction that's going to sail right past Shmuel. I am not saying that you have less credibility because you have a different opinion. Your opinion is not what I'm referring to right now. What I'm saying is, you don't have an opinion on this subject at all. You think you do, but you don't. You can't because you don't know what the subject even is. You don't know what there is to have an opinion about. And so your opinion is not an opinion on this subject. It's an opinion on some other subject you made up all on your own. So if you have no idea what the actual subject is and therefore can't even begin to form an opinion on it, the most credibility you can possibly have in a discussion of the actual subject is none. And by the way, one more small comment on this. Do you seriously expect me to believe at this point that you have no preconceived notions? Nothing on the line? After all your ranting about how math and science are awful because they try to make the universe seem fixed and that goes against your religion? Everything you've said has been driven openly by your preconceived religious notions, and those also seem to be what's on the line for you. Now look, I would love to stop talking math with Shmuel, but we have one more chapter on the subject before we're done with it. And that chapter is about E equals MC squared. Yeah, a guy who neither grasps nor wants to grasp first grade math or second grade math, trying to interpret an algebraic equation with multiplication and an exponent describing unintuitive relativistic physics based on derivations of electromagnetic wave equations. This will go fine.
The genius of all geniuses, the great Albert Einstein, and his landmark formula, E equals MC2.
We're off to a great start. So
Oh my god.
C I can excuse. Changing the exponent to multiplication, however, not as much. But hey, at least it's a 2, not like an apple or something. I really should give him the wins where I can.
The scientific community has actually had the audacity to call this the God equation, God forbid. As if you could possibly sum up God with a few numbers and symbols.
Maybe I'm just out of the loop here, but I've never heard anyone use that phrase in reference to E equals MC squared. I even searched for the phrase, and what I found was a book by Michio Kaku called The God Equation, The Quest for a Theory of Everything, which is not about E equals MC squared. It seems to be about grand unification and how Kaku thinks string theory might be it. So maybe I'm just missing something, but I don't see anyone referring to E equals MC squared this way, and certainly not the scientific community in general.
The first problem I have with this formula is that nobody can explain what it means. And I'm serious. I've searched, honestly.
At this point, I'm sure the audience will forgive me for just saying I think that's a lie.
Google is at your fingertips. Search online for explanations of E equals MC2 if you don't believe me. Your head will spin with what you find.
Oh my god, you searched for E equals MC2.
Not good.
What leaves me confused and dejected is why you assume I'll be left confused and dejected. Because I searched online, honestly, and found pretty good explanations on what this equation represents, what it's useful for, and why. I really would suggest that you figure out grade 2 math before you move
I thought maybe he just wrote it out.
At the very least, get to the point where you learn algebra and exponents. You know, most kids don't just jump off the diving board to learn how to swim. They tend to start in the shallow end with water pumps.
How good of a development in science could this be if scientists themselves don't even understand it enough to give us a clear, unified explanation?
Dunno, but since that's not the case, it doesn't much matter. Your failure is nobody else's failure, Shmuel.
Why do I say that? Well, his explanation that splitting an atom unleashes nuclear power is a theory, not a scientific conclusion. It comes from his imagination, not the real world.
Okay, but the conclusion from using the theory is that it works like hell. That would imply that it's at least a pretty good theory. Maybe the theory itself doesn't come from the real world, because of course it doesn't. It's a description of the real world by humanity. It came from us, after studying the world, and based on its results, it seems to describe that real world pretty well.
How do I know? Because no one has ever observed an atom splitting. In fact, no one has ever observed an atom, period.
Atoms! 6 of them
It's too small to be seen, even with our best microscopes.
Funny you should say that. I was watching a bit more of Alpha Phoenix's channel after my response to you in the Speed of Light chapter, and he has a video of using a scanning transmission electron microscope to look at individual atoms. It's a really cool video, you should check it out.
Energy equals mass times speed of light squared.
Does it? But you keep saying energy equals mass times speed of light times 2. Which is it? Do you even know there's a difference?
Take a child who has never heard of Einstein's formula, but knows multiplication.
Just multiplication or division too? Hey, maybe you can ask this kid what division means.
Take a child who has never heard of Einstein's formula, but knows multiplication. See if he can see something off with this formula. He should. Do you see it? Really look and think back to basic math. I hope you figured it out.
When you say basic math, do you mean the kind of basic math where squaring is the same as multiplying by 2 and division means nothing and 1 sperm plus 1 egg equals 1 zygote? Or do you mean actual basic math? It's very important to specify if we're using mathematics or mathematesque.
This formula, you'll notice, cannot actually be done. And the reason is because you cannot multiply 2 different units. You can't multiply 2 different types of things. It is not sound. It's nonsense.
Wait, what? Why? Okay, we have 10 people, and they're each 200 pounds. That's 10 times 200 equals 2,000 pounds. Okay, we'll be fine in this elevator with a 3,000 pound capacity. I don't know, man, seems to work perfectly fine. You'd get the exact same result with addition, adding up these 10 people's weights one by one. But hey, for all I know, maybe that'd be 200 plus 200, 10 times equals one group of people. 200 times 10 equals 1. It's funny that you have this objection to multiplying different units, which makes perfect sense because you're dealing with 2 dimensions, in the case of one thing multiplied by another. But you were perfectly fine adding things of totally different units before. 1 sperm plus 1 egg, 1
This is so bad.
grains of salt. That's not a problem, because
what is multiplication? It's replicating the thing you started with a certain number of times. 1 apples multiplied by 2 equals 2 apples. We double what we had and we get a result of 2. That works, but watch this. 2 apples multiplied by 2 oranges equals error! That's an error!
Is it? It's a mathematical error? Or does it just result in units you don't think are useful? See, I'd say the unit that we get from an apple times an orange is 1 orange, or maybe an apple orange. Is that unit relevant to your application? What does it actually mean? Is it a group of apples and oranges, or an apple and an orange blended together into some kind of fruit mush? Who knows? That's up to you to figure out. You're the one trying to use it for a real-world application. You gotta figure out how it matches up to your application. Math is extremely abstract. All that matters in math is the numbers work out. And when you apply units to an equation, the units balance across the equal sign. Of course, even if you don't do that, the math will still work. It just won't give you a result that's meaningful to you. 2 miles times 2 pounds equals 4 apples is perfectly valid math. The actual math part of that is just 2 times 2 equals 4. The rest is all your language. It just means nothing to the physical world because you put stupid units on it that make no sense. So yeah, you gotta be careful screwing up your units across the equal sign. On the same side of the equal sign, there's no problem. This is why you found it perfectly sensible to multiply 1 apple times the abstract number 2 that has no unit at all. Because units aren't really a part of the math. They don't matter, they're not relevant. They're just you giving whatever concrete meaning you want to abstract numbers that really couldn't care less. Now, of course, I agree that 2 apples times 2 oranges equals 4 apple oranges doesn't have much real-world application, but it makes perfect mathematical sense because the actual math is just abstract number 2 times abstract number 2 equals abstract number 4. The reason the combination you chose in particular doesn't mean much when applied to the real world is because these are not physical quantities you're multiplying, they're just 2 objects.
I think I'll continue later.
Tried to generalize that to mean that every example of mixed units
I'm exhausted.
You can mix random words together in
Baby.
You can do that in English. 2 eat times 2 boogers equals 4 eat boogers. Well, I guess we better toss velocity times time equals distance in the garbage then. We'll see how much better this works when you do use physical